Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca in Modern English. Volume 1. Letter 1. On Saving Time. Continue as you have been, my dear Lucilius. Free yourself for your own sake. Protect and make the most of your time, which until now has been taken from you, stolen, or simply slipped away unnoticed. Believe me when I say that certain moments are torn from us, some are gently taken, and others quietly escape beyond our reach. But the most shameful loss is the time we waste through negligence. If you take a closer look at this issue, you will realize that the largest part of life is lost while we are doing harm, a significant portion while doing nothing, and all of it while we are engaged in things that serve no real purpose. Can you show me anyone who truly values their time, who understands the worth of each day, who realizes that they are dying a little each day? We make the mistake of thinking that death is something in the future, when in reality, a large portion of it has already passed. The time that has already slipped away is in death's hands. So, Lucilius, continue as you have written to me. Hold on to every hour. Seize today's task, and you will depend less on tomorrow. While we delay, life speeds past us. Nothing, Lucilius, truly belongs to us except time. Nature has entrusted us with only this one possession, so fleeting, so easily lost, that anyone who wishes can take it from us. How foolish people are! They keep careful track of their money and material things, making detailed calculations of their worth. Yet they never consider how much time they have spent or wasted. And yet, time is the one thing that, once given away, can never be returned, not even by the most grateful recipient. You may wonder how well I practice what I preach. I will be honest with you. I manage my time as carefully as a generous but responsible person manages their finances. I cannot claim that I waste nothing, but at least I know what I'm wasting and why. I can explain the reasons behind my losses, just as a person who is struggling financially can account for their expenses. But like those who fall into poverty through no fault of their own, I may receive sympathy, yet no one can restore what I have lost. So where do things stand? Here is my view. A person is not truly poor if what they have is enough, but I urge you to hold on to what is truly yours, your time, and the sooner you start, the better. As our ancestors used to say, it is too late to save when you are down to the last drops in the barrel. What remains at the bottom is both too little and of poor quality. Farewell. Letter 2. On Discursiveness in Reading. Based on what you write to me and what I hear, I have a good outlook on your future. You are not constantly running from place to place or distracting yourself by changing your surroundings. Such restlessness is a symptom of an unsettled mind. In my view, the clearest sign of a well-ordered mind is the ability to remain in one place and be content in one's own company. Be careful, however, that reading too many authors and books of all kinds does not make you scattered and unfocused. You must dwell with a select few great thinkers and truly absorb their works if you want their ideas to take deep root in your mind. Being everywhere is the same as being nowhere. A person who constantly travels abroad ends up knowing many people but having no real friends. The same is true for those who rush through books without committing to any single author, skimming through many but never forming a deep connection with any. Food does the body no good if it passes through the stomach too quickly. Constant switching of medicines prevents healing. No wound can close if it is treated with one salve after another. A plant that is frequently transplanted never grows strong. The same applies to reading. Too many books at once only leads to distraction. Since you cannot read every book you own, it is better to own only as many as you can actually read. You may say, "But I like to sample different books, moving from one to another." I tell you, this is like someone with a delicate appetite who nibbles at many dishes without truly nourishing themselves. Too much variety can dull the appetite rather than satisfy it. You should always read the best authors, and when you want a change, return to those you have already read. Every day, take in something that strengthens you against poverty, against death, and against all misfortunes. After considering many thoughts, select one that you will thoroughly digest for the day. This is what I do myself. I take one idea from all that I have read and claim it for myself. Today's thought comes from Epicurus. Yes, I do venture into the camp of the enemy, not as a deserter, but as a scout. He says, "Contented poverty is an honorable state." In fact, if one is content, it is not poverty at all. A person is not poor because they have little, but because they crave more. What difference does it make how much wealth a man has in his vaults, how large his flocks are, or how great his profits, if he constantly covets what belongs to others and measures his success not by what he has, but by what he hopes to gain? Do you ask what the proper limit of wealth is? First, to have what is necessary. Second, to have what is enough. Farewell. Letter 3. On True and False Friendship. You have sent me a letter through a man you call your friend. Yet, in the very next sentence, you warn me not to share everything with him, admitting that even you do not do so yourself. In other words, in the same letter, you both affirm and deny that he is your friend. If you are using the word in the casual way that most people do, just as we call all political candidates honourable gentlemen, or greet acquaintances whose names we have forgotten with "my dear sir," then that is one thing. But if you consider someone a friend whom you do not trust as much as yourself, you are mistaken, and you do not yet understand the true meaning of friendship. I believe you should share everything with a friend. But first, you must choose carefully whom you call a friend. Trust should come after friendship is established, not before. Many people get this backward. They make someone their friend first, and only later decide whether they are trustworthy. Theophrastus rightly condemned this mistake. Take your time in deciding whether to let someone into your circle, but once you do, welcome them with all your heart. Speak with them as freely as you would with yourself. Of course, you should live in such a way that there is nothing you would fear, even if an enemy knew it. But since society dictates that certain things should remain private, at the very least, you should confide your thoughts and worries in a friend. Treat him as loyal, and you will make him loyal. Many people, by constantly fearing betrayal, have actually taught others to betray them. Their suspicion gives their friend permission to act deceitfully. Why should I withhold any words when I am with my friend? Why should I not feel as if I am alone when in his company? Some people make the mistake of telling anyone they meet things that should only be shared with true friends. They burden every stranger with their complaints. Others go to the opposite extreme, fearing to trust even their closest companions, and if it were possible, they would not even trust themselves, locking away their thoughts deep in their hearts. Neither approach is right. Trusting everyone is as foolish as trusting no one. If I had to choose, I would say the first mistake is more innocent, while the second is safer. In the same way, you should criticize both those who are always restless and those who avoid all activity. Constant busyness is not the same as productivity. It is just the sign of an unsettled mind. But true rest does not mean avoiding all activity either. That would just be laziness and stagnation. Consider this line I once read in Pomponius. Some men shrink into dark corners so completely that they see darkness even in the middle of the day. No, a person should balance action and rest. Those who work should also take time to reflect, and those who rest should also take action. Ask nature, and she will tell you. She has created both day and night. Farewell. Letter 4. On the Terrors of Death. Continue as you have begun, and move forward as quickly as possible, so that you may have more time to enjoy the benefits of a mind at peace. Of course, you will find satisfaction, even while you are in the process of improving your mind. But the joy is far greater when the mind has been fully cleansed of all burdens and shines with clarity. You surely remember the excitement you felt when you set aside the garments of boyhood and donned the toga of manhood, stepping into the public world. But a far greater joy awaits when you cast off the immaturity of the mind and are truly counted among the wise. What clings to us is not merely boyhood, but something worse, childishness. This is even more troubling because we combine the authority of age with the foolishness of youth, sometimes even the fears of infancy. Children are afraid of meaningless things, infants of shadows. We fear both. Keep advancing, and you will realize that the things we fear most are often the least dangerous. No evil is truly great if it is the final one. Death arrives. It would be terrifying if it could stay with you. But death either never comes, or it comes and passes. You may say, but it is difficult to train the mind to disregard life. Yet, do you not see how easily people throw life away for the most trivial reasons? One man hangs himself over a failed love affair, another leaps from a rooftop to escape the insults of an ill-tempered master, and another, fearing arrest, drives a sword into his own body. If fear can push men to such extremes, do you not think virtue is just as powerful? No one can live peacefully if they are obsessed with merely prolonging life, or if they believe that surviving through many political cycles is a great achievement. Make it a daily practice to reflect on this, so that when the time comes, you can leave life without regret. Many people cling to life desperately, like those caught in a raging current, grasping at thorns and jagged rocks as they are swept away. Most people live miserably, caught between the fear of death and the struggles of life. They do not want to live, yet they do not know how to die. Therefore, make your life agreeable to yourself by dismissing all anxiety over its length. Nothing can make a person truly happy unless they have made peace with the possibility of losing it. But nothing is easier to let go of than that which, once lost, cannot even be missed. So strengthen your mind against the misfortunes that strike even the greatest of men. Consider how fragile human power is. The fate of Pompey was decided by a mere boy and a eunuch. Crassus was brought down by the cruelty of a Parthian warrior. Gaius Caesar commanded Lepidus to bow his head before the executioner's axe, and he himself fell to the sword of Caria. No one is ever so favored by fortune that she does not threaten him as much as she once rewarded him. Do not trust the appearance of calm. One moment the sea is still, the next it is in turmoil. Even on the very day that ships perform triumphantly in the games, they can be swallowed by the waves. Remember that a common thief or an enemy may kill you at any moment. Even a slave holds power over your life. That is why I tell you, the only person who is truly in control of their life is the one who has no fear of losing it. Consider those who have been murdered in their own homes, whether through open violence or secret plots. You will see that just as many have been killed by resentful slaves as by enraged rulers. So why does it matter how powerful the person you fear is, when the power you fear is in the hands of everyone? You may say, but what if I am captured by the enemy? The conqueror will decide my fate. And yet, he will only send you where you are already heading. Why deceive yourself? Why do you need to be reminded of something you have been moving toward since the day you were born? Accept this truth. From the moment you entered this world, you have been on your way to leaving it. This thought, and others like it, must be kept in mind if we wish to face our final moment with composure, without allowing the fear of it to taint every moment before it. But I must end my letter. Let me leave you with a thought that impressed me today. It comes from another's teachings. Poverty, when it is in harmony with nature, is great wealth. Do you know the limits that nature sets for us? Simply this: to satisfy hunger, thirst, and to keep warm. You do not need to flatter the wealthy, endure their arrogance, or submit to humiliating charity to fulfill these needs. Nor must you cross the seas or wage wars to obtain them. What nature requires is easy to find and close at hand. It is not necessities that wear us out, but excess. It is luxury that makes our clothes threadbare, forces us to grow old in military service, and drives us to distant shores. What is sufficient is always within reach. He who has made peace with poverty is truly rich. Farewell. Letter 5. The Philosopher's Mean. I commend you and take joy in seeing that you remain dedicated to your studies, making it your daily goal to become a better person. I do not simply encourage you, I urge you to continue. However, I must warn you not to behave like those who seek attention rather than self-improvement, drawing notice through their clothing or lifestyle. Avoid eccentric displays, ragged clothing, unkempt hair, a neglected beard, public disdain for silverware, sleeping on the bare ground, or any other exaggerated gestures of austerity. Even the quiet pursuit of philosophy is enough to draw criticism. How much worse would it be if we set ourselves apart from society entirely? Internally, we should be different in every way, but outwardly, we should conform to social customs. Do not wear robes that are too fine, but do not let them be too shabby either. You do not need gold-embellished silverware, but neither should you think that avoiding silver and gold is proof of a simple life. Our goal should be to live by a higher standard than the masses, but not in opposition to them. Otherwise, we risk alienating the very people we hope to influence. They may refuse to follow us in anything, fearing they must follow us in everything. The first lesson of philosophy is to cultivate a sense of connection with all people, to foster sympathy and sociability. We contradict this goal if we make ourselves too different. We must be careful that our way of life does not seem ridiculous or repellent to others. Our guiding principle, as you know, is to live according to nature, but it is unnatural to punish the body, reject simple refinements, deliberately embrace filth, or eat food that is not only plain but unpleasant. Just as it is excessive to indulge in rare delicacies, it is foolish to reject what is ordinary and inexpensive. Philosophy calls for simplicity, not self-punishment. We can live plainly and still maintain cleanliness and dignity. This is the balance I favor, a way of life that finds a middle path between the wisdom of the philosopher and the customs of society. It should be admirable, but also understandable. You may ask, should we then live just like everyone else? Should there be no difference between us and the world? Yes, there should be a great difference, but it should be one that is noticed only upon closer inspection. If people visit our homes, they should be impressed by us, not by our possessions. The truly great person is one who uses simple earthenware as if it were silver, but just as great is the one who uses silver as if it were mere earthenware. To be unable to handle wealth is a sign of a weak mind. Now, I want to share today's insight with you as well. I found in the writings of Hecate a lesson that connects the control of desires with the mastery of fears. Cease to hope, and you will cease to fear. You may ask, how can these two opposite emotions be linked? My dear Lucilius, they may seem opposed, but they are actually connected. Just as a prisoner and his guard are bound by the same chain, hope and fear, though different, are tied together. Fear always follows hope. This is not surprising, for both emotions arise from the same source, an anxious mind, troubled by the uncertainty of the future. The main reason we suffer from these emotions is that we fail to focus on the present, allowing our thoughts to drift far ahead. Thus, foresight, humanity's greatest gift, becomes corrupted. Animals fear only immediate danger, and once they escape it, they feel no further anxiety. But we humans suffer not only from what is happening, but also from what has passed and what is yet to come. Even our blessings become burdens, for memory keeps fear alive, and anticipation multiplies it. Only the present moment is free of suffering. Farewell. Letter 6. On sharing knowledge. My dear Lucilius, I feel that I am not only improving, but undergoing a true transformation. However, I do not yet allow myself to believe that I am free of faults, or that no further change is needed. There are still many aspects of myself that must be refined, strengthened, or made more prominent. But the very fact that I can now see my own flaws I was previously unaware of, is proof that my soul is becoming better. Sometimes, when a sick person finally realizes they are ill, we congratulate them, for self-awareness is the first step toward healing. I want to share this transformation with you. By doing so, I will feel an even stronger confidence in our friendship, the kind of true friendship that is not shaken by hope, fear, or self-interest, the kind for which a person would even face death. Many people have companions, but not true friendship. But this can never happen when souls are bound together by a shared commitment to virtue. Why? Because in such a friendship, everything is shared, especially burdens and struggles. Each day, I can see clear progress in myself, and it is an incredible feeling. When you say to me, "Share with me what you have found so useful," I reply that I am eager to do so. In fact, I am eager to learn precisely so that I may teach. No knowledge, no matter how valuable, would bring me joy if I had to keep it to myself. If wisdom were offered to me on the condition that I could not share it, I would reject it. No good thing is truly enjoyable unless we have friends to share it with. I will therefore send you the very books that have helped me. And to save you the effort of searching through them for useful lessons, I will mark the passages that I find especially valuable. However, while books are useful, the spoken word and the experience of living side by side are far more powerful. You must observe wisdom in action. First, because people trust what they see more than what they hear. And second, because following teachings alone is a long road, while following the example of a living person is much shorter and more effective. Cleanthes could never have become the true reflection of Zeno if he had only listened to his lectures. He lived with him, observed his inner thoughts, and watched closely to see whether his actions matched his words. Plato, Aristotle, and all the other great thinkers who later followed their own paths learned more from Socrates' character than from his teachings. It was not Epicurus's classroom that made Metrodorus, Hermarchus, and Polyaenus great. It was living with him under the same roof. That is why I call you to my side, not just so that you may learn from me, but so that we may strengthen each other. In the meantime, let me share with you my daily insight. Today, I found these words in Hecato. What progress have I made? I have begun to be a friend to myself. That is a profound achievement. A person who has reached this state can never truly be alone, and you can be certain that such a person is a friend to all. Farewell. Letter 7. On crowds. You ask me what you should be especially careful to avoid. Crowds. You are not yet strong enough to be among them without risk. I must admit my own weakness too. I never return home from being among the masses as the same person I was when I left. Something within me, which I had forced into calm, becomes unsettled. Some of the flaws I thought I had conquered come back again. Just as a sick man, recovering from a long illness, is too weak to leave the house without relapsing, so too are we vulnerable when our souls are still healing from the sickness of vice. To mix with crowds is dangerous. Every person you encounter will either introduce some vice to you, reinforce one you already have, or stain you with their own, even without intending to. And the larger the crowd, the greater the risk. But nothing is as harmful to one's character as spending time at public spectacles, where vice creeps in through the disguise of entertainment. What do I mean? I mean that I return home from such places more greedy, more ambitious, more indulgent, and even more cruel, simply from being around other people. I recently attended a midday spectacle, expecting to be entertained with wit and light-hearted diversions, a moment of relaxation from the brutal games. Instead, it was worse than usual. The earlier contests at least had some display of skill, but this was nothing but pure slaughter. There was no armor, no defense, just men fully exposed, each strike landing with deadly effect. People prefer this kind of show to the usual duels and trained matches. Of course they do. There is no skill involved, no shields or helmets to delay death. In the morning, men are thrown to wild beasts. At midday, they are thrown to the spectators. The audience demands that the winner of one fight immediately face his next opponent until he too is killed. Every match ends in death. This continues even when the arena is nearly empty. You might argue, but these men are criminals. They were murderers themselves. And what of it? Even if they deserved such a fate, what crime have you committed that you should sit there watching? In the morning, the spectators scream, "Kill him! Beat him! Burn him!" They mock those who hesitate to face the sword, shouting that they should meet death bravely. If a fighter falters, they demand he be whipped until he fights with more spirit. And when the games take a break, they announce, "A little throat-cutting in the meantime, so there will still be something to watch." Do you not realize that witnessing such brutality makes you cruel yourself? Be grateful, at least, that you are teaching such cruelty to those incapable of learning anything else. A young and impressionable mind, one that has not yet firmly anchored itself in virtue, must be protected from the crowd. It is too easy to follow the majority. Even Socrates, Cato, and Laelius, men of great strength, might have been swayed if surrounded by the wrong company. None of us, no matter how disciplined, can completely resist the influence of the masses when vice comes at us in overwhelming numbers. A single greedy or indulgent friend can corrupt us. A wealthy neighbor can stir up envy within us. A slanderous companion can plant malicious habits in us, even if we are naturally honest and pure. If the influence of just one person can do so much harm, imagine what happens when an entire crowd surrounds us. In such a setting, you must either conform to their ways or despise them, but both options should be avoided. You should neither imitate the wicked just because they are many, nor hate them simply because they are different from you. Instead, withdraw into yourself as much as possible. Surround yourself with people who will make you a better person. Welcome those whom you, in turn, can help improve. This exchange strengthens both parties, for we learn as we teach. Do not be lured by the temptation to showcase your talents before the public. Do not seek out an audience for the sake of admiration. I would encourage you to do so if the people were capable of understanding you. But as it stands, they are not. Perhaps one or two individuals will grasp your meaning, but even they will need to be shaped and trained by you first. You may ask, then why did I study all of this? Do not worry. You have not wasted your time. You studied for yourself. And so, to ensure that I have not learned only for myself today, I will share with you 3 sayings that I found particularly valuable. Consider this letter payment for one of them, and accept the other 2 in advance. Democritus once said, "One man means as much to me as a multitude, and a multitude no more than one man." Another wise saying from an unknown source responds to the question, why devote so much effort to an art that will reach only a few? The answer, I am content with few, content with one, content with none at all. And the third, from Epicurus, in a letter to a fellow student, I write this not for the many, but for you. Each of us is enough of an audience for the other. Keep these words in mind, Lucilius, and do not seek pleasure in the applause of the masses. Many may praise you, but should that satisfy you, if it is the unwise who praise you? Let your virtues turn inward. Farewell. Letter 8. On the Philosopher's Seclusion. You ask me, do you advise me to avoid the crowd, withdraw from society, and be content with my own conscience? What about the teachings of your school, which command a man to die in the midst of active work? The retreat I recommend is not idleness. On the contrary, by shutting myself away, I am preparing to help more people. I do not waste a single day. I even borrow from the night for study. I do not allow time for sleep, but surrender to it only when absolutely necessary. Even when my eyes grow heavy from exhaustion, I resist closing them as long as I can. I have withdrawn not only from people, but also from my personal affairs, devoting myself instead to the benefit of future generations. I am writing down certain lessons, remedies for the ailments of the soul, because I've found them useful in treating my own. Though I may not be completely healed, at least my condition has stopped worsening. I now try to guide others toward the right path, the one I found only after years of wandering. I call out to them, avoid whatever pleases the crowd. Beware of fortune's gifts. When fortune offers you something, hesitate. Approach it with doubt and fear. Animals and fish are caught by bait. So too are humans trapped by the things they desire. You call them gifts? They are traps. The man who wishes to live safely should avoid, as much as he can, these treacherous lures. We mortals are most miserable in this way. We believe we hold fortune's gifts, when in truth they hold us. Such a life leads to perilous heights, from which one can only fall. And once fortune begins to push us downward, we cannot even fall with dignity, nor can we step away while still in control. Fortune does not merely tip the ship. She shatters it completely, dashing it against the rocks. Hold fast, then, to this simple and healthy rule of life. Care for your body only as much as is necessary for good health. Train it with discipline so that it obeys the mind rather than commands it. Eat to satisfy hunger, drink to quench thirst, dress for warmth, and seek shelter only for comfort, not luxury. What does it matter whether your home is built from humble turf or costly imported marble? A man is just as well sheltered beneath a thatched roof as beneath one of gold. Reject everything that exists only for ornament or display. And remember this, nothing deserves admiration except the soul itself, for to a truly great soul, nothing else is great. Now, do you not think I am doing more good by engaging in these reflections, by offering guidance to others, than by standing in a courtroom, signing legal documents, or promoting political candidates? Believe me, those who seem to be doing nothing are often engaged in the most important work. They concern themselves with both mortal and eternal matters. But I must stop, and as is my habit, repay my debt by sharing a useful thought. Today, I found this in Epicurus. If you want true freedom, you must serve philosophy. The moment a man surrenders himself to her, he is freed immediately. For service to philosophy is freedom. You may wonder why I so often quote Epicurus instead of drawing from our own school. But why should I treat these words as his, rather than as shared wisdom? Many poets have expressed thoughts that belong to philosophers just as much. I do not even need to reference the tragedians or serious playwrights. Great wisdom is often hidden in even the simplest forms of entertainment. Consider how many of Publilius's verses could be spoken by the tragic actors as well as by those in comedy. One of his lines perfectly illustrates our discussion on fortune's gifts. Still alien is whatever you have gained by coveting. I recall that you yourself once put it even more concisely. What chance has made yours is not really yours. And I cannot leave out another of your sayings, even more striking. The good that could be given can be taken away. But I will not count this as a debt repaid, since I am only returning to you what is already yours. Farewell. Letter 9. On Philosophy and Friendship. You ask whether Epicurus was right when he criticized those who claim that the wise man, being self-sufficient, has no need for friendship. This was his argument against Stilbo and others who held that the highest good is a soul untouched by emotion. There is some ambiguity in translating the Greek term for lack of feeling into Latin, as the word impatientia might be misunderstood. Some might take it to mean a soul that cannot endure suffering, when what we mean is a soul that rejects suffering altogether. Perhaps it would be clearer to say a soul that cannot be harmed, or a soul beyond the reach of suffering. This is where our school differs from others. Our wise man feels troubles, but overcomes them, while theirs does not feel them at all. But both schools agree on one thing: the wise man is self-sufficient. Still, he desires friends, neighbors, and companions, no matter how independent he may be. Consider how self-sufficient he truly is. If he loses a hand in war or to illness, or if he is blinded, he will not be disturbed. He will take as much satisfaction in what remains as he did when he was whole. While he does not grieve for what he has lost, he prefers not to lose it. In the same way, the wise man can do without friends, but he does not want to. When I say can, I mean that he endures their loss with calmness. But he need never be without friends, for he has the ability to form new ones just as quickly as he loses them. Just as Phidias, the sculptor, could replace a lost statue by carving another, so too can the wise man, skilled in the art of friendship, replace one friend with another. If you ask how one can quickly gain a friend, I will tell you, and in doing so, I will also settle my usual debt of wisdom in this letter. Hecato once said, "I can show you a love potion, one without herbs, drugs, or spells. If you wish to be loved, love." There is great joy not only in maintaining long-standing friendships, but also in forming new ones. The pleasure of making a friend is different from the pleasure of keeping one, just as there is a difference between the farmer who sows and the one who harvests. The philosopher Attalus used to say, "It is more enjoyable to make a friend than to keep one, just as an artist enjoys the act of painting more than the finished work." When an artist is absorbed in his craft, the process itself is joyful, but once the work is done, the pleasure is not as keen. In the same way, though the fruits of our children's maturity are greater, their infancy is the sweeter time. Let us return to the question. The wise man, though self-sufficient, still desires friends, not because he needs them, but so that he may practice friendship, ensuring that his virtues do not remain unused. Not, as Epicurus suggests, so that someone will sit by his sickbed, help him in hardship, or provide for him in need. Rather, he seeks friends so that he may sit by their sickbeds, help them in times of trouble, and set them free when they are imprisoned. Anyone who enters friendships only for personal benefit misunderstands its purpose. A friendship formed for self-interest will dissolve as soon as that interest is threatened. The friend who was chosen for protection will disappear the moment danger appears. Such relationships are mere fair-weather friendships. A friend chosen for utility will remain only as long as he is useful. This is why those who enjoy prosperity are surrounded by a crowd of admirers, while those who fall on hard times find themselves abandoned. It is in moments of crisis that true friendship is tested, yet this is precisely when most so-called friends flee. This is also why so many disgraceful betrayals occur. When fear takes hold, those who formed friendships for gain are the first to turn away. The beginning and the end of such friendships are the same. If a man became your friend because he expected to profit from it, he will leave as soon as there is no more profit to be gained. If a friendship is built on anything other than friendship itself, it is doomed to fail. Why, then, do I seek friendship? So that I may have someone for whom I would be willing to die, someone I would follow into exile, someone whose life I would stake my own to protect, and gladly pay that price. The kind of relationship you describe is a transaction, not a friendship. It is based on convenience, not devotion. Even love, in its purest form, has something in common with friendship. One might call it friendship taken to an extreme. But does anyone love another person for the sake of wealth, promotion, or status? True love, unconcerned with gain, is drawn toward beauty for its own sake, hoping only for love in return. Can a cause as noble as friendship produce a relationship as base as a business deal? You may argue, we are not discussing whether friendship should be pursued for its own sake. But in fact, nothing is more important to prove. If friendship is sought for its own sake, then even the self-sufficient man may seek it. And how does he seek it? Just as he seeks anything of great beauty, not for gain, not out of fear of fortune's instability, but because it is good in itself. Anyone who enters friendship only for advantage strips it of all its greatness. The wise man is self-sufficient. My dear Lucilius, many misinterpret this phrase, believing that it means the wise man withdraws entirely from the world and lives only within himself. But we must carefully understand what this statement actually means and to what extent it applies. The wise man is sufficient unto himself for happiness, but not for mere existence. For mere survival, he requires many external things. But to live happily, he needs only a steady and virtuous soul, one that scorns fortune. I would also like to share a distinction made by Chrysippus, who says that the wise man wants for nothing, yet needs many things. By contrast, he argues, the fool needs nothing because he does not know how to use anything, yet he wants for everything. The wise man requires hands, eyes, and various other necessities for daily life, but he lacks nothing, for lack implies necessity, and the wise man considers nothing necessary to his happiness. Therefore, though he is self-sufficient, he still seeks friendships, not because they are necessary for his happiness, for he can be happy even without them, but because they align with his nature. The supreme good depends on nothing external. It develops from within and is entirely self-contained. If happiness required anything from outside itself, then it would be vulnerable to the whims of fortune. Some might object, what kind of life will the wise man have if he is left without friends, if he is imprisoned, exiled to a foreign land, stranded on a voyage, or shipwrecked on a deserted shore? His life will be like that of Jupiter during the cosmic cycle of destruction and renewal, when the gods are dissolved into one and nature rests from its work. In such times, Jupiter withdraws into himself and is self-sufficient in his own thoughts. Likewise, the wise man, in any circumstance, will retreat into himself and find companionship in his own soul. As long as he is free to shape his life according to reason, he remains self-sufficient, yet he still chooses to marry, to raise children, and to engage with society. Though he can live without human company, he doesn't wish to. His desire for friendship doesn't arise from personal need, but from his natural inclination. Just as people are drawn to each other by an innate desire for companionship, so too are they drawn to friendship. Solitude is unnatural to us, and our instincts lead us toward human connection. However, even though the wise man loves his friends deeply, often valuing them as much as, or even more than himself, his happiness remains entirely within his own being. He can echo the words of Stilbo, whom Epicurus criticized. After Stilbo's city was captured and he lost his wife and children, he emerged from the devastation, calm and undisturbed. When Demetrius, known as the sacker of cities, asked him if he had lost anything, he replied, "I have all my goods with me." What a bold and resolute man! The enemy conquered his city, yet Stilbo conquered his conqueror. "I have lost nothing." He left Demetrius wondering whether he had truly won after all. "My goods are all with me." By this, he meant that nothing which could be taken from him was ever truly his to begin with. We admire animals that can pass through fire unharmed, but how much greater is a man who walks through fire, sword, and ruin without injury to his soul? Do you see now how much easier it is to conquer an entire nation than to break the spirit of one resolute man? Stilbo's words are in perfect harmony with Stoic philosophy. A Stoic, too, can carry all his wealth within him, even as the cities around him burn. For he is self-sufficient, and that is the only true foundation of happiness. But do not think that only our school can speak noble words. Epicurus himself, despite his criticism of Stilbo, expressed a similar idea. "Count this as my gift to you, even though I have already paid my debt for today." He said, "Whoever does not see what he possesses as ample wealth is unhappy, even if he rules the whole world." Or, if you prefer a different phrasing, since we must aim to convey meaning rather than just words, a man may rule the world and still be miserable if he does not feel that he has enough. And to show you that this is a universal truth inspired by nature itself, you will find a similar thought in a comic poet's verse. "Unblessed is he who thinks himself unblessed." What does it matter what your actual circumstances are if you see them as miserable? You may ask, does that mean that a man who has gained riches by dishonorable means, or one who commands many but is a slave to even more, can simply call himself happy and thus be happy? No, it is not about what one says, but what one truly feels, and not just how one feels on a given day, but how one feels consistently. But you need not fear that this great privilege, the ability to be pleased with what one has, will fall into unworthy hands. Only the wise man is truly satisfied with himself. Foolishness, on the other hand, is always restless, always weary of itself. Farewell. Letter 10. On living to oneself. Yes, I still stand by my advice. Avoid the many, avoid the few, and even avoid the individual. There is no one I would willingly have you share yourself with. And see how highly I regard you. I trust you with yourself. They say that Crates, the student of Stilbo, once saw a young man walking alone and asked what he was doing. "I am communing with myself," the youth replied. Crates answered, "Be careful then, you are keeping company with a bad man." When people are grieving or in distress, we keep an eye on them to prevent them from harming themselves. No thoughtless person should be left alone, for solitude encourages recklessness. In isolation, A fool plots foolish things, feeding future troubles for himself and others. Away from the restraint of fear or shame, his mind indulges its worst impulses, sharpening arrogance, inflaming passions, and provoking anger. And yet, even the one advantage of solitude, the habit of trusting no one and fearing no witnesses, is wasted on the fool, for he betrays himself. This is why I do not hope, but rather expect great things from you. Hope is merely a name for an uncertain blessing. I can think of no better company for you than yourself. I remember the strength in the words you spoke once, the force with which you declared your thoughts. I knew at once they did not come from the surface of your lips, but from deep conviction. I told myself, this man is different. He truly values his well-being. Continue to think and live in this way. Let nothing drag you down. As for the prayers you used to make, you can release the gods from answering them. Offer new prayers instead. Pray for a sound mind and good health, first of the soul, then of the body. And pray for these things often. Call upon God boldly. You are not asking for anything that belongs to another. As usual, I will send a small gift along with this letter. I found this wise saying in Athenodorus: know that you are free from all desires when you have reached the point where you can pray to God for nothing except what you could ask for openly. How foolish people are! They whisper their most shameful prayers to heaven, but if another person overhears them, they fall silent at once. They reveal to God what they would never confess to a man. Should we not instead live by this simple rule? Live among men as if God were watching. Speak with God as if men were listening. Farewell. Letter 11. On the Blush of Modesty. I had a conversation with your friend. He is a man of talent. His very first words revealed his intelligence, his keen spirit, and the progress he has already made. He gave me a glimpse of his potential, and I have no doubt he will live up to it. He spoke without pretense, caught off guard, yet even when he gathered himself, he could not suppress the blush that spread over his face. A good sign in a young man. His blush rose from deep within him, and I'm certain this habit will stay with him even as he strengthens his character, sheds his faults, and grows in wisdom. For no amount of wisdom can erase the natural tendencies of the body. What is inborn can be tempered by training, but not entirely removed. Even the most experienced orators, when standing before an audience, often break into a sweat, as if from exertion. Some tremble in their knees when they rise to speak. I know of men whose teeth chatter, whose tongues falter, whose lips quiver. Training and practice can never fully overcome these responses. Nature asserts herself, revealing her power even in the strongest among us. The same is true of blushing. Even the most dignified men are suddenly overtaken by it. It is more common in youth, due to warmer blood and a more sensitive complexion, but even older, seasoned men are affected. Some, in fact, become most dangerous when they blush, as if all their restraint has fled with their shame. Sulla, for instance, was at his fiercest when his face flushed red. Pompey, despite his authority, had an unusually sensitive complexion. He always blushed in gatherings, especially in public assemblies. I also remember how Fabianus turned red when testifying before the Senate, and the moment of embarrassment suited him well, making his sincerity all the more evident. This habit does not come from weakness of mind, but from unfamiliarity with a situation. A person does not need to be confused to be affected. Some simply have bodies inclined to this reaction, just as some people are naturally more full-blooded, while others have a quick-moving circulation that sends color rushing to their faces in an instant. As I said before, wisdom cannot remove this tendency. If she could erase every flaw, she would rule the universe itself. Whatever is assigned to us by birth, whatever is woven into the fabric of our nature, remains with us, no matter how much the soul trains itself in self-mastery. We cannot summon these reactions at will, nor can we forbid them. Even actors on stage who expertly mimic emotions, who portray fear, anxiety, and sorrow, can only act out shyness by lowering their heads, quieting their voices, and fixing their gaze on the ground. But they cannot summon a real blush. It cannot be forced or prevented. It comes and goes as it pleases, outside the control of reason. But my letter must have its final thought. Take this lesson to heart. Choose a person of great character and keep him always before your eyes, living as if he were watching you and conducting yourself as if he sees all your actions. This is the advice of Epicurus, and he has rightly given us a guardian and a guide. We could avoid many wrongdoings if we had a witness standing beside us at every moment of temptation. The soul should have someone to respect, someone whose presence, even in thought, keeps it pure. Fortunate is the man who betters others, not just when he is present, but even in his absence, simply by being remembered. And blessed is the man who so reveres another that by recalling him, he strengthens and disciplines himself. A person who admires such a model will soon become worthy of admiration himself. Choose, then, a Cato, if his severity is too much, then a Laelius, a gentler soul. Select a mentor whose life, speech, and very expression reflect the virtues you seek. Keep him always in your mind, as your guide and your example. For we all need a standard by which to shape our character. After all, you cannot straighten what is crooked unless you measure it against a straight line. Farewell. Letter 12. On Old Age. Everywhere I turn, I find reminders of my advancing years. Recently, I visited my country estate and was frustrated by the money being spent on repairing the old building. My steward insisted that the decay was not due to neglect. "I am doing everything I can," he said, "but the house is simply old." And this was a house that I built with my own hands. What does the future hold for me, if even stones of my own age are already crumbling? Annoyed, I turned to the trees. "These plane trees are in terrible condition," I said. "They have no leaves, their branches are shriveled, and their trunks are rough and neglected. This wouldn't happen if you loosened the soil and watered them properly." My steward swore by my guardian spirit that he had done everything possible and never neglected them, but the trees were simply old. Between you and me, I had planted those very trees myself and had seen them in their first bloom. Then I turned to the gate and saw an old, feeble slave. "Who is that worn-out relic?" I asked. "You've done well to put him at the entrance. He looks ready to leave this world. Where did you find him? What pleasure did you take in collecting someone else's dead?" But the slave responded, "Don't you recognize me, sir? I am Felicio. You used to give me little figurines to play with. My father was Philocytus, the steward. I was your favorite slave." I shook my head and said, "The man must be mad. My pet slave a little boy again? But then again, perhaps it's possible. His teeth are falling out just as they did when he was a child." This visit to my country house made my old age unmistakable, no matter where I looked. But we should embrace and cherish old age, for it holds pleasures of its own, if we know how to enjoy them. Fruits are sweetest just before they spoil. Youth is most beautiful, just as it fades. And the last drink delights the drunkard most, for it is the one that fully intoxicates him. Every pleasure reserves its greatest delights for the end. Life is most enjoyable when we are on the downward slope, but have not yet reached the final descent. And I believe that even the stage of life, perched, so to speak, at the edge of the roof, has its own joys. Or perhaps the very fact that we no longer desire pleasures has become a pleasure itself. How satisfying it is to be free from desires, to no longer be ruled by them. You might say, but isn't it unpleasant to face death? Death, however, should be faced by both the young and the old alike. We are not called away in the order we appear on the census rolls. Besides, no one is so old that he cannot hope for another day. And what is a day? A single step in the journey of life. Our lifespan is made up of many cycles, some large, some small. The greatest cycle stretches from birth to death. Another marks the passage from childhood to youth, and another from youth to old age. Even the year is a kind of cycle, containing within it all the divisions of time that make up our lives. The month is a smaller cycle still, and the shortest of all is the day. Yet even a day has its own beginning and end, its sunrise and sunset. This is why Heraclitus, whose cryptic style earned him the title the Obscure, once said, "One day is equal to every day." People interpret this in different ways. Some take it to mean that all days contain the same number of hours, which is true. Others argue that all days are equal in essence, because no matter how long or short our time, it contains the same fundamental elements: light and darkness, wakefulness and sleep. Even eternity consists of nothing more than an endless succession of these alternating moments. Therefore, each day should be lived as if it were our last, as if it completed the full cycle of our existence. Pacuvius, who ruled over Syria for so long that he made it his own, used to hold a mock funeral for himself every evening. After dining, he would have himself carried from the banquet to his bedroom while his attendants clapped and sang in Greek, "He has lived his life, he has lived his life." Every day, Pacuvius rehearsed his own funeral. But let us do the same thing with a purer heart. Let us go to sleep each night with gratitude and joy, saying, "I have lived. The course that fortune set for me is complete." And if God grants us another day, we should receive it gladly. The happiest man is the one who can wake up without fear of what tomorrow may bring. For the man who has already said, "I have lived," every new morning is a gift. But now I must end my letter. What, you ask, will I receive no parting gift? Do not worry, I have one for you, and a worthy one at that. Here is a saying I found: "It is wrong to live in bondage, yet no man is forced to remain in bondage." Indeed, there are many short and simple paths to freedom. On all sides, the way is open. Let us be grateful that no one can be forced to live. We are always free to reject what constrains us. You may protest, but that saying comes from Epicurus. Why do you keep borrowing from him? My answer is simple. All wisdom belongs to the one who understands it. And I will continue to share Epicurus's words with you, so that those who insist on valuing ideas based on who spoke them, rather than what is spoken, will see that the best wisdom is common property. Farewell. Letter 13. On Groundless Fears. I know you have great spirit, Lucilius. Even before you armed yourself with philosophy's strongest principles, you took pride in facing fortune's blows. And now, having grappled with fortune and tested your own strength, you stand even firmer. For we can never have full confidence in our own power until we have faced many hardships, been attacked from all sides, and sometimes even fought in close quarters with adversity. Only then can we see if our spirit is truly unshakable, one that will never allow itself to be ruled by external circumstances. This is the true test of resilience. No fighter can step into the ring with confidence if he has never been bruised and bloodied. Only the one who has seen his own blood, felt his teeth rattle from a blow, been knocked down and trampled, yet rises again, stronger each time, can claim to be battle-ready. Fortune has knocked you down before, yet you have never surrendered. Instead, you have stood up with even greater resolve. Struggle strengthens the soul. Still, if you are willing, let me offer you some further defenses, ways to make yourself even more unshakable. More things in life frighten us than actually harm us. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. I am not speaking to you in the usual severe Stoic tone, but in a gentler one. Stoicism teaches that the things people fear, what makes them cry out and despair, are insignificant and not worth our notice. And though that is true, you and I will put aside such lofty pronouncements for now. My advice to you is simpler. Do not be miserable before the cause of misery has arrived. The troubles you fear may never come at all. They certainly have not come yet. Consider this. Some things afflict us more than they should, some afflict us before they should, and some afflict us when they should not afflict us at all. We exaggerate suffering, imagine suffering, or anticipate suffering unnecessarily. For now, let us set aside the first type. Those hardships whose weight we debate, where one man laughs through a beating while another recoils from a mere slap. We will return later to the question of whether troubles are inherently powerful or whether it is simply our weakness that gives them power. When others surround you, insisting that you are unfortunate, do not listen to them. Ask yourself instead how you actually feel. Take counsel with your own heart, for no one knows your circumstances better than you do. Ask yourself, is there any real reason for this sympathy? Are they troubled because I am truly suffering, or only because others say I should be suffering? Is this misfortune real, or is it only bad reputation and rumor? Then ask yourself, am I suffering without cause? Am I simply being gloomy, turning something harmless into something painful? You may reply, but how do I tell whether my suffering is real or imagined? Here is the rule. We are distressed either by things happening now, by things that may happen, or by both. The present is easy to judge. Are you healthy? Are you free? Are you unharmed? If so, then your present suffering is an illusion. But something bad may happen in the future, you say. First, ask yourself whether you have any real evidence of this. Most of the time, we are haunted not by facts, but by rumors. Those same rumors that spread false reports of wars, incite panic in nations, and send individuals into unnecessary despair. Too often, we accept them without question. Instead of investigating, we flinch and flee, like soldiers who abandon their camp at the sight of a dust cloud, only to realize later it was raised by cattle, not an enemy. And notice this. Vague fears disturb us more than real ones. For reality has limits, while uncertainty is boundless. Panic thrives on this uncertainty, and no fear is more destructive than the fear that has no definite object. Ordinary fears may be baseless, but panic is mindless. Let us examine this carefully. Some troubles may indeed befall us, but they are not here yet. How often has the unexpected happened? How often has the expected never come to pass? And even if misfortune is destined to come, what is the use of rushing out to meet it? You will suffer it soon enough when it arrives. Why suffer it in advance? In the meantime, look forward to better things. And what do you gain by this? Time. Many events may arise that delay, diminish, or even divert the misfortune you dread, perhaps to someone else entirely. A fire may open a path for escape. A disaster may soften its blow at the last moment. Even the executioner's sword has sometimes been halted at the victim's throat. Some men have survived their own death sentences. Even misfortune is fickle. It may come, or it may not. But right now, it has not come. So, why not look forward to something better? The mind often fabricates dangers when there are no real signs of them. It twists an ambiguous remark into an insult or inflates minor slights into serious threats. Instead of asking whether an enemy is angry, it imagines how far he might go in his anger. If we let our fears run unchecked, life becomes unbearable. There will be no end to our suffering if we give fear full rein. Let reason guide you. Even when trouble is plainly in sight, meet it with a firm spirit. And if you cannot yet do this, then at least balance your fear with hope. Nothing is so certain in life that we should assume the worst, and nothing we desire is so certain that it will not elude us. Therefore, weigh your hopes as carefully as your fears. When the outcome is uncertain, choose to believe what you prefer. And if fear still outweighs hope, resist it nonetheless. Do not torment yourself needlessly. Most people, even when no real danger threatens them, become anxious and disturbed. No one calls himself to order when he starts to panic. No one stops to ask, is the one spreading this rumor a fool? Is the one believing it a fool? And am I too being a fool for fearing it? Instead, we let ourselves be tossed by every gust of wind, treating possibilities as certainties and exaggerating the smallest sign of trouble into disaster. But I am ashamed either to rebuke you too harshly or to comfort you with soft words. Let others say, perhaps the worst will not happen. You, however, should say, and what if it does? Let us see who triumphs, me or fate. Perhaps this misfortune will even be to my advantage. Perhaps this very death will bring honor to my life. Socrates became immortal through the hemlock cup. Take the sword from Cato's hand, the very sword that defended his liberty, and you strip him of his greatest glory. I have spoken at length, though you need no long exhortation, only a reminder. The path I show you is not different from the one your nature already leads you to follow. You were born for such courage, and so there is all the more reason to cultivate and strengthen it. But now, as always, I must leave you with a thought worth remembering. The fool, among all his other faults, has this one as well. He is always getting ready to live. Consider this carefully, Lucilius, and you will see how absurd it is that people, even at the edge of the grave, are still laying new foundations for life, still making plans for the future. Look around, and you will find old men preparing themselves for political careers, for business ventures, or for distant travels. And what is more shameful than preparing to live when life is nearly over? I would not mention the name of the philosopher who said this, except that he is not well known, and this is not one of those famous sayings of Epicurus, whom I often quote and make my own. Farewell. Letter 14. On the reasons for withdrawing from the world. I admit that we all have a natural affection for our bodies and that we are entrusted with their care. I do not argue that the body should be entirely neglected, but I do insist that we must not become its slaves. The man who makes his body his master, who is overly fearful for its safety, and who measures all things by its comfort and security, will find himself a slave to many masters. We should not live for the body, but we must live with it. Excessive concern for it makes us anxious, burdens us with worries, and leaves us vulnerable to insults. A man values virtue too cheaply if he values his body too dearly. Yes, we should care for it as best we can, but we should also be prepared to surrender it when duty, dignity, or reason demand, whether to fire, sword, or any other hardship. That said, we should avoid dangers when we can and seek security, not by hiding from life, but by training our minds to be fearless. If I am not mistaken, there are three main fears that trouble us: fear of poverty, fear of illness, and fear of harm from those more powerful than us. Of these, the fear that disturbs us most is fear of those in power, for it comes with noise and spectacle. Illness and poverty creep in silently, striking the individual without alarming the world. But the dangers posed by the powerful arrive with terrifying display, with chains, torches, swords, and wild beasts unleashed upon men. Picture the dungeons, the crosses, the racks, the hooks that tear a man apart, the stake driven straight through his body until it emerges from his throat. Think of bodies torn by chariots pulling in opposite directions, of the shirt smeared with burning pitch, and of all the other cruelties devised by men. No wonder we fear such punishments more than other hardships. Their horror is multiplied by the spectacle surrounding them. Just as the torturer's many instruments can break a man's spirit before they even touch his body, so too do these grand displays of suffering weaken even the bravest minds. Yet sickness, hunger, and thirst, no less painful, do not terrify us in the same way, simply because they arrive quietly. We must, then, be careful to avoid provoking such dangers. Sometimes it is the people we must fear, sometimes an elite few who control the state, and sometimes a single ruler who wields power over both. It is too great a burden to seek the friendship of all such men. It is enough not to make them our enemies. The wise man does not provoke those in power, just as a skilled sailor does not sail straight into a storm. When you crossed to Sicily, you avoided the roughest currents. A reckless pilot would scorn the dangers of the Sicilian Sea, sailing too close to Charybdis. A careful one, however, would study the tides, observe the clouds, and steer clear of that infamous whirlpool. In the same way, the wise man avoids those who can harm him, but does so subtly, for open avoidance is itself a form of condemnation. We should also take measures to protect ourselves from the masses. The first step: do not desire what they desire. Envy breeds conflict. Second, do not own anything that would make you a tempting target. Carry little that a thief would find worth stealing. Few men kill purely out of bloodlust. Most do so for gain. The empty-handed traveler walks safely, even on the most dangerous roads. Finally, we must follow the old rule: avoid hatred, envy, and scorn. Only wisdom can teach us how. It is difficult to strike a balance. We must avoid arousing envy, yet also avoid seeming weak, lest people believe they can trample us. Many, who sought to inspire fear, ended up living in fear themselves. The safest course is to remain unnoticed, for being despised is as dangerous as being admired. One must take refuge in philosophy. Unlike public speaking or other careers that attract attention and breed enemies, philosophy remains neutral and unthreatening. Even those who are not good men respect it. It is peaceful, minds its own business, and provokes no hostility. No matter how corrupt the world becomes, no matter how much noble character is attacked, philosophy will always be held sacred. That said, philosophy should be pursued with balance and moderation. But what about Marcus Cato, you may ask? Was his philosophy moderate? Cato stood against civil war, tried to restrain two raging leaders, and opposed both Pompey and Caesar at once. Yet one could question whether a wise man should have intervened in such times at all. One might ask Cato, why involve yourself? Liberty was lost long ago. The only question now is whether Pompey or Caesar will rule. Why does it matter to you which tyrant takes control? Even if the better man wins, the victor will still be the worse option for Rome. Cato's final role was noble, but even earlier, his efforts did little more than make him a target. What could he do but protest while the state was looted? One day, the mob attacked him, spit on him, and dragged him from the forum. Another time, he was seized straight from the Senate and sent to prison. We can discuss later whether a wise man should engage in politics. For now, consider those Stoics who, seeing the dangers of public life, withdrew to improve humanity through philosophy. They shaped laws, refined customs, and worked for the good of mankind, without provoking the anger of those in power. The wise man does not seek to overthrow society's traditions, nor does he draw public attention through unusual behavior. But is this path truly safe? You may ask. I cannot promise safety, just as I cannot promise good health to a man who lives moderately, though moderation tends to produce good health. Even ships sink in the harbor. But what do you think happens to those out at sea? Innocent men sometimes perish, yes, but guilty men perish more often. A skilled soldier may die in battle, even while protected by his armor, but his training is not to blame. In the end, the wise man acts according to reason, not according to outcomes. Our choices are within our power, the results are in the hands of fortune. But I do not let her judge me. But fortune can bring you suffering, you say. Yes, she can harm me, but she cannot condemn me, just as a highwayman who murders a traveler does not act as his judge. Now, I see you reaching for your daily gift, and a fine one I shall give you. Since we have spoken of wealth, let me share a saying that will make you richer in spirit. He who needs riches least enjoys them most. Who said this, you ask? It comes from Epicurus, or Metrodorus, or some other thinker from that school. But does it matter? Wisdom belongs to everyone. A man who craves wealth lives in fear of losing it, and no one truly enjoys a possession that brings anxiety. He is always trying to add more. In his pursuit of accumulating, he forgets how to use what he has. He spends his time checking accounts, pacing the forum, and balancing his books, until, in the end, he is no longer a master of wealth, but merely its steward. Farewell. Letter 15. On Brawn and Brains. The old Romans had a custom that lasted even into my time. They would begin their letters with, "If you are well, it is well. I also am well." But for people like us, it would be better to say, "If you are studying philosophy, it is well." For that is the true meaning of being well. Without philosophy, the mind remains weak, and even a strong body is no better than that of a madman. It has power, but no direction. This, then, is the health you should prioritize, the health of the soul. Physical health comes second and will follow naturally if you care for your mind. It is absurd, Lucilius, for an educated man to dedicate himself to building muscle, broadening his shoulders, or strengthening his lungs. Even if you eat heavily and train your body, you will never match the size or strength of a first-rate bull. And overindulging the body only weighs down the soul, making it sluggish and dull. Restrain the body as much as possible and give freedom to the mind. Those who devote themselves to physical training face many inconveniences. First, their workouts exhaust their energy, leaving them less able to handle real exertion or serious study. Second, their minds grow dull from overeating. Worse still, they must take orders from the most worthless of men, trainers who live between the oil flask and the wine jug, thinking their day well spent if they have worked up a sweat and then drown their thirst in enormous draughts of wine, which they gulp all the more eagerly because they have been fasting. This is the life of a glutton, not a thinker. Instead, choose brief and simple exercises, ones that tire the body quickly and don't waste your time. Time, after all, is a treasure to be guarded carefully. Running, lifting light weights, or jumping, whether high, broad, or in that peculiar way priests do, are sufficient. Pick any of these, and you will find it simple and effective. But whatever you do, return quickly from body to mind. The mind must be exercised both day and night. Unlike the body, it thrives under steady effort, and it is not hindered by cold, heat, or even old age. Cultivate the kind of strength that grows with time. Of course, I do not mean you should always be bent over books or writing tablets. The mind also needs variety, but of a kind that refreshes it, not weakens it. A ride in a litter, for example, gives the body some movement without disturbing study. You can read, dictate, converse, or listen to another while traveling. Even walking does not prevent any of these things. You need not neglect your voice, but I forbid you from indulging in theatrical vocal exercises, raising and lowering your voice by artificial scales and prescribed intonations. What's next? Will you take lessons in walking too? There are men, driven by desperation, who invent absurd professions. One will teach you how to place each step, another will regulate every bite you take. The only reason they dare to go so far is that fools put up with them. What then? You ask. Should I begin my speeches with full force, straining my lungs from the start? Of course not. The natural approach is to build up to full energy gradually, just as in a debate, where a calm discussion may escalate into shouts. No speaker begins a speech by crying, "Help me, fellow citizens." So let your voice rise and fall as your spirit moves you, sometimes forceful, sometimes calm, guided by the passion of the moment. When you bring it back down, do so smoothly, not with an abrupt collapse. Let it settle at a middle pitch, rather than dropping suddenly, as rustic speakers do. Our goal is not to train the voice for its own sake, but to use it to train ourselves. You see, I have spared you from unnecessary trouble, and as a bonus, I will add a small gift, one from the Greeks. Here is a proverb, and a fine one at that. The fool's life is empty of gratitude and full of fears. Its course is wholly directed toward the future. Who said this, you ask? The same thinker I have quoted before. And what kind of life does he mean by the fool's life? That of common buffoons like Baba and Isio? No, he means our own. We are driven blindly by desires that harm us, but never satisfy us. If anything could have satisfied us, it would have done so long ago. Yet we never stop to consider how delightful it is to need nothing, how noble it is to be content and independent of fortune. So remind yourself constantly, Lucilius, of how many of your ambitions you have already achieved. When you see others ahead of you, think of how many are behind. If you wish to be truly grateful, do not focus only on how far you have to go. Look back at how far you have come. If you would give thanks to the gods and appreciate your life, measure your progress not against others, but against your former self. Set a boundary for yourself, a limit that you will not even wish to exceed, even if you could. Let go of these deceptive possessions. They seem dazzling to those who hope for them, but lose their shine for those who have them. If they had any real substance, they would eventually bring satisfaction. Instead, they only inflame our thirst, like salt water to a parched man. Cast off these empty luxuries, which serve only for display. As for what the uncertain future holds, why should I ask fortune to give me more, rather than asking myself to desire less? And why should I desire at all? Shall I pile up my wealth, forgetting that human life itself is fragile and fleeting? For what purpose should I labor? Behold, today may be my last. If not, my last is still near. Farewell. Letter 16. On Philosophy, the Guide of Life. You already understand, Lucilius, that no one can live happily, or even bearably, without the study of wisdom. A fully wise life is a happy one, but even the beginning of wisdom makes life more endurable. This truth, though clear, must be reinforced daily, so that it becomes deeply ingrained. More important than making new resolutions is keeping the ones you have already made. You must persist, strengthening yourself through constant study until what is now just a good inclination becomes a firmly established way of life. So, you need not come to me with elaborate words or declarations. I already know how far you have advanced. Your words are not hollow. They reflect genuine progress. Still, I will tell you what I truly think. At present, I hope for you, but I do not yet have full trust in you, and I advise you to take the same cautious stance toward yourself. Do not place confidence in yourself too quickly. Examine yourself carefully. Scrutinize your progress. Above all, ask yourself this: have I advanced in philosophy or merely in the motions of daily life? Philosophy is not a trick to impress the public. It is not a performance, but a practice. It is not something we pursue to pass the time or to fill idle hours. Philosophy shapes the soul, guides our lives, steers our actions, and shows us what to pursue and what to avoid. It is the compass that directs us through uncertainty. Without philosophy, no one can live without fear or anxiety. Every hour of every day presents challenges, and philosophy alone can teach us how to meet them. Some may argue, what good is philosophy if fate controls everything? If God governs the universe, how can my efforts matter? If everything happens by chance, why plan at all? If fate is fixed, I cannot change it. If chance rules, I cannot prepare for it. If divine will determines my actions, my choices are already decided. Whatever the truth, whether fate binds us, or a divine power orders all, or blind chance rules human affairs, philosophy remains our greatest refuge. It teaches us to follow God's will if He governs all, to defy fortune if she is capricious, and to endure whatever comes, whether planned or unpredictable. But I do not intend now to dive into the debate over destiny, whether we are led by fate, controlled by divine foresight, or tossed about by randomness. Instead, I return to my main message. Do not let your resolve weaken. Hold tightly to your progress. Transform your enthusiasm into a lasting habit. If I know you well, you have been searching from the very start of this letter for the daily wisdom I always leave you. You will find it, as always. And do not be surprised. I am still generous with the ideas of others. But why do I say others? Any truth, wherever found, belongs to me. Here is a saying from Epicurus. If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich. Nature's needs are small. Opinion's demands are endless. Suppose you amass vast wealth, more than the richest men have ever possessed. Imagine fortune lavishing her gifts upon you, draping you in gold and purple, covering the earth itself with your marble floors, so that you do not merely own riches, but walk upon them. Add statues, paintings, and all the luxuries human artistry can create. Even then, you will learn only to crave more. True needs are limited. False desires have no end. That which is real has boundaries, but illusion is infinite. A traveler on a road will reach a destination. A wanderer who has lost his way will keep going without limit. If you want to know whether your desire is natural or deceptive, ask yourself, can it be satisfied? If you find that no matter how far you go, there is always another goal ahead, you can be sure that your desire is not from nature, but from illusion. Farewell. Letter 17. On Philosophy and Riches. Cast off everything that holds you back, if you are wise, indeed, so that you may become wise. Pursue a sound mind with all your strength, as if running toward it at full speed. If anything binds you, loosen it. If it cannot be untied, cut it. But, you say, my estate delays me. I want to arrange my affairs so that I will have enough when I retire, so that I will not be burdened by poverty or become a burden to others. You do not yet understand the full power of the good you are considering. You recognize its value, but not its vast reach. Philosophy is not only useful in life's great matters, it descends, as Cicero said, even to the smallest details. Let wisdom advise you. Stop sitting over your ledger. You put off your studies because you fear poverty. But what if poverty is desirable? Riches have blocked many from wisdom. Poverty, by contrast, is light and unburdened. When war breaks out, the poor do not fear invasion. When fire spreads, they do not waste time gathering possessions. When they travel, they are not surrounded by swarms of attendants demanding to be fed. The poor do not need to covet the harvests of faraway lands simply to feed their household slaves. A few well-trained stomachs are easily filled. Hunger costs little. Luxury costs much. Poverty is content with meeting basic needs. Why then should you reject philosophy? Even the wise rich man follows its teachings when he is thinking clearly. If you want to have leisure for your mind, you must either be poor or live like a poor man. Study is of no use if your life is weighed down with excess. Living simply is voluntary poverty. So stop making excuses. I do not have enough yet. Once I reach my goal, I will devote myself fully to philosophy. No, the very thing you are delaying should come first. Begin with it. But I need to earn a living, you say. Then learn while earning, because if anything prevents you from living nobly, nothing prevents you from dying nobly. Neither poverty nor even extreme want should keep you from philosophy. If we must endure hardship to gain wisdom, so be it. People have starved while under siege, and what was their reward? Merely that they did not fall into the hands of their enemies. But for philosophy, the reward is eternal freedom, a mind that fears neither gods nor men. Even if we starve, we must reach that goal. Think of soldiers who have endured hunger, lived off roots, or eaten food too foul to mention. And what did they suffer for? A kingdom? And not even their own kingdom, but one that would soon belong to another. Will anyone then hesitate to endure poverty in order to free his mind from madness? Thus, one should not first seek to gather riches and then pursue philosophy. We can reach wisdom with empty hands. Yet you wish to secure everything else before seeking wisdom? Should philosophy be the last necessity of life, a mere afterthought? No. Be a philosopher now, whether you are rich or poor. If you have wealth, how do you know it is not already too much? If you have nothing, then seek understanding first, before anything else. But I may lack the necessities of life. In truth, you cannot lack them. Nature demands little, and the wise man shapes his needs to fit nature. But if true necessity arrives, he will calmly take his leave of life rather than become a burden to himself. And if he has little, he will make the best of it, without fear, without complaint, meeting only his essential needs. With a free and happy mind, he will laugh at the restless rich, at those who chase wealth but never live. He will say to them, "Why do you keep postponing your real life? Will you wait for a payment to arrive, for an inheritance, for your investments to mature? Why, when you can be rich right now? Wisdom offers wealth immediately. It pays in full to those it has taught to stop craving wealth altogether." These words apply to others, but you are already close to being rich. In another era, you would have too much, but in any era, enough remains the same. I could end my letter here, but I have spoiled you. I know you expect your parting gift. Just as one does not greet a Parthian king without an offering, I cannot say farewell without a contribution. So here it is, borrowed from Epicurus. For many men, the acquisition of wealth is not an end, but a change of troubles. And this is no surprise. The fault is not in riches, but in the mind. The same weakness that made poverty feel burdensome will make riches a burden too. A sick man does not get better simply by switching from a wooden bed to a golden one. His illness follows him wherever he lies. So too with a diseased mind. Whether in wealth or poverty, its misery remains. Farewell. Letter 18. On Festivals and Fasting. It is December, yet the city is already breaking into a sweat. Everywhere, people are preparing for the usual revelry, as if the Saturnalia were any different from an ordinary day. The festival has blended so much into daily life that I agree with the man who said, "Once, December was a month, now it is the whole year." If you were here, I would ask your advice. Should we continue our normal routine, or should we join in, at least outwardly, to avoid standing apart from the crowd? Should we dine more freely, set aside the toga, and indulge a little? Today, Romans change their dress for the sake of celebration, whereas in earlier times, this was only done in times of national crisis. Knowing you, I suspect you would take a moderate stance. You would neither imitate the mob entirely nor oppose them completely. Or perhaps you might argue that this is the best time to discipline the soul, to resist indulgence while the whole crowd loses itself in excess. That would be the surest test of self-control, not to seek pleasure, nor to be dragged into it. It requires greater courage to remain sober when everyone around you is drunk and disorderly, yet even more self-restraint is required not to withdraw entirely, but to participate differently, to join the celebration without extravagance. One can enjoy a holiday without indulgence. But I want to challenge you further, drawing from the wisdom of great men. Set aside a few days to live on the scantiest and cheapest food, wear rough clothes, and ask yourself, is this what I feared? The best time to train the soul for hardship is before hardship arrives. When fortune is kind, prepare for her cruelty. Soldiers drill in peacetime, build defenses when no enemy is in sight, and train hard so they are ready when real challenges come. If you do not want to flinch in times of crisis, train yourself before the crisis arrives. This is why wise men have periodically embraced poverty, not as a punishment, but as a rehearsal, so they would never shrink from it if it came. I do not mean the artificial frugality of the wealthy who play at being poor out of boredom. Let your hardships be real: a rough bed, a coarse cloak, hard and unpolished bread. Do this for 3 or 4 days, or longer, not as a novelty, but as a true test. Then, my dear Lucilius, you will rejoice when you find yourself satisfied with just a penny's worth of food. And you will realize that peace of mind does not depend on fortune, for even when she's at her cruelest, she still grants enough for survival. Do not imagine you are achieving something extraordinary. Thousands of slaves and poor men endure this every day. Your only distinction is that you do it voluntarily, and that you will learn to endure it permanently, not just as an experiment. Let us practice against a dummy opponent so that real hardship will never catch us off guard. If we understand how little poverty burdens us, we will enjoy wealth all the more, and fear losing it far less. Even Epicurus, the philosopher of pleasure, regularly practiced self-denial. He would set aside intervals during which he lived on the scantiest diet, not out of necessity, but to test whether such a life truly diminished happiness. And, if so, by how much? He wanted to determine whether that missing portion of pleasure was worth the cost of great effort. He even boasts, in his famous letter to Polyaenus, written during the archonship of Carinus, that he himself lived on less than a penny per day, while his student Metrodorus, who had not yet progressed as far, needed a whole penny. Do you believe a person can be satisfied on such meager fare? Not only satisfied, but even pleased, though not with that fleeting, restless pleasure that requires constant stimulation, but with a deep and stable contentment. Water, barley meal, and rough bread may seem like a miserable diet, but there is no greater pleasure than being able to find joy in simplicity, reducing one's needs to the point where no turn of fortune can ever deprive you of them. Even prisoners eat better, and those condemned to death receive more generous rations from their executioner. What an extraordinary mind one must have to willingly descend to a diet that even those facing execution do not fear. This is the surest way to preempt the attacks of fortune. So, my dear Lucilius, begin adopting this practice. Set aside certain days to withdraw from luxury and live with the barest necessities. Establish a business relationship with poverty. Dare, my friend, to scorn the sight of wealth, and shape yourself into kinship with the divine, for only the one who has scorned wealth is truly akin to the gods. I do not forbid you from possessing riches, but I urge you to reach the point where you hold them fearlessly, where you can enjoy them but do not need them. This is possible only if you train yourself to live happily without wealth, just as well as you do with it. You must always regard riches as temporary, as something that can slip away at any moment. But now it is time to end my letter. First, pay your debt, you demand. Very well, I will draw from the account of Epicurus. Ungoverned anger leads to madness. You do not need me to prove this. You have seen it yourself, not only in your dealings with slaves, but also with enemies. Indeed, anger does not discriminate. It erupts against lovers as much as against foes, and it ignites as easily over trivial matters as over serious ones. The true danger is not the size of the provocation, but the kind of soul it enters. A great fire does not burn everything. It dies down when it meets solid timber, but dry and brittle material fuels even the smallest spark into a raging blaze. So it is with anger. A small insult can send an unstable mind into a frenzy, while even great offenses do not shake the wise. The final stage of uncontrolled anger is madness, so we must not simply moderate it, but avoid it entirely. Only then can we ensure a healthy mind. Farewell. Letter 19. On Worldliness and Retirement. I rejoice whenever I receive a letter from you, Lucilius. They no longer give me mere hope for you. They assure me of your progress, and I urge you, with all my heart, to stay on this path. What better request could I make to a friend than one that serves his own best interests? If possible, withdraw from the burdens of your duties. If you cannot, then tear yourself away. We have already squandered too much time. Let us, in old age, begin to put our affairs in order. Surely, no one can begrudge us this. We have spent our lives in the open sea. Let us at least die in the harbour. But do not retreat into obscurity merely to win a reputation for doing so. Retirement should not be paraded, nor should it be hidden. I do not urge you to condemn all men as mad and vanish into solitude. Instead, live in such a way that your withdrawal is apparent, but not conspicuous. Some are free to choose whether they wish to live publicly or in obscurity, but for you, that choice is already made. Your ability and energy have thrust you into public life. Your writings, your connections with notable men, these have already made you known. Even if you try to disappear, your past will always reveal you. You cannot completely hide in the shadows. The light you once cast will always follow you, but you can claim peace for yourself, without making enemies, without feeling loss, and without regret. For what will you leave behind that you should truly mourn? Your clients? But they do not court you. They court what they can gain from you. Once, men sought out friendships. Now, they seek favors. If an old man changes his will, his morning visitors will simply move to another door. Would that fortune had let you grow old in the humble circumstances of your birth, instead of raising you to such heights. Your sudden rise to power, your province, your procuratorship, your official duties. All these have led you far from a simple and wholesome life. And what comes next? Will you wait until nothing remains for you to desire? That time will never come. Just as fate weaves a chain of causes, so too does ambition weave an endless chain of desires. One longing leads to another. You have been drawn into an existence that will never set you free unless you break away. Remove your chafed neck from the yoke. It is better to cut it off at once than to let it be worn down by endless toil. If you retreat to private life, everything will be on a smaller scale. But enough. In your current state, even abundance is not enough. Would you rather be poor but satisfied, or rich and still wanting? Prosperity is never content. It hungers endlessly and invites the greed of others. And as long as you remain unsatisfied, you will never satisfy those who depend on you. But how can I escape? You ask. However you please. Think how many risks you have taken for wealth, how much effort you have endured for a title. Now, dare something for leisure, or resign yourself to growing old beneath the burdens of public office. First as a procurator abroad, then as a magistrate at home, forever drowning in responsibilities. No man has ever avoided the dangers of power simply by keeping his head down. Your will may seek a quiet life, but your position demands the opposite. And if you continue climbing higher, you will only add fear to your burdens. At this point, I recall the words of Maecenas, who spoke truthfully even from the heights of power. There is thunder even on the loftiest peaks. If you ask where this phrase comes from, it is in his work Prometheus. He meant that great heights are not a refuge from danger. Storms strike hardest at the tallest summits. But tell me, is any power worth that price? Would you really follow Maecenas' path, selling your soul for status and luxury? He was a man of talent, and might have left behind a great legacy in oratory, had wealth not made him soft. Indeed, had it not emasculated him. The same fate awaits you, unless you reduce your sails and, unlike Maecenas, who waited until it was too late, seek the safety of the shore now. That saying of Maecenas might have been enough to settle my account with you. But knowing you, I suspect you will demand a better payment. And so, let me draw again from Epicurus. It is more important to choose carefully with whom you eat and drink than what you eat and drink. A meal without friendship is the life of a lion or a wolf. You will not have such companionship unless you withdraw from public life. Otherwise, your only dinner guests will be those selected by your secretary, sorted from a crowd of petitioners. But friendship should not be chosen in the reception hall, nor tested at the dinner table. The greatest misfortune of men burdened by wealth is that they believe they have friends, when in truth they are not friends to anyone. They think generosity earns loyalty, when in reality, the more some people owe you, the more they hate you. A small debt makes a man your debtor. A great debt makes him your enemy. But does generosity not create friendship? You ask. Yes, but only if you have chosen wisely whom to bestow it upon. It must be given deliberately, not scattered blindly among the undeserving. So while you are learning to claim your life as your own, follow this rule. It is more important who receives a gift than what the gift is. Farewell. Letter 20. On practicing what you preach. If you are in good health, and more importantly, if you have finally deemed yourself worthy of becoming your own master, then I am truly glad. For if I succeed in pulling you out of the stormy waters in which you have long struggled without hope, the credit will be mine. But, my dear Lucilius, I ask, no, I beg, that you allow wisdom to take root in your soul. Do not measure your progress by words or writing, but by the strength of your spirit and the reduction of your desires. Let your actions prove the truth of your words. There is a great difference between those who merely speak about philosophy and those who live it. Some seek applause, some desire to captivate idle youths with clever arguments, but philosophy is not for show. It is for life. It teaches us to act, not to speak. It demands that our life be in harmony with our principles, that our outward actions match our inner convictions. This, I say, is the highest goal of wisdom, that our words and deeds be one, that we remain steadfast in all situations, always consistent in character. But who can maintain such a standard, you ask? Very few, I admit, but there are some. It is a difficult task, yet the philosopher must walk steadily on his path, even if he cannot always maintain the same pace. Observe yourself carefully. Do your home and your public life reflect the same values? Do you live modestly in private, but seek to impress in public? Do you dine simply yet build extravagant houses? Let your whole life be guided by a single principle. The root of inconsistency is that men do not truly know what they want. Even when they think they have chosen, they lack perseverance. They shift, hesitate, and return to the very things they swore to abandon. True wisdom, in its simplest form, can be defined as this: to always desire the same things and always reject the same things. There is no need to add the caveat that our desires must be right, for no one can remain constant in his desires unless they are truly worthy. Most men do not know what they want beyond the moment. Their judgments change daily, shifting like the wind, so that their lives become a game of chance. But you, press forward. Perhaps you will reach perfection, or at least you will know how far you still fall short. But what will become of my large household if I withdraw from public life, you ask? If you cease to support that crowd, it will support itself. Or perhaps, in embracing poverty, you will finally learn what you could not while indulging your wealth. Poverty will reveal your true friends and rid you of those who valued not you, but your possessions. Should this not be reason enough to welcome it? At last, you will have people in your life who need not flatter you. Direct your thoughts, your efforts, and your desires toward being content with yourself and the wealth that springs from within. Entrust all other prayers to the gods. What greater happiness is there than this? To want nothing outside of yourself. Lower yourself to the level of fortune from which you cannot be cast down, and you will be secure. And so, to strengthen you in this pursuit, let me share with you today's lesson. Though you may resist, Epicurus shall once again settle my debt. Your words will carry greater weight if you sleep on the ground and wear rags. Then you will not merely speak of poverty, you will prove its ease. How differently we listen to a man like Demetrius after seeing him lying on the bare ground without even a cloak for warmth. He does not simply teach the truth, he demonstrates it. But may not a man despise wealth while possessing it? You ask. Certainly, he too is great, who, though surrounded by riches, does not let them master him. He sees his wealth, marvels at it, but remains detached. True greatness is not in lacking riches, but in not needing them. Yet, how do we know, you ask, whether such a man would endure poverty if it were forced upon him? I could just as well ask whether a poor man would still scorn wealth if it were suddenly given to him. In both cases, it is the mind that matters. If a wealthy man remains content without his riches, and a poor man does not resent his poverty, then both have mastered fortune. If, however, the poor man secretly longs for riches, or the rich man dreads losing them, neither is truly free. The noble soul does not rush into poverty, thinking it superior to wealth. Rather, he trains for it, so that if it comes, he will endure it with ease. And once you have prepared for it, Lucilius, you may even find it pleasant, for it carries with it a sense of freedom from care. And without such freedom, nothing is truly enjoyable. That is why great men of the past have often devoted certain days to practicing poverty, so that they would never fear it. We, by contrast, have been so softened by luxury that even the smallest hardship feels unbearable. We must shake ourselves awake and remember, nature asks little of us. No man is born rich. Every one of us enters the world needing nothing more than milk and warmth. Yet we now believe that even kingdoms are not enough. Farewell. Letter 21. On the renown which my writings will bring you. If you are in good health, and if you think yourself worthy of becoming at last your own master, I am glad, for the credit will be mine if I can drag you from the floods in which you are being buffeted without hope of emerging. This, however, my dear Lucilius, I ask and beg of you, on your part, that you let wisdom sink into your soul and test your progress, not by mere speech or writings, but by stoutness of heart and decrease of desire. Prove your words by your deeds. Far different is the purpose of those who are speech-making and trying to win the approbation of a throng of hearers. Far different that of those who allure the ears of young men and idlers by many-sided or fluent argumentation. Philosophy teaches us to act, not to speak. It exacts of every man that he should live according to his own standards, that his life should not be out of harmony with his words, and that further, his inner life should be of one hue and not out of harmony with all his activities. This, I say, is the highest duty and the highest proof of wisdom, that deed and word should be in accord, that a man should be equal to himself under all conditions and always the same. But, you reply, who can maintain this standard? Very few, to be sure, but there are some. It is indeed a hard undertaking, and I do not say that the philosopher can always keep the same pace, but he can always travel the same path. Observe yourself, then, and see whether your dress and your house are inconsistent, whether you treat yourself lavishly and your family meanly, whether you eat frugal dinners and yet build luxurious houses. You should lay hold, once for all, upon a single norm to live by, and should regulate your whole life according to this norm. Some men restrict themselves at home, but strut with swelling port before the public. Such discordance is a fault, and it indicates a wavering mind which cannot yet keep its balance. And I can tell you, further, whence arise this unsteadiness and disagreement of action and purpose. It is because no man resolves upon what he wishes, and even if he has done so, he does not persist in it, but jumps the track. Not only does he change, but he returns and slips back to the conduct which he has abandoned and abjured. Therefore, to omit the ancient definitions of wisdom and to include the whole manner of human life, I can be satisfied with the following. What is wisdom? Always desiring the same things and always refusing the same things. You may be excused from adding the little proviso that what you wish should be right, since no man can always be satisfied with the same thing unless it is right. For this reason, men do not know what they wish, except at the actual moment of wishing. No man ever decided once and for all to desire or to refuse. Judgment varies from day to day and changes to the opposite, making many a man pass his life in a kind of game. Press on, therefore, as you have begun. Perhaps you will be led to perfection, or to a point which you alone understand is still short of perfection. Virgil promised an eternal name to two heroes and is keeping his promise. O noble pair, if fate is just, your names shall never fade to dust. While Rome stands strong and holds her height, your memory shall burn in light, as long as fathers teach their kin. the tale of what you both have been. Whenever men have been thrust forward by fortune, whenever they have become part and parcel of another's influence, they have found abundant favor. Their houses have been thronged, only so long as they themselves have kept their position. When they themselves have left it, they have slipped at once from the memory of men. But in the case of innate ability, the respect in which it is held increases, and not only does honor accrue to the man himself, but whatever has attached itself to his memory is passed on from one to another. In order that Idomeneus may not be introduced free of charge into my letter, he shall make up the indebtedness from his own account. It was to him that Epicurus addressed the well-known saying, urging him to make Pythocles rich, but not rich in the vulgar and equivocal way. If you wish, said he, to make Pythocles rich, do not add to his store of money, but subtract from his desires. This idea is too clear to need explanation, and too clever to need reinforcement. There is, however, one point on which I would warn you, not to consider that this statement applies only to riches. Its value will be the same, no matter how you apply it. If you wish to make Pythocles honorable, do not add to his honors, but subtract from his desires. If you wish Pythocles to have pleasure forever, do not add to his pleasures, but subtract from his desires. If you wish to make Pythocles an old man, filling his life to the full, do not add to his years, but subtract from his desires. There is no reason why you should hold that these words belong to Epicurus alone. They are public property. I think we ought to do in philosophy as they are wont to do in the Senate. When someone has made a motion, of which I approve to a certain extent, I ask him to make his motion in two parts, and I vote for the part which I approve. So I am all the more glad to repeat the distinguished words of Epicurus, in order that I may prove to those who have recourse to him through a bad motive, thinking that they will have in him a screen for their own vices, that they must live honorably, no matter what school they follow. Go to his garden and read the motto carved there. Stranger, here you will do well to tarry. Here our highest good is pleasure. The caretaker of that abode, a kindly host, will be ready for you. He will welcome you with barley meal and serve you water also in abundance, with these words, "Have you not been well entertained?" This garden, he says, does not whet your appetite, it quenches it. Nor does it make you more thirsty with every drink. It slakes the thirst by a natural cure, a cure that demands no fee. This is the pleasure in which I have grown old. In speaking with you, however, I refer to those desires which refuse alleviation, which must be bribed to cease. For in regard to the exceptional desires which may be postponed, which may be chastened and checked, I have this one thought to share with you. A pleasure of that sort is according to our nature, but it is not according to our needs. One owes nothing to it. Whatever is expended upon it is a free gift. The belly will not listen to advice. It makes demands. It importunes. And yet, it is not a troublesome creditor. You can send it away at small cost, provided only that you give it what you owe, not merely all you are able to give. Farewell. Letter 22, on the futility of halfway measures. By now, you understand that you must step away from flashy and corrupt pursuits. But you still ask how to do it. Some things can only be explained in person. A doctor, for example, cannot prescribe the right time for eating or bathing through a letter. He must check the pulse. There's an old saying about gladiators. They plan their fight in the arena, adapting as they go. A slight movement, a glance, a shift in the opponent's stance, these details dictate their strategy. We can write down general principles about what should be done, offering advice, not just for our absent friends, but also for future generations. However, When it comes to knowing the exact time and method for putting a plan into action, no one can give advice from a distance. That must be decided in the moment. You must not only be physically present, but also mentally alert to seize the right opportunity. So, keep your eyes open. If you see your chance, grab it with all your strength and commit yourself fully to freeing yourself from business obligations. Now, listen closely to my advice. You should either step away from this way of life or abandon life altogether. However, I believe you should take a careful approach, untie the knot rather than cut it, unless there is no other choice. No one is so cowardly that they would prefer to remain forever in uncertainty rather than end their struggle once and for all. In the meantime, and this is crucial, don't entangle yourself further. Be content with the business you have already taken on, whether you fell into it or, as you might prefer to say, stumbled into it. Don't keep striving for more, or you'll lose the ability to claim that it was an accident. People always say, "I had no choice. I was forced into this." But no one is forced to chase success at full speed. You always have the option to slow down, to stop following fortune rather than actively pursuing it. Will you be offended if I not only advise you, but also bring in other voices to guide you, men wiser than myself, whose opinions I rely on? Read Epicurus's letter to Idomeneus. He tells him to retreat as quickly as possible before some greater force takes away his freedom to do so. But he also warns that nothing should be done before the right moment. When the right time comes, act. Epicurus urges us not to be passive while planning our escape. He encourages us to hope for freedom from hardship, as long as we do not rush before the right time, nor hesitate when it arrives. I imagine you're expecting a Stoic perspective as well. Some slander Stoicism as reckless, but in truth, its caution exceeds its bravery. You might expect Stoicism to tell you, it is disgraceful to shrink from duty. Face your responsibilities head on. No one is truly strong unless they embrace challenges and grow through them. Stoicism will indeed say this, if the challenge is truly worthy, if it does not force you to act against virtue. A good person does not waste their energy on meaningless toil, nor do they busy themselves just for the sake of being busy. Nor will they entangle themselves in endless ambition, forever caught in its cycles. Instead, recognizing the dangers and instability of such a life, they will gradually retreat, not in cowardice, but with deliberate steps towards safety. Escaping business is easy, my dear Lucilius, if you can stop valuing its rewards. What keeps us trapped is the thought, should I leave all these opportunities behind? Am I really going to walk away just as I am about to reap the benefits? Will I no longer have servants attending me? No more followers? No more visitors seeking my favor? This is why people hesitate. They love the rewards of their efforts, but resent the work itself. They complain about ambition, the way people complain about lovers. If you look deeper, it's not hatred, but attachment. Those who claim to despise their burdens often cannot bear to let them go. The truth is, my dear Lucilius, a few people are held captive by their circumstances, but far more choose to remain enslaved. If you truly want to free yourself, if freedom is genuinely your goal, and you seek guidance to achieve it without constant struggle, then all Stoic thinkers, Zeno, Chrysippus, and their followers, will approve of your decision. They will give you advice that is wise, honorable, and fitting. But if you keep looking back, wondering how much wealth you can take with you, worrying about what you'll have left when you withdraw, you will never find an escape. No one can swim to shore while carrying their baggage. Seek a better life, with the favor of the gods. But let it not be the kind of favor that gives people grand gifts, which only bring suffering. The gods often answer prayers by giving people what they desire, only for them to realize it was a curse. I was about to seal this letter, but I must reopen it to include the usual parting gift, a wise saying. Here is one that comes to mind, and I cannot decide whether its truth or its elegance is greater. Who said it, you ask? Epicurus. Yes, I am still borrowing from others. He said, "Everyone leaves life as if they had just entered it." Catch people off guard, whether they are young, old, or middle-aged, and you will see they are all equally afraid of death and equally unprepared for life. No one completes what they set out to do because they keep postponing everything. What I love most about this quote is how it mocks old men for being as unprepared for death as newborns are for life. No one, Epicurus says, leaves the world differently than they entered it. That's not entirely true. We are worse when we die than when we were born. But that is our fault, not nature's. If nature could speak, she would say, "What is this? I brought you into the world without fear, without greed, without superstition or deceit. Now leave as you arrived." A person who has learned wisdom can face death with the same peace they had at birth. But instead, we tremble when the end approaches. We pale, we weep, though our tears change nothing. What could be more shameful than fearing the very thing that brings rest? Why does this happen? Because we have wasted our lives. We have thrown everything overboard and are left empty at the end. People do not care about living well, only about living long. Yet, anyone can live well, while no one can guarantee a long life. Farewell. This version keeps the original numbering while maintaining clarity and accessibility. Let me know if you need any further refinements. Letter 23, on the true joy which comes from philosophy. Do you think I'm going to write to you about how mild and short our winter was, or how terrible this out-of-season cold spring has been? All the small talk people resort to when they have nothing else to say? No, I'll share something useful for both you and me. And what could that be, if not an encouragement toward a sound mind? You ask what the foundation of a sound mind is? It is not finding joy in useless things. Actually, that's not just the foundation, it's the peak. We have reached the highest level if we know what truly brings us joy and do not let our happiness depend on external things. A person who is always chasing after something, no matter how close or easy it seems, even if fortune has never betrayed him before, will always be anxious and unsure of himself. Above all, my dear Lucilius, make this your priority. Learn how to feel real joy. Do you think I'm taking pleasures away from you when I tell you to stop relying on luck and to give up hope? The thing that people say keeps them going? On the contrary, I don't want you to ever lack joy. I want it to be born in your own home, inside you. External pleasures don't fill a person's heart. They only smooth the forehead for a moment, and they are unstable. Or, do you really believe that someone who laughs is joyful? True joy must come from within. It must make the soul strong and unshakable. Real joy, believe me, is serious. Do you think someone can face death with a carefree smile or a casual, joking attitude, like those fashionable young men who try to act unbothered? Or can someone truly welcome poverty with open arms, control their desires, or prepare to endure pain with that kind of attitude? The person who reflects on these things in their heart is truly joyful, but not in a shallow way. This is the kind of joy I want you to have, because once you find its source, it will never leave you. Shallow happiness is easy to find. It's right on the surface. But just like the best mines have their riches buried deep, true joy is something you must dig for, and the deeper you go, the more valuable it becomes. Those cheap distractions that entertain the masses provide only a thin layer of pleasure, just a coating. Every joy that is merely decorative lacks a solid foundation. But the joy I'm trying to lead you toward is real, and the more you understand it, the deeper it goes. So, my dear Lucilius, do the only thing that can truly make you happy. Throw away and trample underfoot all those things that glitter on the outside and that others offer you as if they were valuable. Instead, seek the real good and rejoice only in what comes from within you. And what do I mean by from within you? I mean from your very essence, the best part of you. The body, though necessary for us to function, is not truly important. It lures us into fleeting pleasures that quickly fade and often lead to regret. Unless they are strictly controlled, these pleasures will soon turn into suffering. Pleasure is hard to keep in check when you believe it to be good, but true good can be pursued without fear. Do you ask me what this true good is and where it comes from? I'll tell you. It comes from a clear conscience, from honorable intentions, from right actions, from disregarding luck's favors, and from a steady and calm way of life that follows a single path. Those who constantly jump from one goal to another, or worse, those who are not even jumping but simply being carried along by random events, how can such unstable people ever possess something truly lasting and secure? Very few people guide their lives with a clear purpose. The rest don't progress. They are simply dragged along like objects floating in a river. Some are stuck in slow currents and drift gently. Others are tossed about violently. Some near the banks are left behind as the water slows, while others are pulled out to sea by the rushing flow. That's why we must decide what we truly want and stick to that decision. Now, I owe you something, a quote from your friend Epicurus, to clear my usual debt in these letters. He says, "It is a miserable thing to always be starting life." Or, put another way, those who are always beginning to live poorly. You are right to ask why. The saying needs an explanation. It's because the lives of such people are always incomplete. A man cannot be ready for death if he has only just started living. We must aim to reach the point where we can say, we have lived enough. But no one can feel that way if they are only now beginning to plan their life. And do not think that this applies only to a few people. Almost everyone is like this. Some people only begin to live when it's already time for them to stop. And if that surprises you, let me add something even more shocking. Some people have already stopped living before they ever started. Farewell. Letter 24. On Despising Death. You write to me that you're worried about the outcome of a lawsuit in which an angry opponent is threatening you. You expect me to advise you to imagine a favorable outcome and to comfort yourself with hope. But why summon trouble before it arrives? Why ruin the present with fear of the future, when you will have to endure the hardship soon enough if it comes? It is foolish to be miserable now, just because you might be miserable later. But I will lead you to peace of mind by another path. If you want to be free from worry, assume that the worst will certainly happen. Whatever it is that you fear, measure it in your mind and calculate how much fear it truly deserves. You will soon realize that what you dread is either insignificant or will not last long. And you don't need to look far for examples that will strengthen you. Every era has provided them. Look at any period of Roman or foreign history, and you'll find countless stories of great men who faced hardship with courage. If you lose this case, what is the worst that could happen? Exile? Prison? Is there any fate more feared than death or torture? List the worst possibilities and then consider the men who have faced them without fear. You won't have to search for them. It's simply a matter of choosing among many. Rutilius accepted his unjust conviction as though the unfairness of the verdict was the only thing that annoyed him. Metellus endured exile with courage, while Rutilius embraced it with joy, so much so that when his country later called him back, he refused. Sulla himself summoned him, and yet Rutilius was one of the few who dared to say no to Sulla. Socrates, even while in prison, continued his philosophical discussions and refused to escape when given the chance. He stayed, determined to free mankind from the two greatest fears, death and imprisonment. Mucius thrust his hand into the fire. Being burned is painful, but how much more painful is it to willingly endure such suffering? Here was a man with no philosophical training, no schooling in how to face death or pain, just a soldier's courage. Yet he punished himself for his failed assassination attempt, standing firm as his right hand burned away piece by piece on the enemy's brazier. He didn't withdraw the crumbling limb until his enemy removed the fire himself. He might have done something more effective in that camp, but nothing braver. See how much more eager a courageous man is to embrace danger than a cruel man is to inflict it. Porsenna was quicker to forgive Mucius for attempting to kill him than Mucius was to forgive himself for failing. Oh, you might say, these are the same old stories repeated endlessly in philosophy classes. Next, you'll start talking about Cato when you get to the topic of despising death. And why shouldn't I? On his last night, Cato read Plato's book, with a sword lying beside him. He had prepared both his mind and his means, one to give him the will to die, the other to make it possible. He settled his affairs as best he could in a world that was collapsing around him, making sure that no one else would have the power to kill him or the fortune of saving him. Taking up the sword, which had never been stained with blood before that day, he declared, "Fortune, you have done nothing by resisting all my efforts. Until now, I have fought for my country's freedom, not my own. I never struggled so stubbornly to be free, only to live among free men. But now, since the world is beyond hope, let Cato escape to safety." Saying this, he struck a fatal wound in his own body. When the physicians patched him up, he had less blood and less strength, but no less courage. Now angry not just at Caesar, but at himself, he used his bare hands to reopen his wound and forced out that noble soul that had defied all earthly power. I am not bringing up these examples to show off my wit, but to strengthen you against what people fear most, and I can make my case even more easily by proving that not only the strongest men have faced death without fear, but even those who were cowards in other aspects of life have shown bravery at the end. Look at Scipio, the father-in-law of Gnaeus Pompeius. When a headwind forced his ship back onto the African coast, and he found himself at the mercy of the enemy, he ran himself through with his sword. When they asked where their commander was, his final words were, "All is well with the commander." With those words, he proved himself equal to his ancestors, ensuring that the Scipio's legacy in Africa remained unbroken. Yes, it was a great thing to conquer Carthage, but an even greater thing to conquer death. All is well with the commander. How else should a general die, especially one who fought alongside Cato? I don't need to look into history for examples of people who have scorned death. There are far too many. Look at our own times, where people complain about how weak and indulgent society has become. Yet even now, we can find men of all ranks, all backgrounds, and all ages who have chosen death over misfortune. Believe me, Lucilius, death is nothing to fear, because through it we reach a state where nothing is to be feared at all. So, when your opponent threatens you, listen without concern. If your conscience is clear, then stand confidently, though you should still prepare yourself for injustice, since outside forces often outweigh fairness. Above all, strip away the illusions that disturb and confuse the mind. See things for what they really are, and you will realize that nothing is terrifying except fear itself. What happens to children happens to us too. We are just slightly bigger children. When they see their loved ones wearing masks, they panic. But if you strip off the mask, their fear vanishes. We must do the same. Not just with people, but with everything, restoring things to their true form. Why do you try to scare me with swords, flames, and executioners? Take away this theatrical display, this illusion that terrifies only fools. You are nothing but death, something my own servants and slaves have faced without fear. And why do you put on such a grand performance with whips and torture racks? Why do you roll out all these elaborate machines designed to tear a man apart piece by piece? Take it all away. These things only paralyze weak minds with fear and silence the screams, the wails, the cries of the tortured. You are nothing but pain, something endured by the man crippled with gout, tolerated by the glutton suffering from indigestion, and bravely borne by the woman giving birth. If I can bear you, you are nothing. If I cannot, you will not last long. Think carefully about these words you have heard and spoken so often. More than that, put them to the test. See whether what you have heard and said is actually true. A frequent and shameful accusation against our school of philosophy is that we focus on words rather than actions. What? Have you only just realized that death hangs over you, that exile is a possibility, that grief may come at any moment? You were born into a world where these dangers exist. We should treat everything that can happen to us as something that will happen to us. I know you have already practiced what I am advising. Now, I warn you not to let your soul become overwhelmed by these small anxieties of yours. Otherwise, when the time comes for it to rise up, it will have lost its strength. Take your focus off this specific case and consider human existence as a whole. Remind yourself that our fragile bodies are mortal and vulnerable, that pain can come from many places beyond just injustice or the power of a stronger opponent. Even our pleasures bring suffering. Feasting leads to indigestion, drunkenness leads to paralysis, and indulgent habits damage our limbs, our hands, and every joint in our body. I might lose all my wealth. So what? I will only be one poor man among many. I might be exiled. Then I will consider myself born in the place where I am sent. I might be put in chains. What of it? Am I not already bound? Look at this heavy burden of a body to which nature has chained me. I will die, you say. No, you mean to say, I will be free from sickness, from prison, from the fear of death itself. I am not foolish enough to waste time repeating the arguments Epicurus constantly brings up, dismissing the fears of the afterlife, the idea that Ixion does not really spin on his wheel, that Sisyphus is not really pushing his boulder uphill, that a man's guts are not actually ripped out and devoured every day. No one is childish enough to fear Cerberus, or ghosts, or the skeletons of the dead. Death either destroys us completely, or sets us free. If we are released, the better part of us remains, unburdened at last. If we are annihilated, then nothing remains at all. Both good and bad are gone together. Let me now remind you of something you yourself once wrote. But first, I must say this. When you wrote these words, you meant them not just for others, but for yourself. It is disgraceful to say one thing and believe another. How much more disgraceful to write one thing and believe another? I recall that one day you were discussing the well-known idea that we do not suddenly die, but rather move toward death, little by little. In fact, we die every day. Every day a small piece of our life is taken from us. Even while we are growing, we are also fading away. We lose childhood, then boyhood, then youth. Even yesterday is gone forever. It is lost time. the very day we're living now, is divided between us and death. It is not the last drop of water that empties a vessel, but the sum of all the drops that have already flowed out. In the same way, the final moment in which we cease to exist does not by itself bring death. It merely completes it. We arrive at death in an instant, but we have been moving toward it for a long time. You express this well in one of your own verses, as you often do, for you are always eloquent, but never sharper than when you speak the truth clearly. Death does not come once. The death that takes us off is only the last of many. I would rather you reread your own words than my letter, because then you will see clearly that the death we fear is not a single event. It is only the final one. I see what you are expecting. You want to know what quote I have included in this letter, what powerful wisdom from some great thinker, what useful advice. So I will give you something directly related to this very subject. Epicurus condemns both those who fear death and those who rush toward it. It is foolish, he says, to seek death out of weariness with life, when it is your way of living that has made life unbearable. And in another passage, what could be more absurd than seeking death when it is fear of death that has made life so miserable? And here is a third thought of his, in the same spirit. People are so thoughtless, so mad, that some, out of fear of death, force themselves to die. Whichever of these ideas you reflect upon, you will strengthen your mind, not just for enduring death, but for enduring life. For we need discipline in both directions, not to cling to life too desperately, nor to reject it too easily. Even when reason advises us to leave life behind, that decision should not be made impulsively or in haste. A wise and brave person does not flee from life in a panic. They leave it with dignity. Above all, they avoid the weakness that has overcome so many, the craving for death. Just as the mind can be driven blindly toward other things, my dear Lucilius, it can also be drawn irrationally toward death. This longing for an end can seize both the strongest and the weakest minds. The former despise life, the latter find it unbearable. Others fall into this feeling out of boredom, not because they hate life, but because they feel exhausted by it. It is not suffering that pushes them toward death, but monotony. Even philosophy, if misunderstood, can lead us down this path. We begin to ask, how much longer must I do the same things? Must I keep waking and sleeping, eating and digesting, shivering and sweating? Everything repeats endlessly. Nothing ever ends. Day follows night, night follows day. Summer fades into autumn, autumn into winter, winter into spring, and spring back into summer. Everything moves in a circle. Things flee from us, only to return. I do nothing new. I see nothing new. Sooner or later, even life itself becomes tiresome. There are many who do not find life painful, but simply unnecessary. Farewell. Letter 25. On Reformation. When it comes to these two friends of ours, we need to take different approaches. One needs correction, the other needs his faults completely stamped out. I will take every liberty in doing so, because if I refuse to hurt his feelings, it means I do not truly care about him. What? You ask. Are you really going to keep treating a 40-year-old man like a child under your guidance? Look at his age. He's set in his ways. He's past the point of change. I do not know if I will succeed, but I would rather fail than give up trying. You should not lose hope in treating even chronic illness. If you refuse to give in to excess and make the patient accept harsh treatments, there is still a chance for recovery. As for our other friend, I am not too confident about him either, but at least he still has enough shame to blush at his own misdeeds. That shame should be encouraged. As long as it remains, there is hope. But as for this old veteran of yours, I think we need to be careful not to let him fall into despair about himself. Now is the best time to reach him, when he is at rest and seems like he has improved. Others have been fooled by these temporary spells of good behavior, but I am not deceived. I am certain that his faults will return with greater force. Right now, they are only dormant, not gone. I will take some time to see if anything can be done. But you, as you are already doing, should show me that you have a strong spirit. Lighten your baggage for the journey ahead. None of our possessions are truly necessary. Let us return to nature's law, for then we will find true wealth. The things we truly need are either free or very cheap. Nature only asks for bread and water. No one is poor by this standard. A man who limits his desires to these things can rival even Jupiter in happiness, as Epicurus says. I must include one or two more of his sayings in this letter. Do everything as if Epicurus were watching you. There is no doubt that it is helpful to have an authority figure over you, someone you look up to, someone who serves as a witness to your thoughts. It is even better to live as though a great and virtuous man were always by your side. But if you cannot manage that, at least act as though anyone at all were watching you, because solitude tempts us into all kinds of vices. And when you reach the point where you respect yourself enough to act rightly, even without a witness, then you can dismiss your imaginary overseer. Until then, put yourself under the authority of someone you admire, perhaps Cato, Scipio, Laelius, or anyone whose mere presence would make even the worst criminals hesitate before acting on their impulses. In the meantime, work on becoming the kind of person in whose company you would not dare to sin. Once you have achieved this, you will be ready to follow another piece of advice from Epicurus. The time when you should most of all withdraw into yourself is when you are forced to be in a crowd. You should set yourself apart from the masses, but until it is safe for you to be alone, seek the company of a few individuals. No matter who they are, anyone is better company than being alone with yourself, unless, of course, you're already a calm, self-controlled, and good man. Otherwise, it is better to lose yourself in a crowd than to be left alone with your own vices. When you're alone, you're too close to a scoundrel. Farewell. Letter 26. On Old Age and Death. I recently told you that I was approaching old age. Now I fear I have already passed it. Some other word would better describe my years, or at least my body, since old age refers to a stage of life that is weary, but not yet broken. You may now count me among those who are worn out, those who are nearing the end. Still, I give thanks to myself, with you as my witness, because I feel that age has not harmed my mind, though I do feel its effects on my body. Only my vices and the things that fed them have grown old. My mind remains strong and rejoices in its increasing detachment from the body. It has cast off much of its burden. It is sharp. It argues with me about my age, insisting that old age is its prime. I will take it at its word and let it make the most of its strengths. My mind urges me to reflect and determine how much of my calmness and moderation comes from wisdom and how much from my age. It tells me to be precise in distinguishing between what I cannot do and what I no longer want to do. And why should I complain, or think it a loss, if powers that ought to fade have indeed faded? But, you say, is it not the greatest misfortune to be worn away, to waste away, to die slowly? We are not suddenly struck down. Instead, we are eroded bit by bit, with each day taking something from us. But is there a better way to go than to drift gently toward the final harbor when nature herself loosens the mooring? Not that there is anything painful in a sudden departure. It is just that this slower way is easier, a gradual retreat. For my part, as if the test were already upon me and the day of reckoning had arrived, I keep watch over myself and ask, everything we have done so far, in word or deed, means nothing. It is only a weak and deceptive pledge of our spirit, wrapped in vanity. I will let death decide how much progress I have truly made. So I prepare myself, without fear, for that moment when I must strip away all pretense and judge myself, not by the bold words I have spoken, but by whether I truly believe them. Have all my brave declarations against fortune been mere show, a performance? Forget what the world thinks. Its judgment is fickle, always changing sides. Forget the lessons and studies you have pursued all your life. Death will be the real test. That is what I mean. Your debates, your lectures, your wise sayings, your eloquent discussions, all of these prove nothing about the true strength of your soul. Even the most cowardly person can give a speech full of courage. Only at the final breath will it be clear what you have truly accomplished. I accept these terms. I do not fear the verdict. This is what I say to myself, but consider it spoken to you as well. You are younger, but what of it? Life does not follow a fixed count of years. You do not know where death is waiting for you, so be ready for it everywhere. I was about to stop writing, my hand already prepared for the closing line, but the final rites must still be observed, and the letter must be given its customary parting gift. And no need to guess where I will borrow it from. You already know whose treasury I rely on. Just wait a moment, and I will settle the debt from my own account. But for now, Epicurus will provide. Think on death, or, if you prefer, think on your migration to heaven. The meaning is clear. It is a great thing to truly learn how to die. You might say it is useless to study something that you will only experience once, but that is exactly why we must contemplate it. When we can never test whether we are prepared, we must always be preparing. Think on death. In saying this, Epicurus is really telling us to think on freedom. The person who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave. He stands above all external powers, or at least beyond their reach. What hold do prisons, chains, or locked doors have over him? His escape is always open. There is only one chain that binds us to life, the love of life itself. This chain cannot be cast off entirely, but it can be worn down, so that when necessity demands, nothing will slow or stop us from doing immediately what we must someday do. Farewell. Letter 27. On the good which abides. What? You say. Are you giving me advice? Have you already advised yourself? Have you corrected all your own faults? Is that why you have so much free time to reform others? No, I am not so shameless as to try to heal others while I'm still sick myself. But I am discussing with you problems that affect both of us, sharing the remedy as if we were lying in the same hospital. So listen to me as if I were speaking to myself. I am letting you in on my most private thoughts, arguing with myself while using you as my excuse. I keep telling myself, count your years and be ashamed of still desiring the same things you craved as a boy. Make sure of this before you die. Let your faults die before you do. Rid yourself of those reckless pleasures which come at such a high cost. It is not just the pleasures to come that harm me, but also those I have already indulged in. Just as crimes, even if they remain undiscovered, leave behind anxiety, guilty pleasures leave behind regret. They are fleeting, unreliable, and even when they do not harm us, they vanish too quickly. Instead, seek something lasting, but nothing endures unless the soul finds it within itself. Only virtue brings eternal, unshakable joy. Even if obstacles arise, they are no more than passing clouds floating beneath the sun. They may cast a shadow, but they cannot overcome it. When will you reach this joy? You have not been idle so far, but you must move faster. Much effort still lies ahead, and you must devote all your waking hours and energy if you want to reach your goal. No one else can do this work for you. Other kinds of intellectual pursuits allow for outside help. Take, for example, a wealthy man of our own time, Calvisius Sabinus. He had the fortune of a nobleman, but the mind of a freedman. I have never seen a man whose wealth was a greater insult to good sense. His memory was so poor that he would forget the names of Ulysses, Achilles, and Priam, names as familiar to us as those of our own household servants. Even an aging steward, struggling to remember the names of his master's dependents, could not have mangled the names of the Trojan and Achaean heroes as badly as Sabinus did. And yet, he desperately wanted to appear learned. So he found a shortcut to wisdom. He bought it. He spent outrageous sums on slaves, one who knew all of Homer by heart, another who knew Hesiod, and one for each of the 9 lyric poets. These slaves did not come cheap. If he could not find them already trained, he had them specially trained at great expense. Then he tortured his dinner guests by keeping these slaves seated at the foot of his couch, asking them to recite verses so that he could repeat them, and then stumbling halfway through the lines. Tertullius Quadratus, a man who made a career out of flattering and mocking foolish millionaires, suggested that Sabinus should also hire scholars to collect the fragments of poetry he kept forgetting. When Sabinus mentioned that each of his slaves had cost him 100,000 sesterces, Tertullius replied, "You could have bought as many bookcases for much less." But Sabinus believed that whatever his household knew, he himself knew. This same Tertullius, always eager to amuse himself at Sabinus's expense, once advised him to take up wrestling. Sabinus, who was frail, pale, and barely able to stay upright, replied, "How can I? I can hardly stay alive as it is." Tertullius responded, "Don't say that. Think of how many strong and healthy slaves you own. No one can borrow or buy a sound mind, and, as far as I can tell, even if sound minds were for sale, no one would buy them. Meanwhile, corrupt minds are bought and sold every day. But now I must settle my debt and take my leave. Real wealth is poverty adjusted to nature's limits." Epicurus repeats this idea in many ways and contexts, and it can never be said too often, because it can never be learned well enough. Some people need only to hear the remedy, while others must have it forced down their throats. Farewell. Letter 28. On Travel as a Cure for Discontent. Do you think you are the only one who has felt this way? Are you surprised, as if it was something new, that after all your travels and changes of scenery, you have not been able to shake off the gloom and heaviness in your mind? What you need is a change of soul, not a change of place. Even if you cross vast seas, and as Virgil says, lands and cities are left behind, your faults will still follow you wherever you go. Socrates made the same point to a man who complained about his troubles. Why are you surprised that traveling does not help you, when you always take yourself with you? The reason for your restlessness is always at your heels. What joy is there in seeing new lands, in visiting different cities and famous sites? Your frantic movement is useless. Do you ask why your constant fleeing does not bring relief? It is because you are running away with yourself. Until you set down the burdens of your mind, no place will ever satisfy you. Think about your behavior. It is like that of the prophetess in Virgil, who is overwhelmed and driven mad by a power that is not her own. The priestess rages, hoping she can drive the great god out of her heart. You rush from place to place, trying to free yourself from the burden pressing on you, but your restlessness only makes it worse. Just like a ship whose cargo is secure rides smoothly, But if the cargo shifts, the whole vessel tilts dangerously. Your inner turmoil only increases when you keep moving. Everything you do works against you. You are like a sick person, making their own condition worse by tossing and turning. Once you remove this inner affliction, any place will feel pleasant to you. Even if you are cast to the farthest ends of the earth, into the harshest and most desolate lands, that place, no matter how unwelcoming, will feel like home. The person you are matters more than the place you go. That is why the mind must not be made a prisoner of any single location. Live by this belief. I am not born for one corner of the universe. The whole world is my home. If you truly understood this, you would not be surprised that traveling to new places does not bring relief. If you had truly accepted a place as your own, you would have been content there. Instead, you are not really traveling. You are drifting, being carried along by the current. You exchange one place for another, but the thing you seek, a good life, is available everywhere. Is there any place more chaotic than the Forum? And yet, if necessary, you can live in peace, even there. Of course, if I had the choice, I would stay as far away as possible from the sight and noise of the Forum. Just as certain places are harmful even to a strong body, there are also places that can be dangerous to a recovering mind, one that is still healing, not yet fully well. I do not agree with those who throw themselves into the middle of the storm, seeking out a life of hardship just to prove their strength. A wise person will endure hardships, but they will not choose them. Peace is preferable to struggle. What is the point of overcoming your own faults if you must spend your days battling those of others? Some say, there were 30 tyrants surrounding Socrates, yet they could not break his spirit. But does it really matter how many masters a person has? Slavery is not something that comes in plural. Whoever has rejected it is free, no matter how many rulers try to claim authority over him. It is time to stop, but not before I pay my debt. The knowledge of sin is the beginning of salvation. This saying of Epicurus seems to me a noble one. A person who does not realize they have sinned will not seek to correct themselves. You must recognize your own faults before you can reform them. Some people even boast about their flaws. Do you think someone who takes pride in their vices will ever work to correct them? That is why you must bring yourself to trial. Search out your own guilt, accuse yourself, judge yourself, and finally, plead for your own correction. At times, you must be harsh with yourself. Farewell. Letter 29. On the critical condition of Marcellinus. You have been asking about our friend Marcellinus and want to know how he is doing. He rarely visits me, and not for any reason other than that he is afraid of hearing the truth. And right now, he is in no danger of hearing it, because one should not speak to someone who refuses to listen. This is why people often question whether Diogenes and the other cynics, who freely gave advice to anyone they encountered, were right to do so. After all, what sense is there in scolding someone who is deaf or speaking to someone who was born mute? But you might argue, why should I hold back my words? They cost nothing. I may not know if my advice will help the person I give it to, but if I give it to enough people, I know it will help someone. I must spread my advice freely. No one who tries often will fail every time. But this, my dear Lucilius, is exactly what a person with real wisdom should not do. Their influence is weakened when they scatter advice too widely. They might have been able to set someone on the right path, but instead their words become stale and ineffective. An archer should not hit the target only sometimes. He should only miss sometimes. Anything that succeeds merely by chance is not an art. Wisdom is an art. It must have a clear purpose, choosing only those who are capable of progress while withdrawing from those who are beyond help. Yet even then, one must not abandon someone too soon. Just as a case seems hopeless, drastic remedies may still be worth trying. As for our friend Marcellinus, I have not yet lost hope. He can still be saved, but help must come quickly. There is a real danger that he may pull his helper down with him, because he has a powerful nature, though one that is already leaning toward corruption. Still, I will take the risk and boldly point out his faults. As usual, he will rely on his wit, the same wit that can make even mourners laugh. He will turn everything into a joke, first mocking himself and then mocking me. He will cut off my arguments before I even finish speaking. He will mock our entire system of philosophy, claiming that philosophers take handouts, keep mistresses, and indulge their desires. He will bring up one philosopher caught in adultery, another who spends his time in taverns, and another who is always chasing influence at court. He will likely remind me of Aristo, the philosopher in Marcus Lepidus's household, who used to hold discussions in his carriage. That was his preferred time for philosophical reflection, so much so that when Scaurus was asked what school Aristo belonged to, he replied, "Well, at least he is not one of the walking philosophers." Julius Graecinus, a distinguished man, was once asked the same question and replied, "I cannot tell you, because I do not know what he does when he gets off his carriage," as if Aristo were a gladiator who only performed in a chariot. These are the kinds of clowns who would have been better off never studying philosophy at all, whom Marcellinus will throw in my face. But I have already decided to tolerate his taunts. He may make me laugh, but perhaps I will make him cry, and if he keeps joking, then at least I will have the bittersweet joy of knowing that his laughter is the madness of a man who is lost. But that kind of humor does not last long. Watch men like this closely, and you will see how quickly they swing from laughter to rage. My plan is to remind him of how much he was once worth, back when people thought little of him. Even if I cannot rid him of his faults, I can slow them down. They may not disappear entirely, but they will pause. And, perhaps, if they get used to stopping, they may eventually stop for good. That is no small thing. For those seriously ill, even a little relief is a kind of cure. So while I prepare to deal with Marcellinus, you, in the meantime, since you have already grasped where you are and where you are going, and therefore have some sense of how far you still have to go, strengthen your character, awaken your courage, and stand firm against the things that have frightened you. Do not count how many people threaten you with fear. Would you not laugh at someone afraid of a crowd in a place where only one person can pass at a time? The same is true here. Many may threaten, but only one can actually harm you. Nature has decreed that just as only one person gave you life, only one can take it away. If you had any shame, you would let me off from paying my usual debt. But I will not be stingy. I will settle my account in full and even force upon you what I still owe. I have never wanted to please the crowd. For what I know, they do not approve, and what they approve, I do not know. Who said this, you ask, as if you do not recognize whom I am borrowing from? It is Epicurus. But this same idea rings through every school of philosophy, peripatetic, academic, Stoic, Cynic. For who that truly loves virtue could ever please the masses? To win the approval of the crowd, one must lower oneself to their level. They will not accept you unless they see themselves in you. But what matters more than what others think of you is what you think of yourself. The approval of corrupt men can only be gained by corrupt means. So what is the real benefit of this philosophy that we praise so highly, that we say surpasses all other arts and possessions? It will teach you to prefer your own judgment over the opinion of the masses. It will teach you to weigh, rather than simply count, the judgments of others. It will teach you to live without fear, of men or of gods. It will teach you either to overcome hardship or to end it. But if I see you winning the applause of the crowd, if your entrance into public life is greeted with cheers and clapping, like a stage actor, if the whole city, even the women and children, are singing your praises, how can I help but pity you? I know what kind of road leads to such popularity. Farewell. Letter 30, on conquering the conqueror. I have seen Aufidius Bassus, that noble man, weakened by illness and struggling against his years. But they press upon him so heavily now that he can no longer stand against them. Old age has settled on him completely, with its full weight. You know that his body has always been frail and lacking in strength. For a long time, he held himself together, or rather, he barely kept himself from falling apart. But now, suddenly, his body has collapsed. It is like a ship that springs a leak. You can patch the first or second hole, but once too many appear and water begins rushing in from all sides, the ship cannot be saved. In the same way, an old man's body can only be propped up for so long. But once it becomes like a crumbling building, when every joint starts to give way, and repairing one part only makes another fall apart, then it is time to consider how to make an exit. But Bassus's mind remains sharp. This is the gift of philosophy. It allows us to remain joyful even in the face of death, to stay strong and fearless no matter what happens to the body, to remain cheerful and steady even as the body fails us. A great captain can still steer a ship even with torn sails. If the mast breaks, if the ship is stripped of all but its hull, he can still keep it on course. This is exactly what Bassus is doing. He faces his end with the kind of calmness and courage that might seem excessive if he were contemplating someone else's death rather than his own. This is a great achievement, Lucilius, and one that requires long practice, to be able to leave life peacefully when the time comes. Other kinds of death leave room for hope. A disease may be cured, a fire may be put out, a collapsing building may miraculously spare those inside, the sea may throw a drowning man back onto shore, the soldier's sword may hesitate at the last moment, but those whom old age leads to death have nothing to hope for. Old age offers no reprieve. No death is gentler, but none takes longer to arrive. When I saw Bassus, it was as if he were attending his own funeral, preparing his own body for burial, and living as though he had already survived his own death. He spoke openly about dying, trying to convince us that if there is any fear or discomfort in death, the fault lies with the dying person, not with death itself. He argued that the moment of dying holds no more suffering than what follows it, none at all. He added, "It is just as foolish to fear something that will never happen to you as it is to fear something that you will never experience. And is it possible that the very thing that removes all feeling can be felt?" Death, Bassus said, is so far beyond all evil that it is beyond all fear. I know these ideas have been repeated often, and they should be repeated often, but they never had as much power over me when I read them in books, nor when I heard them from people who were speaking about death from a safe distance. But Bassus spoke of death while standing at its very threshold, and that gave his words a weight I had never felt before. I believe that people become braver at the very moment of death than they were while approaching it. When death stands near, even inexperienced men find the courage to accept what cannot be avoided. A gladiator, who has been fearful throughout the fight, still offers his throat at the end, even guiding his opponent's wavering blade to the right spot. But to remain strong when death is not just near, but certain and inescapable, that takes real courage, and only the wise can achieve it. That is why I listened to Bassus with such deep satisfaction. He was giving his final judgment on death, observing it up close, so to speak. Of course, we would trust even more someone who had died and come back to life to report that there is no evil in death. But in a way, the best people to tell us about death are those who have watched it approach and welcomed it. Bassus is one of these men, and he has no reason to deceive us. He says, "It is as foolish to fear death as it is to fear old age, for just as old age follows youth, death follows old age. A person who does not wish to die should never have wished to live, for life is given to us on the condition that we will die." That is where the road leads. So how absurd it is to fear it, since we only fear what is uncertain, while death is the one certainty. Death is ruled by a fair and unbreakable law. Who can complain when the same rule applies to all? The greatest form of fairness is equality. But there is no need to defend nature. It does not need our approval. She simply dissolves what she has created, only to create again from what she has dissolved. And if a man is fortunate enough to be gently set adrift by old age, not suddenly torn from life, but eased away bit by bit, then surely he should be grateful. He has had his fill of life and is now being led to the rest that awaits all of humanity, a rest that is a gift to the weary. Some men even long for death more desperately than others beg for life. And I do not know which type of man is more inspiring, the one who actively calls for death, or the one who calmly accepts it. For the first attitude may come from madness or sudden anger, but the second comes from deep understanding. Many have rushed toward death in a fit of passion, but no one has welcomed it calmly except the person who's been preparing for it all along. That is why I visited Bassus many times, sometimes using excuses, but always with the real purpose of seeing whether he remained the same. I wanted to know if his mental strength was weakening along with his body. But I found that his mind was growing even stronger, just as a charioteer feels his greatest joy when he reaches the final lap and sees the finish line ahead. He often quoted Epicurus, saying, "I hope, first of all, that there is no pain in the moment of dying, but if there is, at least it will be brief. No great pain lasts long, and even if death does come with suffering, at least there's comfort in knowing that once it is over, pain will never touch us again. But I do not believe that an old man's soul needs much force to separate from the body. A fire that is burning strong must be put out with water, or by destroying the house that feeds it. But a fire that has no fuel left simply dies away on its own." I am glad to hear such words, Lucilius, not because they are new, but because I see them confirmed by reality. Have I not seen many men die? Of course, but I am most moved by those who neither rush toward death nor shrink from it. Those who let death come in rather than dragging it toward them. Bassus kept saying, "We bring suffering upon ourselves because we only fear death when we believe it is near." But isn't it always near? It can meet us anywhere, at any time. "Think about it," he said. "When we feel that death is close, we panic. But every moment of our lives, we are just as close to death as we were before. We simply don't realize it. A man may fear an enemy's sword, but he is just as likely to die from overeating. If we take a critical look at what we fear, we will find that some fears are real, but many are illusions. We do not fear death, we fear the thought of death. But death itself is always the same distance from us. If it should be feared at all, it should be feared at every moment, for no stage of life is free from it. But I fear you will hate this long letter more than death itself, so I will stop here. Still, always keep death in your thoughts, so that you may never fear it. Farewell. Letter 31. On Siren Songs. Now I recognize the real Lucilius. You are beginning to show the character you once promised. Keep following the impulse that led you to seek what is best, trampling underfoot the things that the crowd values. I do not wish you to become greater or better than you intended. Your foundation is already vast. All you need to do now is finish what you started and bring your plans to completion. In short, you will be a wise man if you learn to shut your ears, and it will take more than wax to block out the noise. You need something far denser than what Ulysses used for his men. The song he feared was sweet, but it came from one place only. The song you must guard against is all around you. It does not call from a single headland, but from every direction in the world. So do not merely sail past one treacherous place. Sail past every city. Be deaf even to those who love you most, for their well-meaning wishes can lead you astray. If you want to be truly happy, ask the gods to deny you the things that others pray for on your behalf. The things they want for you are not real blessings. There is only one true good, the source and foundation of a happy life. Trust in yourself. But this cannot be achieved unless you learn to despise hardship and recognize that it is neither good nor bad. A thing cannot be bad one moment and good the next, sometimes easy to bear and other times terrifying. Hard work is not a good in itself. Then what is good? The ability to look down on hard work. That is why I rebuke those who toil for no purpose. But when a man is struggling towards something honorable, I will praise him all the more, the harder he works and the more he refuses to give up. To him, I will shout, "You are improving." Keep going, take a deep breath and push forward. Climb that hill in one great effort if you can. Hard work is the food of noble minds. That is why you should not follow the old custom of making vows, choosing the fortune you wish to have. It is beneath a man who has already attained high honors to keep begging the gods. What need is there for prayers? Make yourself happy by your own efforts. You can do this if you understand that whatever is tied to virtue is good, and whatever is tied to vice is bad. Just as nothing can shine without light, nothing can be dark without shadows, nothing can be hot without fire, and nothing cold without air. So too, nothing is honorable except through virtue, and nothing is disgraceful except through vice. What, then, is good? Knowledge. What is evil? Ignorance. The wise man, like an experienced craftsman, will choose or reject things as the situation demands. But he will neither fear the things he rejects nor worship the things he chooses, so long as he has a strong and unshakable soul. I forbid you to be discouraged or disheartened. It is not enough merely to accept hard work. You should seek it out. But, you say, what about pointless or degrading work? Surely that is bad. No, no more than noble work is good. The ability to endure effort, to push through difficulties and keep going uphill, that itself is a virtue. The spirit must ask itself, why are you growing weak? It is not a man's place to fear sweat. Besides, virtue must be consistent, steady, and aligned with a clear vision of life. This is impossible without knowledge, without understanding both human and divine matters. That is the highest good. Once you attain it, you no longer beg the gods, you stand beside them. But how, you ask, does one reach that goal? You do not need to cross the Pennine or Graian mountains, trek through the Candavian wilderness, or risk the Syrtes, Scylla, or Charybdis, though you have faced all these dangers before, just for the chance at some petty government post. The journey that leads to wisdom is safe and pleasant. Nature has already given you everything you need. If you remain true to these gifts, you will rise to the level of the divine. But wealth will not bring you closer to the gods, because the gods own nothing. Nor will fine clothes, for they are not dressed in fabric, nor will fame, reputation, or a name known across the world, for no one truly knows the gods, and many even scorn them without consequence. The army of slaves that carries your litter through the streets will not help you, for the God I speak of, the highest, most powerful being, carries the whole world upon his own shoulders. Beauty and strength will not make you blessed, for neither of these things can outlast old age. So we must seek what does not wither or fade with time. And what is that? The soul, but a soul that is upright, strong, and great. What else can you call such a soul but a God living as a guest within a human body? Such a soul may be found in a Roman knight, in a freedman's son, even in a slave. For what is a knight, a freedman, or a slave? These are mere labels, created by ambition and injustice. A man can rise to the heavens even from the filthiest slum. Rise up and shape yourself in the image of your God. This image will not be shaped from gold or silver, for nothing divine can be crafted from such materials. Remember, when the gods were kind to mankind, they were molded from clay. Farewell. Letter 32. On progress. I have been asking about you, questioning everyone who comes from your part of the country, what you are doing, where you are spending your time, and with whom. You cannot deceive me. I am with you in spirit. Live as though I were certain to hear about your actions. Better yet, as if I could see them with my own eyes. And if you wonder what news pleases me most, it is that I hear nothing at all. Most of the people I ask do not even know what you are doing. This is a good sign. It means you are not mixing with people of different values and distractions. And I trust that you are not easily swayed, that you will hold firm to your purpose even when surrounded by the crowd, no matter how much they try to pull you in different directions. What, then, is my concern? Not that they will change you, but that they will slow you down. And in life, delay is a serious harm, especially since life is already short, and we make it even shorter by our indecision, by constantly starting fresh, trying one path and then another. We break our lives into fragments and waste them piece by piece. Push forward then, my dear Lucilius, and think how much faster you would move if an enemy were chasing you, if you heard cavalry approaching, pressing hard on your heels. Well, the enemy is chasing you. So move faster, escape to safety, and find your refuge. Keep reminding yourself how noble it is to complete your life before death arrives, to reach a state where you have everything you need, so that you can spend whatever time remains in peace, asking for nothing more. A truly happy life does not become any happier by being longer. When will you reach the point where time no longer matters to you? When will you be at peace, untroubled about tomorrow because you are fully alive today? Do you know why people are so desperate for the future? It is because they have never truly found themselves. Your parents, no doubt, wished for different things on your behalf. They prayed for you to be blessed with wealth and success. But I pray for the opposite, that you will come to despise all the things they wished for in abundance. Their prayers demanded that riches be taken from others, just so you could be enriched. Whatever they wished to give you, they first had to take from someone else. I pray instead that you may master yourself, that your mind, now restless and scattered, will finally come to rest, steady and secure. That you will be content with yourself, having discovered what is truly good. And once you understand what is good, you will realize that you already have it. A person who reaches this state has no need for extra years. He has already lived. He has gone beyond necessity, won his honorable discharge, and is truly free, still alive, yet beyond life itself. Farewell. Letter 33. On the futility of learning maxims. You want me to end these letters, as I have before, with sayings from the leaders of our school. But they did not concern themselves with collecting choice quotes. Their entire body of work is filled with strength. A thing only stands out when it rises above the rest, but in their case, everything stands tall. A single tree does not seem remarkable when the whole forest reaches the same height. Poetry is full of striking lines, and so is history. That is why you should not think of these sayings as belonging to Epicurus alone. They are common property, and in fact, they are ours as much as his. But they do stand out more in Epicurus, since they appear unexpectedly in a philosopher who was thought to be soft and indulgent. That, at least, is the common opinion. But I believe Epicurus was actually a brave man, even if he did wear long sleeves. Strength, courage, and a readiness to fight can be found among the Persians just as much as among those who keep their tunics short and belted. So do not ask me for quotations. What you find scattered here and there in the works of other philosophers runs through the entire fabric of Stoic thought. We do not put show window goods on display, only to have nothing inside when the buyer enters the shop. We let people pick their own samples wherever they please. Even if we tried to separate out individual sayings, to whom should we credit them? Zeno, Cleanthes, Chrysippus, Panatius, Posidonius. We Stoics do not serve a single master. Each of us is free to make his own way. Among the Epicureans, however, whatever Hermarchus or Metrodorus says is attributed to one source alone. That is their way. Every thought is spoken under the authority of a single leader. But we cannot possibly choose among so many sayings of equal worth. Only the poor man counts his flock. Wherever you look, you will find something that would stand out, if not for the fact that everything around it is equally strong. So stop hoping that you can grasp the wisdom of great thinkers just by collecting snippets of their words. Study their wisdom as a whole. Understand it in its entirety. They are not throwing out isolated thoughts. They are constructing a grand design, weaving together a masterpiece in which every thread plays its part. If you pick apart the pieces, you ruin the whole. A woman is not truly beautiful because of a well-shaped ankle or arm. She is beautiful when the whole of her being makes you forget to admire any single part. But if you insist, I will not be stingy. I will be generous. There is no shortage of these sayings. They are scattered everywhere. They do not need to be gathered, only picked up. They do not drip out occasionally, they pour out continuously. They are unbroken, tightly connected. I do not deny that short, memorable maxims are useful for beginners, those still standing outside the temple of wisdom. Such phrases, like poetry, are easier to absorb when neatly framed. That is why we give children proverbs to memorize, what the Greeks call kria, because their young minds cannot yet grasp more than that. But for a person who has already made progress, to rely on mere quotes and repeat the shortest and most famous sayings as a crutch, that is disgraceful. At some point, he must stand on his own. He should create such maxims, not merely memorize them. It is shameful for an old man, or even for one who has reached the edge of old age, to have only notebook knowledge. This is what Zeno said. But what have you said? This is the opinion of Cleanthes. But what is your opinion? How long will you follow another's path? Take command. Speak words that posterity will remember. Give something of your own. That is why I have no respect for those who never produce anything themselves, who spend their lives lurking in the shadows of others, interpreting words but never daring to put into practice what they have so long studied. They have trained their memory with other men's ideas. But there is a difference between remembering and knowing. To remember is simply to hold something in trust. To know is to make it your own, to stand on your own feet, without needing to check back with the master every moment. Zeno said this, Cleanthes said that. Let there be a difference between you and your book. How long will you remain a student? It is time to become a teacher. But why? Someone asks. Should I continue listening to lectures when I can read the same things in books? Because the living voice has great power. Yes, perhaps, but not when that voice is only repeating someone else's words. A speaker who merely echoes another's thoughts is no more than a stenographer. Consider this. Those who never develop their own independence begin by following a leader where the leader has already been abandoned, and then they follow him even where truth is still being debated. But truth will never be found if we settle for the answers already given. A man who only follows others does not just fail to discover anything, he does not even search. So should I reject the path of my predecessors? Number. I will use the old road, but if I find a better, shorter, and smoother way, I will take it. Those who came before us are not our masters, they are our guides. Truth is open to all, it is not yet owned by anyone, and there is still plenty left for future generations to discover. Farewell. Letter 33. On the futility of learning maxims. You want me to end these letters, as I have before, with sayings from the leaders of our school. But they did not concern themselves with collecting choice quotes. Their entire body of work is filled with strength. A thing only stands out when it rises above the rest, but in their case, everything stands tall. A single tree does not seem remarkable when the whole forest reaches the same height. Poetry is full of striking lines, and so is history. That is why you should not think of these sayings as belonging to Epicurus alone. They are common property, and in fact, they are ours as much as his. But they do stand out more in Epicurus, since they appear unexpectedly in a philosopher who was thought to be soft and indulgent. That, at least, is the common opinion. But I believe Epicurus was actually a brave man, even if he did wear long sleeves. Strength, courage, and a readiness to fight can be found among the Persians just as much as among those who keep their tunics short and belted. So do not ask me for quotations. What you find scattered here and there in the works of other philosophers runs through the entire fabric of Stoic thought. We do not put show window goods on display, only to have nothing inside when the buyer enters the shop. We let people pick their own samples, wherever they please. Even if we tried to separate out individual sayings, to whom should we credit them? Zeno, Cleanthes, Chrysippus, Panatius, Posidonius? We Stoics do not serve a single master. Each of us is free to make his own way. Among the Epicureans, however, whatever Hermarchus or Metrodorus says is attributed to one source alone. That is their way. Every thought is spoken under the authority of a single leader. But we cannot possibly choose among so many sayings of equal worth. Only the poor man counts his flock. Wherever you look, you will find something that would stand out, if not for the fact that everything around it is equally strong. So stop hoping that you can grasp the wisdom of great thinkers just by collecting snippets of their words. Study their wisdom as a whole. Understand it in its entirety. They are not throwing out isolated thoughts. They're constructing a grand design, weaving together a masterpiece in which every thread plays its part. If you pick apart the pieces, you ruin the whole. A woman is not truly beautiful because of a well-shaped ankle or arm. She is beautiful when the whole of her being makes you forget to admire any single part. But if you insist, I will not be stingy, I will be generous. There is no shortage of these sayings. They are scattered everywhere. They do not need to be gathered, only picked up. They do not drip out occasionally, they pour out continuously. They are unbroken, tightly connected. I do not deny that short, memorable maxims are useful for beginners, those still standing outside the temple of wisdom. Such phrases, like poetry, are easier to absorb when neatly framed. That is why we give children proverbs to memorize, what the Greeks call kria, because their young minds cannot yet grasp more than that. But for a person who has already made progress, to rely on mere quotes and repeat the shortest and most famous sayings as a crutch, that is disgraceful. At some point, he must stand on his own. He should create such maxims, not merely memorize them. It is shameful for an old man, or even for one who has reached the edge of old age, to have only notebook knowledge. This is what Zeno said. But what have you said? This is the opinion of Cleanthes. But what is your opinion? How long will you follow another's path? Take command. Speak words that posterity will remember. Give something of your own. That is why I have no respect for those who never produce anything themselves, who spend their lives lurking in the shadows of others, interpreting words but never daring to put into practice what they have so long studied. They have trained their memory with other men's ideas. But there is a difference between remembering and knowing. To remember is simply to hold something in trust. To know is to make it your own, to stand on your own feet without needing to check back with the master every moment. Zeno said this, Cleanthes said that. Let there be a difference between you and your book. How long will you remain a student? It is time to become a teacher. But why, someone asks, should I continue listening to lectures when I can read the same things in books? Because the living voice has great power. Yes, perhaps, but not when that voice is only repeating someone else's words. A speaker who merely echoes another's thoughts is no more than a stenographer. Consider this. Those who never develop their own independence begin by following a leader where the leader has already been abandoned, and then they follow him even where truth is still being debated. But truth will never be found if we settle for the answers already given. A man who only follows others does not just fail to discover anything, he does not even search. So should I reject the path of my predecessors? No, I will use the old road. But if I find a better, shorter, and smoother way, I will take it. Those who came before us are not our masters. They are our guides. Truth is open to all. It is not yet owned by anyone, and there is still plenty left for future generations to discover. Farewell. Letter 34. On a Promising Pupil. My spirit lifts, my heart leaps with joy, my years fall away, and my blood runs warm again whenever I see, through your actions and letters, how much you have surpassed yourself. The ordinary man, well, you left him far behind, long ago. If a farmer delights when his tree grows strong enough to bear fruit, if a shepherd takes pleasure in the increase of his flock, if every teacher sees his pupil as a reflection of his own youth, then what do you think it means for someone who has nurtured a mind, shaped a young intellect, and then sees it suddenly reach maturity? I claim you as my own. You are my creation. When I recognized your potential, I laid my hand on you. I urged you forward. I drove you onward, refusing to let you dawdle on the path. I pushed you then, and I push you now. But now, I am cheering on someone who is already in the race, someone who, in turn, pushes me forward as well. What more do you want from me? You ask. The will is still mine. Yes, and in this case, the will is almost everything, not merely half, as the old saying goes. A task once begun is half done. No, it is more than half, for the matter at hand is entirely in the hands of the soul. That is why the greatest part of being good is simply wanting to be good. Do you know what I mean by a good man? One who is whole, complete, whom neither pressure nor hardship can corrupt. I see that man in you. So long as you keep moving forward, stay focused on your work, and make sure that everything you do and say is in harmony. A man whose actions are at odds with one another has a twisted soul. Farewell. Letter 35. On the Friendship of Kindred Minds. When I urge you so strongly to focus on your studies, I am acting in my own interest. I want your friendship, and I can only have it if you continue, as you have begun, to develop yourself. Because right now, although you love me, you are not yet my friend. But, you might say, aren't these the same thing? No, they are not just different, they are entirely unlike. A friend always loves you, but not everyone who loves you is your friend. Friendship is always beneficial, while love, at times, can even do harm. So if for no other reason, work to perfect yourself so that you may learn how to love rightly. Hurry then, so that as you improve for my sake, you do not end up perfecting yourself only for someone else's benefit. Though I already take some comfort in imagining that we will one day be of one mind, and that whatever strength old age has stolen from me will return to me through you, even if the difference in our years is not so great. But I want to rejoice in the reality, not just the idea. We take joy in those we love, even when we are apart, but it is a faint, fleeting kind of joy. The real, living joy comes from seeing them, being in their presence, and sharing in their life. And this is true not just when we see someone we desire, but when we see the kind of person we desire them to be. So give yourself to me as a gift of the highest value. And if you need more motivation, remember this: you are mortal, and I am old. Hurry to find me, but hurry even more to find yourself. Make progress. Above all, learn to be consistent with yourself. And when you want to measure your growth, ask yourself this: do I still desire today what I desired yesterday? A mind that changes its wants from day to day is like a ship at sea, drifting wherever the wind takes it, but a settled and steady mind does not wander. This is the state of the truly wise man, and to some degree it is also the state of one who is making progress and has begun to gain control of himself. What is the difference between these two? One is still moving, but never changes direction. It only rises and falls in place. The other does not move at all. Farewell. Letter 36. On the value of retirement. Encourage your friend to boldly dismiss those who criticize him for choosing the quiet life, for stepping away from the chase for honors, for choosing peace over ambition, even when greater achievements were within his grasp. Let him prove, day by day, just how wisely he has looked after his own well-being. Those men whom others envy will keep marching past him. Some will be pushed aside, others will fall. Success is a stormy thing. It agitates itself, torments itself, and drives men in all directions, some toward power, others toward indulgence. Some it inflates with arrogance, others it softens and weakens entirely. But someone might argue, so-and-so handles success well. Yes, just as a drunkard handles his liquor. Do not let such people convince you that the man surrounded by crowds is happy. People rush to him the way a mob rushes to a pond, stirring up the water while they drain it. But you say, they call our friend a slacker, a do-nothing. There are people whose judgment is completely twisted. They use the wrong words for everything. They used to call him happy too, but was he? Even if some people now think he is harsh and unfriendly, I am not concerned. Aristo used to say that he preferred a young man with a stern nature to one who was cheerful and eager to please the crowd. Wine that tastes rough and sharp when new turns out to be the best when aged. But the wine that is pleasant, straight from the vineyard, will not last. Let them call him cold and indifferent to success, because that very severity will serve him well as he matures, as long as he remains devoted to virtue and fully absorbs his studies, not merely dabbling in them, but soaking his mind in them completely. Now is the time to learn. What? Is there ever a time when one should not learn? Of course not. But just as study is admirable at every stage of life, there is an age at which it is no longer admirable to be a student. An old man learning his ABCs is a ridiculous sight. The young man must store up wisdom. The old man must use it. So you will do yourself a great service if you make this friend of yours as good a man as possible. The best kindnesses, after all, are those that benefit the giver just as much as the receiver. Besides, it is no longer up to him. He has already given his word. And it is less shameful to settle a debt with a creditor than to settle a debt with one's own future. A businessman can only repay his debts if he has a profitable journey, a farmer only if the fields are fertile and the weather is kind. But the debt your friend owes can be repaid in full with nothing but goodwill. Fortune has no power over character. Let him shape his soul so that, in perfect peace, he strengthens the spirit within him, a spirit that neither gains nor loses from external events, but remains steady no matter what happens. A spirit like this, when blessed with wealth, remains above it. If fate strips him of some, or even all of it, he is unchanged. If your friend had been born in Parthia, he would have been trained as a child to bend the bow. If he had been born in Germany, he would have been taught from birth to hurl a light spear. If he had lived in the time of our ancestors, he would have learned to ride and fight hand to hand. Every culture prepares its people for its own battles. What, then, should your friend train himself for? I say, let him learn to master the one thing that defends against all weapons, against every kind of enemy, contempt for death. Because no one doubts that death is terrifying. Even our very souls, shaped by nature to cling to life, recoil from it. Otherwise, there would be no need to steel ourselves against it, no need to prepare our courage, no need to force ourselves towards something we should be drawn to by instinct. Every living thing instinctively fights to survive. No one trains for the sake of resting on soft cushions. A soldier strengthens himself, not so he can one day sleep on a bed of roses, but so that, if it comes to it, he can keep watch through the night, wounded, without even leaning on his spear. Because once a man begins to rest against anything, sleep is likely to overtake him. In death, there is nothing harmful, because there must be something left for harm to exist. But if you are so desperate for more life, then consider this. Nothing in nature ever truly vanishes. Everything that disappears from sight is merely drawn back into the great cycle of existence, only to emerge again in due time. Nothing is destroyed, only interrupted. Death, which we fear so much, does not steal life. It simply pauses it. The time will come when we will return to the light again, and if men knew this, many would protest. But nature restores us in ignorance of our past lives. I will explain this more carefully another time. For now, simply remember, nothing perishes. Everything merely changes. If you are destined to return, then you ought to leave in peace. Look at the way the universe turns in cycles. No star in the sky disappears forever. They all set and rise again in their time. Summer has passed, but another year will bring it back. Winter has fallen, but the months will lift it up again. The sun has been swallowed by night, but day will soon drive it away. The wandering stars retrace their old paths, parts of the sky rising while others sink. One last thought, and then I will stop. Children, fools, and madmen do not fear death. What an embarrassment, then, if reason cannot give us the same peace of mind that they have through sheer ignorance. Farewell. Letter 37. On Allegiance to Virtue. You have promised to be a good man. You have sworn yourself in. That is the strongest bond that will hold you to sound judgment. Anyone who tells you that this is an easy or soft kind of soldiering is mocking you. Do not be deceived. The terms of this most honorable commitment are the same as those of the most brutal one: through fire, imprisonment, or death by the sword. From those who sell their strength in the arena, who eat and drink knowing they will have to pay for it with their blood, security is taken that they will endure such trials, whether they want to or not. But you must endure them willingly, eagerly. A gladiator can drop his weapon and plead for mercy from the crowd. You will not. You will not drop your weapon, nor beg for life. You must die standing, unbroken, unyielding. And what is the point of gaining a few extra days or years? The moment we are born, we are conscripted. There is no discharge. Then how can I escape, you ask? You cannot escape necessity, but you can overcome it. By force, a way is made. Philosophy is that way. So take refuge in philosophy if you want to be safe, untroubled, and truly happy. Most importantly, if you want to be free. There is no other way. Foolishness is weak, miserable, and servile. It is ruled by the most ruthless masters. These masters, our desires, fears, and impulses, either take turns dominating us or crush us all at once. But wisdom alone can banish them, for wisdom is the only true freedom. There is only one road to wisdom, and it is a straight path. You will not lose your way. Walk it steadily. If you want to master all things, first put yourself under the mastery of reason. If reason rules you, you will rule many. Reason will teach you what to pursue and how to pursue it. You will not stumble blindly into things. No man can tell you exactly how he first began to crave what he craves. He did not arrive there by careful thought. He was driven there by impulse. Fortune attacks us just as often as we attack her. It is disgraceful to be carried along by events instead of marching forward, to suddenly wake up, caught in the whirlwind of life, and ask yourself in confusion, how did I get here? Farewell. Letter 38, on quiet conversation. You are right to urge that we exchange letters more often, but the greatest benefit comes from conversation because it seeps gradually into the soul. Speeches that are prepared in advance and delivered to a crowd may have more volume, but they have less impact. Philosophy is good advice, and no one gives advice by shouting. Of course, we sometimes need these grand speeches, if I may call them that, when someone who hesitates needs a push forward. But when the goal is not just to make a man want to learn, but to actually teach him, then we must turn to the quieter words of conversation. They enter more easily and take hold in the memory, for it is not the quantity of words that matters, but their effectiveness. Words should be sown like seeds. However small the seed may be, if it finds fertile ground, it unfolds its power and spreads from something tiny into something great. Reason grows the same way. It does not appear large at first, but as it works, it expands. Few words may be spoken, but if the mind truly grasps them, they take root and flourish. Precepts and seeds share this quality. They are small, yet they produce much. But, as I said, they must fall upon receptive ground. If the mind is prepared to absorb them, it will in turn bring forth more than it received. Farewell. Letter 39, on noble aspirations. I will, as you request, compile the notes for you in an orderly and concise manner. But consider whether the usual method might not serve you better than what is now commonly called a breviary, though in the good old days, when real Latin was spoken, it was called a summary. The former is more useful to one who is learning a subject. The latter is better suited for someone who already knows it. One teaches, the other aids memory. But I will provide you with both. A man like you should not need to rely on authorities. Whoever constantly cites sources is admitting he has no name of his own. I will write exactly what you ask, but I will do it in my own way. Until then, You have plenty of authors whose works will keep your thoughts in order. Just look at the list of philosophers. Doing so will wake you up when you see how many have labored for your benefit. You will want to be counted among them, for this is the finest quality of a noble soul. It is stirred to greatness. No man of true talent is satisfied with what is low or trivial. The sight of great achievement summons him higher. Just as fire leaps into the air and cannot be kept down or made to rest, so too is the soul always in motion, and the greater its fire, the more restless and active it becomes. But blessed is the man who directs this energy toward what is good. He will place himself beyond the reach of fortune, will rule over success with wisdom, lighten adversity, and despise what the masses admire. It is the mark of a great soul to scorn greatness itself, preferring what is moderate over what is excessive. For what is moderate sustains life, while excess destroys it. Soil that is too rich makes crops fall over. Branches break under too much fruit. Too much fertility prevents the harvest from ripening. The same is true of the soul. It is ruined by unchecked prosperity, which harms not only others, but even itself. What enemy has ever tormented a man as cruelly as his own pleasures? The only excuse we can make for the reckless indulgence and frenzied lust of these men is that they suffer the very evils they have inflicted on others. And they deserve their torment, for desire, once it breaks free of nature's limits, demands infinite room to roam. Nature has set boundaries, but excess has none. Necessity sets a limit to what we need, but what limit can be set for what is unnecessary? That is why men sink into pleasure and cannot live without it once they have grown used to it. This is why they are miserable. What was once a luxury has become a necessity. They are slaves to their pleasures rather than masters of them. Worse still, they love their own self-destruction, and that is the greatest destruction of all. The height of misery is reached when men are not only drawn to shameful things, but even take delight in them, and when vice is no longer just a temptation, but a way of life. Farewell. Letter 40. On the proper style for a philosopher's discourse. I am grateful that you write to me so often. It is the only way you can truly show me who you are. Every letter from you brings me into your presence at once. If portraits of absent friends bring us pleasure, even though they only refresh our memory and soothe our longing with a comfort that is fleeting and insubstantial, how much greater is the pleasure of a letter which carries real traces, real signs of an absent friend. For the sweetest part of meeting in person is preserved in the imprint of a friend's hand upon his writing, the recognition of his presence. You tell me that you recently attended a lecture by the philosopher Serapio when he arrived in your city. He tears his words out of himself in a mighty rush, you say, hurling them forward instead of letting them flow naturally, piling them on top of each other so fast that a single voice can barely keep up with them. I do not approve of this in a philosopher. His speech, like his life, should be measured. Nothing that charges ahead recklessly can be truly ordered. That is why in Homer, the fast-flowing style, like an unbroken snowstorm, is given to the young speaker, while from the old man, words flow more gently, sweeter than honey. So mark my words, this kind of rapid, overflowing speech belongs more to a showman than to a man discussing serious matters. But I object just as much to speech that is slow and halting as to speech that is rushed. It should neither strain the ear nor deafen it. A thin, stammering voice makes the audience stop listening out of boredom, but at least a well-placed word, though long awaited, will sink in more deeply than one that flits past too quickly. After all, we speak of handing down teachings, but how can anything be handed down if it cannot even be grasped? Speech that deals with truth should be plain and unadorned. This flashy style has nothing to do with truth. Its only goal is to impress the crowd, to overwhelm careless ears with its speed. It does not invite discussion. It escapes before anyone can catch it. But how can speech govern others if it cannot even govern itself? And should we not also say that any speech meant to heal the mind must first sink in? A medicine does no good unless it stays in the body. Besides, this kind of speech is mostly empty. It has more noise than force. My fears should be quieted, my anger softened, my illusions shattered, my greed rebuked. And how can any of this be achieved in a hurry? What doctor heals a patient in a single visit? And may I add, this tangled mess of words is not even pleasant to listen to. No, it is like watching a magician perform a trick. Once you have seen it done, that is enough. The same goes for these verbal gymnasts. What could anyone possibly want to learn or imitate from them? What can we conclude about their minds when their speech bursts forward in wild disorder, completely out of control? Just like a man running downhill cannot stop exactly where he planned, his body's momentum will carry him farther, so too does rapid speech lose control of itself. It is unworthy of philosophy. Philosophy must place her words carefully, not fling them out like loose gravel. She must move steadily, not careen forward in a mad rush. But shouldn't philosophy sometimes take on a loftier tone? You ask. Of course, but she must keep her dignity. That dignity is destroyed by violent, unrestrained speech. Let philosophy be strong, but under control. Let her words flow without ceasing, but never become a flood. I would not allow even an orator to speak with such unchecked speed, for how could a jury, a group of men often untrained and unprepared, possibly follow? Even when an orator is carried away by passion or the desire to show off, even then he should not speak so fast that his words pile up beyond what the ear can bear. You will be right, then, if you refuse to admire those who focus on how much they can say, rather than how well they can say it. And if you must choose one extreme, better to speak as slowly as Publius Vinicius, the stammerer. When Arcelius was asked how Vinicius spoke, he answered, "Gradually." And as Geminus Varius joked, "I don't see how you can call that man eloquent. He can't even put 3 words together." So why not choose to speak as Vinicius did? Of course, some fool might try to mock you, like the man who interrupted one of Vinicius's speeches and said, "Well, don't you have anything to say?" But that would still be better than the opposite extreme, Quintus Haterius, the most famous orator of his time, whose rapid speech, in my opinion, should be avoided by any reasonable person. Haterius never hesitated, never paused. He had only one start and one stop. Perhaps certain styles of speech suit certain cultures. In a Greek, we might tolerate an unrestrained style, but we Romans, even when writing, have developed the habit of separating our words more carefully. And Cicero, the man who first made Roman oratory great, was never in a hurry. Our language prefers to take its time, to weigh its words, to present something worth thinking about, not just something to hear. Fabianus, a man remarkable for his character, his knowledge, and, though less important than these, his eloquence, would move through his arguments with swiftness, not haste. You could call it ease rather than speed. This is the quality I prefer in a wise man, though I do not demand it. The only thing I ask is that his speech flows freely, though I would rather it be deliberate than uncontrolled. And I have another reason for warning you away from this habit. To master it, you would have to lose all sense of modesty. You would have to strip all shame from your face and become deaf to your own voice. For this reckless speed will produce many expressions you would later regret. And again, I repeat, you cannot speak this way and still keep your sense of shame. Besides, You would need to practice daily, shifting your attention away from substance and toward mere words. But even if words came easily to you, even if they poured out without effort, they would still need control. Just as a philosopher should not walk with an arrogant strut, he should not speak with uncontrolled boldness. Therefore, the conclusion of all this is simple. I advise you to be slow of speech. Farewell. Letter 41. On the God within us. You are doing an excellent thing, one that will bring you great benefit, if, as you write to me, you are persisting in your effort to attain true wisdom. It is foolish to pray for something that you could simply gain by your own efforts. There is no need to lift our hands toward heaven or beg the temple priest for access to a God's ear, as if our prayers would be better heard that way. God is near you. He is with you. He is within you. This is what I mean, Lucilius. A Holy Spirit dwells within us, watching over our good and bad deeds, serving as our guardian. As we treat this Spirit, so it treats us. No man can be good without the aid of God. Who can rise above fortune unless God lifts him up? It is He who grants us noble and upright counsel. A God dwells in each good man, but we do not know which God. Have you ever stood in a grove of ancient trees, towering so high that they block out the sky, their branches woven together in an unbroken canopy? That towering forest, that deep and sacred stillness, that overwhelming shade in the midst of open country, does it not feel like the presence of divinity? Or if you enter a vast cave, its rocky arch supporting the weight of a mountain, not built by human hands, but shaped by nature's forces, does your soul not tremble with the sense that a God is near? We worship the sources of great rivers. We build altars where powerful streams burst from hidden springs. We venerate hot springs as divine, and we consecrate certain lakes because of their dark waters or unfathomable depths. But tell me, if you were to see a man unshaken in the face of danger, untouched by desire, joyful in hardship, calm in the midst of chaos, who looks down upon mankind from a higher plane and stands as an equal among the gods, would you not feel awe? Would you not say, this is something greater than mere flesh and blood? A divine power has entered this man. When a soul towers above others, when it remains steady, when it moves through every trial as if it were nothing, when it smiles at what we fear and at what we beg for, then it is driven by a force from heaven. Such a thing cannot stand on its own unless it is propped up by the divine. A greater part of it still belongs to that higher realm from which it descended. Just as the rays of the sun touch the earth, yet remain part of the sun itself, so too does the great and sacred soul, though it moves among us, still cling to its divine source. It depends on that place, turns its gaze toward it, and longs to return. It concerns itself with human affairs only as a superior being, watching from above. And what is such a soul? One that shines not because of external riches, but because of its own greatness. What could be more foolish than praising a man for something that comes from outside him? And what could be more insane than marveling at qualities that, in an instant, could belong to someone else? A golden bit does not make a better horse. A lion with a gilded mane, tamed and worn down by training, may be forced to endure such an ornament, but he does not enter the arena like the wild lion, fierce and unbroken. The wild lion, bold as nature made him, terrifying in his freedom, that is the one people fear and admire, not the weak, decorated one. No man should take pride in anything but what is his own. We praise a vine if it produces abundant fruit, if its weight bends even the sturdy poles meant to support it. Would anyone prefer a vine from which golden grapes and golden leaves hang, useless and unnatural? A vine's virtue is in its fertility. And so it is with man. We should praise in him what is truly his own. Imagine he has a train of beautiful slaves, a grand house, vast fields, and an enormous income. None of these things belong to him. They are merely around him. Praise instead what cannot be given or taken away, that which belongs to him alone. And what is this? His soul, his reason, perfected within his soul. For man is a rational being, and his highest good is to fulfill the purpose for which nature designed him. And what does reason require of him? The simplest thing in the world, to live according to his own nature. But this, thanks to the madness of mankind, has become the hardest thing of all. We push each other into vice. And how can anyone be called back to wisdom when there is no one to restrain him, and all of humanity is urging him toward ruin? Farewell. Letter 42. On Values. Has that friend of yours already convinced you that he is a good man? And yet, it is impossible in so short a time for someone either to become good or to be known as good. Do you know what kind of man I mean when I speak of a good man? I mean one of the second rank, like your friend. For one of the first rank, perhaps, comes into existence only once in 500 years, like the phoenix. And it is no surprise that true greatness emerges only rarely. Fortune often produces men of mediocre ability, suited to entertain the masses. But what is truly extraordinary, what she holds up for our admiration, she makes rare by design. Your friend, however, is still far from being the man he claims to be. And if he truly understood what it means to be a good man, he would not yet believe himself to be one. In fact, he might even despair of ever becoming one. But, you say, he disapproves of wicked men. Well, even wicked men disapprove of one another. There is no harsher punishment for vice than the fact that it despises itself and all those who share in it. But he hates those who abuse their power when they suddenly come into great fortune. I would reply, wait until he acquires such power himself. Then see if he behaves any differently. Many men appear virtuous only because they lack the means to act on their vices. Give them power, and they will be just as corrupt as those they now condemn. The only reason their wickedness remains hidden is that they have not yet been given the opportunity to show it. You can even handle a poisonous snake while it is cold and sluggish. The venom is still there. It is merely dormant. Likewise, the cruelty, ambition, and greed of many men are not absent, only dormant. They only lack the favor of fortune to act on their worst impulses. If you want to see their true nature, just give them the power they secretly desire. Do you remember when you once told me you had a certain man under your influence? I warned you that he was fickle, that he was just a bird of passage, that you held him not by the foot, but only by a wing. And was I wrong? You grasped him only by a feather. He left it in your hands and flew away. And what a spectacle he made of himself afterward. He threw himself into reckless schemes, blind to the fact that by endangering others, he was setting himself up for disaster. He did not see how burdensome the things he pursued would be, even if he succeeded in getting them. This is something we should always keep in mind when chasing after the things we desire. Either they are not worth having at all, or they come with greater trouble than they are worth. Some things are unnecessary, others cost far more than we realize. But we are blind to this, treating things as if they were free, when in reality they cost us dearly. Our stupidity is clear from the fact that we think of buying only in terms of spending money. We imagine that things we acquire without spending money come to us for free. But what about the things we pay for with our very lives? If we had to give up our houses or our land for them, we would hesitate. But we eagerly pursue them at the cost of our peace of mind, our freedom, our dignity, and our time. It is as if each man values everything more than himself. We should treat all of life's pursuits as we do when dealing with a merchant. Before making a purchase, we should ask, how much does this really cost? Many things that seem to cost nothing actually demand the highest price. I can show you countless men who have lost their freedom in exchange for things they once thought they owned. We would truly belong to ourselves if only these things did not belong to us. This is the perspective you should take not only when pursuing gain, but also when facing loss. This thing will perish. Yes, but it was always just an extra. You will live just as well without it as you did before you had it. If you have possessed it for a long time, then at least you had the pleasure of enjoying it. If you had it only briefly, then you lost it before you could become dependent on it. I will have less money. Yes, and fewer troubles. Less influence. Yes, and fewer enemies. Look at the things that drive men to madness, the things they lose and grieve over, as if the world had ended. The truth is, it is not the loss that torments them, but the mere idea of loss. It is not that they actually suffer, only that their minds tell them they are suffering. He who truly possesses himself has lost nothing. But how few men can truly say they belong to themselves. Farewell. Letter 43 on the relativity of fame. Do you ask how the news reached me, and who informed me that you were considering this idea, even though you had told no one? It was that most knowledgeable informant, gossip. What, you say? Am I really such an important person that people gossip about me? But you should not measure yourself by the standards of the world at large, only by the place where you currently live. Anything that rises above its surroundings appears great, at least in the place where it stands. Greatness is not an absolute thing. It depends on comparison. A ship that looks huge on a river seems small when out on the open sea. A rudder that is large for one vessel is tiny for another. So, in your province, you are a person of consequence, even if you think little of yourself. People are asking what you do, how you dine, how you sleep, and they find out too. This is all the more reason to live carefully. But do not consider yourself truly happy until you reach the point where you can live openly, without secrecy, until your walls protect you, but do not hide you. Too often we think that walls surround us not for safety, but so that we can sin in private. Here is one way to test a person's character. You will hardly find anyone who can live with their door wide open. It is not our dignity, but our conscience that has placed doorkeepers at our doors. We live in such a way that being seen unexpectedly is the same as being caught in the act. But what good does it do to hide ourselves, to avoid the eyes and ears of others? A good conscience welcomes the crowd. A bad conscience is disturbed even in solitude. If your actions are honorable, let everyone see them. If they are shameful, what does it matter that no one else knows? When you know, how wretched you must be if you hold yourself in such low regard as a witness. Farewell. Letter 44. On philosophy and pedigrees. You keep telling me that you are a nobody, that nature has been unkind to you from the start, and that fortune has treated you unfairly afterward. Yet you have the power to separate yourself from the crowd and rise to the highest human happiness. If philosophy offers any real benefit, it is this. It does not care about pedigrees. If you trace any man's lineage back far enough, you will find the gods at the beginning. You are a Roman knight, and your hard work earned you that rank. But many are barred from the 14 rows at the theatre. Not everyone can enter the Senate. Even the army carefully selects whom it allows to endure toil and danger. But a noble mind is open to all. By this measure, we all have the chance to achieve greatness. Philosophy does not reject or favor anyone. its light shines for all. Socrates was not an aristocrat. Cleanthes labored at a well, earning his keep by watering gardens. Plato was not born into nobility. Philosophy made him noble. Why, then, should you doubt your ability to stand among such men? They are your ancestors, not by blood, but by spirit, if you live as they did. And you will, if you start by believing that no one surpasses you in true nobility. We all have the same number of forefathers. No man's origins are traceable beyond a certain point. As Plato says, every king descends from slaves, and every slave has kings among his ancestors. Time, with its endless upheavals, has mixed everything together. Fortune turns all things upside down. Who, then, is truly noble? The one who is naturally inclined toward virtue. That is the only standard. Otherwise, if you go back far enough, everyone's ancestry fades into nothingness. From the birth of the universe to now, we have all passed through alternating periods of prominence and obscurity. A hall full of smoke-stained busts does not make a nobleman. No past life can grant us glory. What came before us is not ours. Only the soul makes us noble, and it can rise above fortune, no matter where it began. Suppose, then, that you were not a Roman knight, but a freedman. You could still make yourself the only free man among a crowd of so-called gentlemen. How? By learning to distinguish good from bad without following the judgment of the masses. Do not ask where things come from, but where they lead. If something can truly make life happy, it is good by its own nature, for it cannot be turned into evil. So where do people go wrong, since all men crave happiness? They mistake the means to happiness for happiness itself, and while seeking it, they actually flee from it. The essence of a happy life is freedom from anxiety, and the key to that freedom is unshaken confidence. Yet people gather up things that cause worry. While navigating life's treacherous path, they not only carry burdens, but eagerly load themselves with more. And so they move further away from what they seek. The more effort they put in, the more they hinder themselves and fall behind. It is like running through a labyrinth. The faster you go, the more entangled you become. Farewell. Letter 45. On Sophistical Argumentation. You complain that books are scarce where you are, but quality matters more than quantity. A few good books will benefit you, while a wide variety merely entertains. If you want to reach your goal, you must stick to one path rather than wandering in every direction. What you are suggesting is not travel. It is aimless drifting. But you say, I would rather have your advice than your books. Still, I am ready to send you all the books I have and ransack my entire collection for you. If I could, I would come myself. If not for the hope that your term of office will soon be over, I would have made this journey, old as I am. No Scylla or Charybdis, no legendary straits would have kept me away. I would not only have sailed across, but swum across, just for the chance to see you and judge in person how much you have grown in spirit. But your request for my writings does not make me think myself wise, any more than a request for my portrait would make me think myself handsome. I know this is more about your kindness than your judgment. And even if it is a matter of judgment, kindness is what led you to that judgment. Still, whatever the quality of my work may be, read it as if I was still searching for the truth, rather than claiming to have found it. I have sold myself to no master. I bear no one's name. I respect the judgment of great men, but I claim a share in that judgment for myself. After all, they did not leave us final answers, but open questions, problems still waiting to be solved. Perhaps they could have found the essentials if they had not wasted time on the superfluous. They spent too much effort quibbling over words tangled up in clever but useless arguments. We tie knots with words, then struggle to untie them. Do we really have time for this? Have we already learned how to live? Or how to die? We should focus all our energy on ensuring that both words and things do not deceive us. Why then do we waste time splitting hairs over words when no one is ever deceived by them except in a debate? It is things that lead us astray. It is between things that we must learn to distinguish. We chase after evil, thinking it is good. We pray for things that contradict our past prayers. Our own wishes fight against each other. Our plans cancel out our plans. How easily flattery passes for friendship. It does not merely imitate friendship. It outpaces it, winning over the listener with wide-open, indulgent ears, sinking deep into the heart, and pleasing us most where it harms us most. Teach me how to see through this disguise. An enemy approaches me full of compliments, wearing the mask of a friend. Vices slip into our hearts under the names of virtues. Recklessness calls itself bravery. Laziness calls itself moderation. Cowardice calls itself prudence. If we misjudge these things, the consequences are grave. So label them clearly. And yet, when someone asks a man whether he has horns on his head, he does not foolishly feel his forehead for them, nor can he be tricked by even the most subtle argument into doubting what he knows to be true. These verbal tricks are no different from a street magician's cup and dice routine. The pleasure is in the deception. But once you learn how the trick is done, you lose interest. I feel the same way about word games. What else should we call such sophistries? Not knowing them does no harm, and mastering them does no good. Instead, if you want to analyze meanings, teach us something worthwhile. That the truly happy man is not the one the crowd considers happy, the man whose coffers are overflowing, but the one whose wealth is all within his soul. He is upright, self-sufficient, and never swayed by fortune. He is unshaken by hardship, unafraid of change. He does not wish to trade places with anyone. He judges people by their character, not their status. He follows nature, living as she intends. No force can rob him of his true possessions. He turns misfortune into strength, makes sound judgments, and never loses his mind in crisis. Even if fortune hurls at him the deadliest weapon in her arsenal, she may scratch him, rarely, but never wound him. The usual blows that break other men bounce off him, like hail rattling on a roof. It makes noise, but does no harm, and soon melts away. Why waste my time on the so-called liar paradox, about which entire books have been written? What if my whole life is a lie? If you are so sharp, prove it wrong. Bring me back to the truth. At present, my life clings to things it thinks are necessary, though most of them are superfluous. And even the things that are necessary are insignificant when it comes to happiness. If something is necessary, that does not mean it is good. Otherwise, we degrade the very meaning of good by applying it to bread, barley, and other basic needs of survival. The good is always necessary, but the necessary is not always good. Some utterly trivial things are still necessary. No one, with any real understanding of the word good, would lower its meaning to include life's mere conveniences. So why not devote your efforts to making people see that chasing after the superfluous costs them their lives? Many spend all their days stockpiling the tools of life rather than living it. Look at people. Look at yourself. Nearly everyone's life is spent waiting for tomorrow. What harm is there in that, you ask? Endless harm. These people are not living. They are merely preparing to live. They delay everything. Even if we paid close attention, life would still outrun us. But as we are now, life finds us dragging our feet and rushes past, as if we belonged to someone else. It does not end on the final day. It dies, a little, every day. But I should not let this letter grow so long that it fills the reader's left hand. I will save my argument against the hair-splitters, those over-subtle minds who make argument itself the goal rather than a means, for another day. Farewell. Letter 46. On a new book by Lucilius. I received the book you promised me. I opened it in a hurry, planning to skim through it when I had more time, just to get a taste. But the book had a charm of its own. It pulled me in, and before I knew it, I was reading it more thoroughly. That should tell you how eloquent it was. It had an effortless flow, and yet it did not sound like your usual style or mine. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for the work of Titus Livius, or even Epicurus, and I was so captivated by its charm that I read it all the way through without stopping. The sunlight called me outside. Hunger reminded me to eat. Storm clouds threatened. But I ignored them all and read the book from start to finish. I was not just pleased. I was delighted. It was full of wit and spirit. I would even say it had force, except that it never seemed to pause for breath, nor did it rely on sudden bursts of energy. Instead, it maintained a steady, vigorous, and refined flow. Still, from time to time, I recognized your signature sweetness, that gentle touch of yours. Your style is elevated and noble. Hold on to that. Stay on this path. Your subject matter also played a role, which is why you should always choose themes that seize the mind and stir it. I will discuss the book more fully after a second reading. For now, my opinion is still forming, as if I had heard it read aloud instead of reading it myself. You must let me give it a proper examination. But do not worry. You will hear the truth. Lucky you. You leave me no opportunity to lie to you from such a distance, unless, of course, habit makes lying excusable, even when there is no need for it. Farewell. Letter 47. On Master and Slave. I am glad to hear from those who come from you that you treat your slaves with kindness. That is exactly what a rational and educated person should do. People say, they are slaves. No, they are human beings. Slaves. No, they are companions. Slaves. No, they are humble friends. Slaves. No, they are our fellow captives, because fortune holds just as much power over free men as she does over slaves. That is why I laugh at those who think it beneath them to dine with their slaves. But why should it be degrading? Simply because pompous social customs demand that a master surround himself at dinner with a silent army of standing servants. The master eats more than he can handle, stuffing himself so grotesquely that his stomach can no longer do its job. In the end, he struggles more to get rid of the food than he did to swallow it. Meanwhile, his slaves are not even allowed to move their lips unless they want to feel the whip. A cough, a sneeze, or a hiccup is enough to earn them a beating. Any sound is punished, and so they stand there all night, hungry and silent. But what is the result? Those who cannot speak in their master's presence speak about him behind his back. The slaves of earlier times, however, who were allowed not only to talk in front of their master, but to talk with him, who were not gagged by fear, were the ones willing to lay down their lives for him. They spoke freely at dinner, but remained silent under torture. Eventually, a proverb arose from this kind of cruelty. A man has as many enemies as he has slaves. But slaves do not start as enemies. We make them into enemies. And that is only the beginning of the abuse we inflict upon them, not treating them as men, but as beasts of burden. When we recline at banquets, one slave is there to mop up the vomit, another crouches under the table, gathering up the leftovers tossed aside by drunken guests. Another has mastered the art of carving up game birds, slicing delicate portions with expert precision. Poor wretch, his whole life amounts to knowing how to cut a fat capon the right way. Or is the real wretch the man who taught him this skill, not because he had to, but because he enjoyed it? Another slave, who serves the wine, must be dressed like a woman and must fight against the passage of time. He is forbidden to grow up. His master keeps him frozen in boyhood, even as his body matures into that of a soldier. His hair is plucked out to keep him smooth-faced, and all night long he must serve, first attending his master's drunkenness, then his lust. At dinner, he must be a boy. In the bedroom, a man. Another slave has the miserable job of ranking the guests, watching closely to see whose flattery, appetite, or shamelessness will earn them an invitation to tomorrow's feast. And then there are the unfortunate food tasters, who must memorize their master's cravings, who know what will whet his appetite, what will please his eyes, what combinations will shock his bored taste buds, what he will be sick of, and what will finally make him hungry again. And yet, with all these slaves catering to his every desire, the master thinks it would be beneath him to dine at the same table with them. What madness! How many future masters is he creating in these very men? I have seen, waiting in line outside Callistus's door, the very master who once owned Callistus. I have seen the same man who once auctioned off Callistus along with the rest of his worthless slaves, now begging Callistus for an audience. The master sold Callistus, and how dearly Callistus made him pay for it. Never forget that the man you call your slave was born from the same seed, under the same sky, and breathes, lives, and dies, just as you do. The roles could easily be reversed. In times of war and misfortune, many noblemen have been reduced to tending flocks or working as caretakers of country cottages. So, look down on slaves if you dare. But remember, you could become one just as easily. I won't dive too deeply into this topic. Our treatment of slaves, after all, is something we Romans are notoriously arrogant, cruel, and insulting about. But here is the core of my advice. Treat those below you as you would like to be treated by those above you. Whenever you reflect on the power you have over your slaves, remember that your own master has just as much power over you. But I have no master, you say. Maybe not yet. But you are still young. Who knows what fortune has in store for you? Do you not know at what age Hecuba became a slave? Or Croesus? Or the mother of Darius? Or Plato? Or Diogenes? Be kind to your slaves. Treat them with friendliness, even with warmth. Let them speak to you, plan with you, live with you. No doubt, the snobs will scoff and say, "Nothing is more degrading, more shameful than this." These are the same people, mind you, whom I have caught kissing the hands of other men's slaves. Do you see how our ancestors removed the disgrace from the idea of being a master and the humiliation from the condition of being a slave? They called the master father of the household and the slaves members of the household. Even today, in stage comedies, you can hear slaves refer to their master as paterfamilias. They even established a festival in which masters and slaves dined together, not as a rare exception, but as something that must happen at least once a year. Are you saying, someone will object, that I should invite all my slaves to my table? No, no more than I would say you should invite all free men. But you are mistaken if you think I would exclude certain slaves just because their work is humbler, like a mule driver or a shepherd. I would judge them by their character, not by their job. A man earns his own character, but accident assigns his occupation. Invite some slaves to your table because they deserve the honor, and others so that they may come to deserve it. For if a man has been corrupted by low company, he will be improved by better associations. Do not look only in the Senate or the Forum for friends. You will find them at home too, if you take the time to look. A good craftsman can make something great out of raw material. Try it. and you will see. Only a fool judges a horse by its saddle and bridle, or a man by his clothes and rank. But he is a slave. His body, perhaps, but not necessarily his soul. But he is a slave. So what? Show me a man who isn't a slave. One man is a slave to lust, another to greed, another to ambition, and all men are slaves to fear. I can point out an ex-consul enslaved to an old woman, a rich man enslaved to a slave girl, and young noblemen enslaved to stage actors. No bondage is more disgraceful than the one we impose on ourselves. Do not let the arrogant critics sway you. They will say, I am trying to stir up a slave revolt, that I am overturning social order because I think slaves should respect their masters rather than fear them. But what do they expect? Even the gods themselves prefer to be respected rather than feared. So I fully approve that you do not want to be feared by your slaves, and that you discipline them only with words. Only animals need the whip. The things that irritate us do not necessarily harm us, but we are so spoiled by luxury that we fly into rages over the slightest offense. We imitate kings in this, forgetting our own weaknesses while raging at others' faults. And kings do this not because they don't know better, but because anger gives them an excuse to do harm. They want to feel wronged because that gives them a reason to strike. But I do not need to lecture you further. You do not need persuading. A good man listens to reason and stands by his principles, while a bad man is fickle, changing not for the better, but only for the sake of change. Farewell. Letter 48. On quibbling as unworthy of the philosopher. In response to your letter, one as long as your journey itself, I will reply later. I need to retreat and carefully consider what advice to give you. After all, you yourself took your time before consulting me, so how much more should I deliberate before answering? Giving advice requires more care than seeking it, especially when what benefits you may not benefit me. Am I sounding like an Epicurean? No, because what benefits you does benefit me. I'm not truly your friend unless what concerns you concerns me equally. Friendship is a partnership in all things. There is no such thing as good or bad fortune for one person alone. We live as a community, and no one can be happy who thinks only of himself and measures everything by his own gain. You must live for others if you wish to live for yourself. This sense of shared humanity, carefully maintained, binds us together as fellow men and reminds us that we all have rights in common. And this broader bond strengthens the closer, more personal one, friendship. A man who has much in common with humanity will have all things in common with his friend. On this point, Lucilius, I would love for your so-called philosophers, those expert hair-splitters, to tell me how I ought to help a friend or a fellow man, rather than waste my time analyzing the many meanings of friend and man. Wisdom and folly are taking opposite sides. Which should I choose? Should I listen to the one who sees friendship as a mutual benefit, or to the one who seeks only to be a benefit to his friend? Instead of playing word games, why not simply act? Is it really necessary for me to construct some clever chain of logic, mixing truth with falsehood, just to decide what is good and what should be avoided? I am ashamed that, as old men, we spend time playing such games with serious matters. A mouse is a syllable. A mouse eats cheese. Therefore, a syllable eats cheese. Suppose I can't solve this puzzle. What terrible fate awaits me? Will I one day set a mousetrap for a syllable? Or worse, will a book start devouring my cheese? Unless, of course, I accept another logic trap. A mouse is a syllable. A syllable does not eat cheese. Therefore, a mouse does not eat cheese. What childish nonsense! Do we really furrow our brows over this? Do we let our beards grow long to appear wise, only to waste time on word tricks? Philosophy is not a game. It is guidance for life. People suffer. One is facing death, another poverty, another jealousy of his neighbor's wealth. One man fears misfortune, another is so burdened by his wealth that he wishes to escape it. Some are tormented by men, others by the gods. And what do we offer them? Silly word puzzles. You claim to be a guide for humanity. You promise to help the shipwrecked, the captive, the sick, the desperate, those standing under the executioner's axe. And yet, instead of stretching out your hand to save them, you play logic games. This friend of yours is afraid. Help him. Take the noose from his neck. Everywhere, people are reaching out in despair. They ask you to free them from their suffering, to show them, lost as they are, the clear light of truth. Teach them what is necessary and what is merely excess. Show them how simple and untroubled life can be when we follow nature's path, and how bitter and complicated it becomes when we are ruled by empty opinions instead. I might tolerate these logic games if they actually helped anyone. But what burden do they lighten? Do they conquer lust? Do they restrain desire? If only they were merely useless, they are actually harmful. A great mind, if it gets tangled in these trivialities, is weakened by them. These tricks do not prepare us for battle against fortune. They leave us unarmed. Is this the path to the highest good? Does philosophy truly lead to happiness and freedom if it gets lost in petty wordplay? What happened to its promise, that I would learn to face wealth without greed and death without fear? Instead of fulfilling that promise, they reduce philosophy to the equivalent of courtroom tricks, technicalities that trap their opponents rather than uncover the truth. But just as a judge can overturn a verdict based on a technicality, philosophy should rescue people from these intellectual snares and restore them to the pursuit of wisdom. Why do you abandon your grand promises? You told me that philosophy would make me equal to the gods, and now, instead of fulfilling that promise, you drown me in the alphabet of pedantry. No, philosophy, keep your word. So, Lucilius, avoid these useless debates and word games of so-called philosophers. True wisdom is straightforward and honest. Even if you had unlimited time, you should spend it wisely. But given that your time is already short, what madness it is to waste it on learning the unnecessary. Farewell. Letter 49. On the shortness of life. A man must be truly careless and forgetful, Lucilius, if he only remembers a friend when something in the landscape stirs his memory. And yet, familiar places often awaken feelings of loss that had been buried in the soul, not bringing back dead memories, but reviving them as if from sleep. It is the same as when we see a lost friend's old servant, or cloak, or house, and grief, long softened by time, rushes back as fresh as ever. Now, as I gaze upon Campania, Naples, and your beloved Pompeii, I feel a new and vivid longing for you. I see you clearly before my eyes. I feel as if I have just now said goodbye to you. I see you struggling to hold back your tears, but failing, as emotion wells up at the very moment you try to suppress it. It seems only a moment ago that I lost you. But then again, what isn't just a moment ago once memory is involved? Only a moment ago, I sat as a boy in the school of the philosopher Socian. Only a moment ago, I began pleading in the courts. Only a moment ago, I lost my taste for pleading. And only a moment ago, I lost the ability altogether. Time rushes by at a terrifying speed, something we only truly grasp when we look back. When we are caught up in the present, we don't notice its passage. Its flight is so smooth, so relentless, that it escapes our awareness. Do you know why this is? All the past blends into one single thing. It has no real divisions. It all collapses into the same abyss. That which is brief cannot contain long intervals, and the time we spend living is infinitely brief. Just a single point, or rather, less than a point. But nature, in a cruel trick, disguises this by dividing our tiny sliver of time into childhood, youth, adulthood, and old age. So many steps for such a short journey. It was only a moment ago that I saw you off on your journey, and yet that moment makes up a considerable portion of my already fleeting life. I used to feel as if time moved at a reasonable pace, but now it flies past so quickly I can barely comprehend it. Perhaps this is because the finish line is approaching, or perhaps it is simply because I have started paying attention and counting my losses. That is why I grow angry when I see men wasting their short lives on trivial things. Even when we guard time carefully, we barely have enough of it for what truly matters. Cicero once said that even if he were granted twice as many years, he would still not waste a moment reading the lyric poets. And you can place the dialecticians in the same category, except their foolishness is even sadder. At least the lyric poets admit they are trivial. The dialecticians, however, believe themselves to be engaged in serious work. I do not deny that one should have some knowledge of dialectic, but it should be a passing glance, like a greeting at the door, just enough to ensure you are not deceived into thinking there is any hidden wisdom within it. Why torment yourself and lose sleep over some puzzle that is cleverer to ignore than to solve? A soldier on the march may collect small curiosities along the road when he is at peace. But when the enemy is closing in and the command is given to quicken the pace, he must throw away everything unnecessary. I have no time to argue over the technicalities of grammar or logic. War is at the gates, and I must prepare for battle. If, at a moment of true danger, when greybeards and women were building fortifications, when young men were arming themselves for battle, when the enemy's weapons were shaking the gates, and the very earth trembled from their underground attacks, if, in the midst of this, I sat down calmly and began debating absurdities, wouldn't you call me a madman? What if I occupied myself with nonsense like, "You have not lost what you never had. You have never had horns. Therefore, you have not lost your horns"? Wouldn't everyone rightly call me insane? And yet, I seem just as mad to myself now, if I waste my time on trivialities, for I am under siege. In the previous example, at least, my enemy would be outside the walls, while a strong defense still stood between us. But here and now, the greatest threat is already within. Death is already at my side. Teach me, then, how to stand firm against these dangers. Help me stop running from death and stop letting life slip through my fingers. Show me how to face hardship with courage and accept the unavoidable with peace of mind. Expand the narrow limits of my time. Show me that what makes life valuable is not its length, but the way we use it. Teach me that a man who has lived long may, in fact, have lived too little. Tell me before I go to sleep, you may not wake again, and when I wake, you may not sleep again. Tell me, as I leave my home, you may never return, and when I return, you may never leave again. You would be wrong to think that it is only at sea that the line between life and death is razor thin. No, that line is always the same, no matter where you are. The difference is that, at sea, death shows itself plainly. Elsewhere it lurks in disguise, but it is just as close. Remove these illusions of fear from me. Then I will be ready to receive the wisdom I seek. Nature made us teachable at birth. She gave us reason. Not perfect reason, but one capable of being perfected. Teach me about justice, duty, self-restraint. Teach me not only the purity that avoids harming others, but also the purity that protects oneself. And above all, do not lead me down bypaths. The road to truth is simple. As the tragic poet said, "The language of truth is simple." Let us keep it that way. Nothing is less suited to a great soul than tricky cleverness. Farewell. Letter 50. On Our Blindness and Its Cure. I received your letter months after you had sent it. So, naturally, I didn't bother asking the courier what you were doing at the time. He'd have to have a remarkable memory to recall that. But by now, I trust you are living in such a way that I already know what you are doing, no matter where you are. What else could occupy you, if not improving yourself daily, laying aside one fault after another, realizing that the flaws you blame on circumstances are actually within you? We all tend to blame our faults on time or place, but they follow us wherever we go. You remember Harpaste, my wife's fool? She's still in my house, an inherited burden. I cannot stand these so-called freaks. If I ever feel the need for laughter, I don't have to look far. I can just laugh at myself. Now, here's the strange thing. She recently went blind, yet she refuses to believe it. She keeps asking to be moved to a brighter room, complaining that her quarters are too dark. You see how ridiculous this is? But the same thing happens to all of us. No one recognizes their own greed or selfishness, and yet the blind at least ask for a guide, while we insist on stumbling along alone, saying things like, "I'm not greedy, but if you want to survive in Rome, you have to play the game." Or, "I'm not wasteful, but life in the city is expensive." Or, "It's not my fault I have a bad temper, or that I lack discipline. I'm still young." Why do we keep lying to ourselves? The sickness isn't outside us, it's inside, buried deep. And that's why it's so hard to cure. We don't even realize we're sick. Even when we do begin treatment, how long will it take to purge every last trace of the disease? Right now, we don't even call in the doctor. His job would be much easier if we sought help when the illness was still in its early stages. A fresh, untarnished mind would eagerly follow the right path if shown the way. It's not hard to return to nature, unless you've spent your life running away from it. But people feel embarrassed to learn wisdom, as if it's shameful. By the gods, if we think it beneath us to seek a teacher in such matters, then we should also accept that we will never possess so great a good through sheer luck. We must work for it. But the work isn't as hard as it seems. If, as I said, we start early before our minds become rigid with bad habits. Even then, I don't lose hope for the hardened sinner. Nothing resists steady effort and careful attention. Even warped wood can be straightened. Heat can unbend the most twisted beams, and wood that grew in a crooked shape can be reshaped to fit our needs. How much easier it is, then, to mold the soul. It is softer than any material, more fluid than any liquid. And what is the soul, after all, but air in a particular state? And air is the most adaptable thing of all. So, Lucilius, don't despair over us, even though we are in the grip of vice or have been held by it for a long time. No one starts life with a good mind. The bad one comes first. Learning virtue is simply unlearning vice. That's why we must tackle our faults with courage, because once virtue takes hold, it is ours forever. Virtue cannot be unlearned. Vice, on the other hand, does not belong to us naturally. It can be cast out and banished. Virtue is in harmony with nature. Vice is against it and hostile to it. But even though virtues, once acquired, remain with us and are easy to maintain, the first steps toward them feel difficult. That's because a weak and sickly mind fears the unfamiliar. So, it must be forced to begin. From that moment on, the cure no longer feels like medicine, for the very act of healing brings pleasure. Most treatments are only enjoyable after you are well. but philosophy. It cures and delights at the same time. Farewell. Letter 51. On Baiae and Morals. Every man makes do with what he has, Lucilius. You, over there, have Etna, that towering fabled mountain of Sicily, though I do not quite see why Marsala, or was it Valgius? I have been reading both, called it unique, since many places spew fire, not just the high-altitude ones where it happens more often, probably because fire naturally rises, but also low-lying places. As for me, I must make do with Baiae, and yet I left the place the very day after I arrived. Baiae is a place to be avoided, not because of its natural setting, but because it has been taken over entirely by luxury. So, you ask, should certain places be shunned outright? Not at all. But just as a wise and disciplined man chooses his clothing not because he hates other colors, but because some simply do not suit a life of simplicity, so too there are places that a man seeking wisdom should avoid, not because they are evil, but because they are hostile to good character. If a man is withdrawing from the world, he should not settle in Canopus, though Canopus does not force anyone to live extravagantly, nor in Baiae, for both have become dens of vice. In Canopus, luxury indulges itself to the highest degree. In Baiae, it goes even further, as if the very air demanded a certain level of debauchery. A man should choose a dwelling that is good not only for the body, but for the soul. I have no wish to live in a place of torment, but neither do I wish to live in a tavern. Why should I have to watch drunks staggering along the shore, listen to the revelry of boat parties, hear the lakes resound with song, and witness luxury not just indulging itself, but flaunting its excess? We should flee as far as possible from anything that tempts us to vice. We must harden our minds and distance them from pleasure's traps. Look at what a single winter did to Hannibal. One season in Campania was enough to sap the strength of a man who had conquered the Alps. He triumphed over mountains, but was defeated by indulgence. We too are at war, one that allows for no truce or respite, and our first enemy is pleasure, which has vanquished even the strongest of men. Anyone who truly understands the battle he has joined will see that there is no room for softness or indulgence. Why should I waste my time in luxurious hot baths or the suffocating steam rooms that sap a man's energy? Sweat should come from effort, not from idleness. Imagine if Hannibal had stopped the war, abandoned his campaigns, and spent his time lounging in comfort. Wouldn't he have been rightly condemned? Even a victor cannot afford to be idle, let alone someone still fighting for victory. And we have even less right to rest than those Carthaginian soldiers did, for our struggle is greater and the risk of failure is higher. Fortune is my adversary, and I refuse to obey her commands. I will not wear her yoke. No, I will shake it off. And that takes even more courage. The soul must not be coddled. To surrender to pleasure is to surrender to hardship, to toil, to poverty. If I yield to pleasure, why should I resist ambition, or anger, or fear? These forces will all demand equal rule over me, and I will be torn apart, pulled in every direction by conflicting desires. I have set my sights on freedom, and I will not stop until I reach it. What is freedom, you ask? It is refusing to be a slave, to circumstances, to fortune, to anything. It is forcing fortune to meet me on equal terms. And once I have death within my power, what can she possibly threaten me with? A man devoted to such reflections should choose a simple and disciplined home. A life of luxury weakens the soul, and one's surroundings do influence one's character. An animal raised on hard, rocky ground can walk any path, but one fattened on soft pastures soon wears out its hooves. The bravest soldiers come from rugged lands, while those raised in comfort and luxury are slow and sluggish. A hand hardened by the plough will not falter when it grips a sword, but your delicate city-bred dandy recoils at the first gust of dust. A harsh and disciplined environment breeds strength and prepares a man for great things. It was far more fitting that Scipio spent his exile at Liternum rather than Baiae. His downfall did not need a backdrop of decadence. Even those who first seized Rome's wealth, Marius, Pompey, Caesar, built their villas near Baiae, but they placed them high on the hills. They were not retreats, but fortresses. If you study their locations and structures, you will see that they were not country homes, they were military camps. Do you think Cato would ever have lived in a pleasure palace, watching women sail by, gazing at painted boats, inhaling the scent of roses drifting across the lake, or listening to drunken serenades at night? Would he not have preferred a trench dug by his own hands, even if only for a single night? Would any real man rather be woken by the sound of a drunken flute than by the call of a war trumpet? But enough about Baiae. I could never speak enough against vice itself. Vice, Lucilius, is the real enemy. Wage war against it endlessly, for it knows no limit and no rest. If any vice has taken hold of you, cast it away. And if you cannot be rid of it otherwise, tear it out by the roots, even if that means tearing out your own heart. Above all, flee from pleasures. Hate them as you would hate bandits, those lovers the Egyptians speak of, who embrace you only to strangle you. Farewell. Letter 52, on choosing our teachers. What is this force, Lucilius, that drags us in one direction when we are aiming for another, pushing us exactly where we long to withdraw? What is this inner conflict, this wrestling match within the soul that prevents us from desiring anything permanently? We drift from plan to plan. None of our wishes is free, none is unshaken, none is lasting. But, you say, it is only the fool who is inconsistent. Nothing pleases him for long. Then tell me, how and when do we rid ourselves of this foolishness? No man has the strength to rise above it on his own. He needs a helping hand, someone to pull him up. Epicurus notes that some men have fought their way to wisdom without any guide, carving out their own path. He especially praises these, for their impulse came from within, and they reached truth by sheer force of will. Then, there are those who need a leader, who will not walk unless guided, but once shown the way, will follow faithfully. Metrodorus, Epicurus says, was one of these. Such men, he claims, belong to the second rank, not as great as those who discover truth on their own, but still commendable. We, Lucilius, do not belong to that first rank either. If we can manage to place ourselves among the second, we should count ourselves fortunate. And do not look down on a man who can only be saved with the help of another. The desire to be saved is itself of great value. There is yet another kind of man, not to be scorned, one who must be driven to wisdom, who needs not so much a guide as a firm hand pushing him forward. This, says Epicurus, was Hermarchus, and of these two types, the follower and the one who must be forced, he respects the latter more, even if he congratulates the former. For both have reached the same goal, but the second has done so despite more difficult material to work with. Imagine two buildings, identical in height and grandeur. One is raised easily on solid ground. The other, built upon shifting soil, consumes all its materials just laying the foundation, sinking deep until it reaches solid rock. To the casual observer, the first appears to have made more progress, but in truth, the second has done far greater work. Only most of it is hidden beneath the surface. So it is with men. Some are naturally receptive to wisdom, while others must struggle against their own nature, breaking through their weaknesses, before they can begin to build anything great. The first is fortunate, but the second has earned something greater. He has conquered himself, not merely guided himself, toward wisdom. This stubborn, resisting nature is in all of us. There are obstacles in our path, so we must fight, and we must call for help. Whom should I call, you ask? This man or that one? There is another option. Call upon the ancients. They have the most time to help you. The living are distracted by their own affairs, but those who came before us belong to us entirely. Still, if you must learn from the living, do not choose those who dazzle with their words, staging little rhetorical performances for applause. Choose instead men who teach by living, who prove their wisdom through their actions rather than their speeches, who tell us what to avoid and are never caught doing what they forbid. Pick a guide whom you admire more in deed than in word. I do not say avoid all public speakers. Listen to them, but only if they speak to improve themselves and others, not to win admiration. What could be more disgraceful than philosophy begging for applause? Would a sick man cheer his surgeon mid-operation? He submits in silence, with reverence. Even if he cries out, his cries are of pain, not praise. Do you want to show you are engaged, that you are moved by the weight of the subject? Do so at the right time. I will allow you to pass judgment and vote on what is best. But first, listen. Pythagoras made his students keep silent for 5 years. Would they have been right to burst into applause the moment they were allowed to speak? How foolish is the man who leaves a lecture happy, not because he has learned something, but because he was applauded by fools. Why do you delight in being praised by those you yourself cannot praise? Fabianus used to speak before crowds, but his audience listened in silence. Occasionally, a murmur of approval would rise, not because of his style, but because of the greatness of his subject. There should be a difference between the applause of a theatre and the applause of a school. Even praise should be given with decency. A man's character is revealed in the smallest details, even in how he gives and receives praise. You can tell a lecher by his walk, a fraud by his laugh, a madman by his expression. There are signs for everything, and nothing reveals a man's nature more than the way he applauds and accepts applause. A philosopher speaks, and the crowd stretches out their hands, swaying in admiration, pressing forward as if to embrace him. But this is not praise. It is applause, and nothing more. Such cries belong to those who seek to entertain a crowd. Philosophy should be revered in silence. Of course, young men must sometimes be allowed to follow their impulses. Let them express themselves when they are genuinely moved, when they cannot contain themselves. That kind of praise has its place. It encourages them, spurs their minds forward. But let them be stirred by the subject, not the style. Otherwise, rhetoric will seduce them into worshipping words instead of truth. I will leave this discussion here for now. It deserves a longer and more focused treatment. How to address an audience, what a speaker may allow himself in public, and what the listeners should permit themselves in response. There is no doubt that philosophy has lost something by displaying itself for public approval. But if you seek her, you will still find her, provided her teacher is a priest and not a peddler. Farewell. Letter 53, on the faults of the spirit. You can persuade me into almost anything now, for I was recently persuaded to travel by water. We cast off when the sea was lazily smooth. The sky, however, was heavy with those thick, sulking clouds that usually break into rain or sudden squalls. Still, I thought that the few miles between Puteoli and your beloved Parthenope might be covered quickly, despite the shifting weather. So, eager to get across faster, I cut straight out to sea for Nessis, avoiding all the inlets. But when we were far enough out that turning back was as bad as going forward, the calm that had lured me out vanished. No storm yet, but the groundswell had begun, and the waves came at us steadily, faster and faster. I begged the pilot to put me ashore anywhere, but he said the coast was rough, treacherous to land on, and that in a storm, the only thing he feared more than the sea was a lee shore. But my body was too wretched to care about danger. I was sick, not in the violent, relieving way, but with that sluggish, grinding nausea that shakes the liver without emptying it. I gave my orders, and my pilot had no choice but to obey. When we got close enough, I did not wait for things to be done in Virgil's poetic style, until prow faced seawards, or anchor plunged from bow. No, as a true veteran of cold water plunges, I threw myself overboard, cloak and all, just as a proper sea bather should. And what a sight I must have been, scrambling over the jagged rocks, feeling for a path or hacking one out for myself. Now I understood why sailors fear land more than the sea. But it was a strange thing, to be too sick to endure myself, yet still forced to endure everything else. You can be sure of this. The reason why Ulysses was shipwrecked at every opportunity was not because Neptune had a personal grudge against him. He was just hopelessly seasick. And in the future, if I must travel by water, I will probably take just as long to reach my destination as he did. Once my stomach had settled, for you know that seasickness does not end just because you leave the sea, and I'd restored myself with a rub-down, I started thinking about how blind we are to our own weaknesses, even those of the body, which remind us constantly of their presence. How much worse, then, with the weaknesses of the soul, which are greater precisely because they remain hidden. A light fever tricks us, but when it grows stronger and we begin to burn, even the toughest man must admit that he is ill. A slight pain in the foot, a little stiffness in the joints. We brush it off as a minor strain, or claim we're just tired. But soon, when the swelling begins, when both feet become right feet, when the pain climbs our limbs like a creeping tide, we are forced to confess, it is gout. But the sickness of the soul works the opposite way. The sicker a man is, the less he notices. Do not be surprised, my dear Lucilius. A man who sleeps lightly is sometimes aware of his dreams, but deep, heavy sleep swallows everything, even the awareness of sleep itself. And so it is with vice. The deeper it runs, the less we see it. Why does no one admit their faults? Because they are still caught in them. Only a man who has woken up can tell you what he dreamed, and only a man who has begun to heal can confess his illness. Let us wake ourselves up then, so we can cure what ails us. And for this, only philosophy has the power to shake us from our slumber. So give yourself completely to her. She is worthy of you, and you of her. Embrace her. Say a final farewell to all other distractions. Do not treat philosophy as something to fit in during your spare time. If you were physically sick, you would drop everything to get well. You would ignore clients, business, and duties. Would you really accept a court case while you were burning with fever? Then why not do the same now? Give up everything else and fight for a healthy mind. For no man can achieve it while he is pulled in every direction. Philosophy is not something to squeeze into the leftover moments of your life. She commands time. She does not beg for it. Alexander, when a city offered him half their lands and wealth, replied, "I did not come to accept what you might offer. I came to leave you whatever I choose." Philosophy says the same to all other occupations. I do not ask for the time you have left over. I will leave you whatever I do not take. So turn to her completely. Sit at her feet. Serve her. If you do, you will find yourself rising above all other men, until even the gods themselves will not be far ahead of you. And what is the only difference between you and them? They will live longer. But consider, is it not the mark of a great artist to confine a full masterpiece to the smallest of spaces? The wise man's life, though short, is as vast as eternity itself. And in one way, the sage has an advantage over the gods. The gods are fearless because nature made them so, but the wise man is fearless because he has made himself so. What a thing, Lucilius, to have all the weaknesses of a man, yet all the serenity of a god. Philosophy grants us an armor that fortune cannot pierce. No arrow can settle in her flesh. Some missiles she slows down and lets fall harmlessly. Others she catches and hurls back with deadly force at the enemy. Farewell. Letter 54, on Asthma and Death. My ill health had granted me a long truce when suddenly, without warning, it launched another assault. What kind of illness, you ask? And you have every right to be curious, since there is no affliction that I have not experienced. But, as if by some grim contract, my body seems to have been permanently leased out to one particular ailment. I do not see why I should use its Greek name when plain Latin describes it well enough. It is shortness of breath. The attacks are brief, like a sudden squall at sea, and usually pass within an hour. After all, how long can a man keep struggling to draw his last breath? I have suffered through all the pains and perils of the flesh, but none is more exhausting than this, and rightly so, for all other afflictions may be called illnesses. This one is a rehearsal for death. That is why doctors call it practicing how to die. One day, my breath will finish what it has so often attempted. You think, perhaps, that I write this letter in a light-hearted mood simply because I have survived. It would be ridiculous to celebrate such a temporary escape, like a man on trial thinking he has won his case when all he has really done is delay the verdict. And yet, even as I gasped for air, I kept my mind steady with calm and fearless thoughts. What, I say to myself, death keeps testing me? Let it. It will find me ready. I have been testing death for a long time myself. When? You ask. Before I was born. Death is simply non-existence, and I already know exactly what that is. What happened before me will happen after me. And if there is any suffering in that state, then I must have suffered before my birth as well. Yet I remember no such thing. Tell me, would you not call a man a fool if he believed that a lamp was worse off after being extinguished than before it was lit? We mortals, too, are lit and then put out. The suffering happens in between, but on either side, there is perfect peace. Unless I am mistaken, my dear Lucilius, we make a grave error in thinking that death comes only at the end. In truth, it has preceded us just as surely as it follows us. Whatever condition existed before we were born, that is death. And what difference does it make whether you never begin or whether you cease, since in either case the result is the same: non-existence? I have never stopped reassuring myself with these thoughts, though I had to do it in silence, since I had no breath left to speak. But little by little, my gasping fits came less often, then weakened into mere panting, and finally, at long last, stopped. Even now, though the attack is over, my breath is still unsteady, like a hesitant guest, unsure whether to stay or go. But let it do as it pleases, so long as my soul does not sigh. I give you my word, I will never fear the final hour. I am already prepared. I make no plans, even a day in advance. But do not praise the man who is simply forced to leave life. Praise instead the one who enjoys life, but does not mind leaving it. After all, what virtue is there in going when you are pushed? And yet, There is dignity even in this. I am pushed out, but I go as if by my own will. That is why the wise man can never be driven from life, because he never clings to a place he is unwilling to leave. He never submits to necessity. He embraces it because he chooses freely what necessity would have forced upon him. Farewell. Letter 55. On VATIA'S villa. I have just returned from a ride in my litter, and I feel as weary as if I had walked the entire distance instead of being carried. Even being carried is hard work when done for too long, perhaps even more so because it is unnatural. Nature gave us legs so we could walk ourselves, and eyes so we could see for ourselves. Our luxuries have condemned us to weakness. We have lost the ability to do the things we have long refused to do. Still, I needed to shake up my body a little, either to dislodge some bile that had built up in my throat, if that was the problem, or, if my breath had become too thick for some reason, to let the jostling thin it out. I insisted on a longer ride than usual along the beautiful stretch of coast between Cumae and Servilius VATIA'S villa, where the road runs between the sea on one side and the lake on the other, like a narrow footpath. The sand was packed down firm after a recent storm, as you know happens. When the waves strike the shore hard and fast, they smooth it out, while long periods of calm weather loosen the sand as its moisture fades. As is my habit, I started looking for something in the landscape that might offer me a lesson, when my eyes fell upon the villa that once belonged to Vatia. So this was the place where that famous Praetorian millionaire spent his old age. He was known for nothing except his retirement, and was considered lucky for that alone. Whenever men were ruined by their friendship with Asinius Gallus, or by their hatred of Sejanus, or, just as easily, by their affection for Sejanus, for it was just as dangerous to love him as to offend him, people would sigh and say, "O Vatia, you alone know how to live." But what Vatia knew was not how to live, only how to hide. And there is a great difference between leisure and idleness. Whenever I passed his villa during his lifetime, I used to say to myself, "Here lies Vatia." But, my dear Lucilius, philosophy is so sacred, so worthy of reverence, that even its counterfeit earns admiration. The masses believe that a man who has withdrawn from society, freed himself from worry, becomes self-sufficient, and lives for himself, is living the good life. But only the wise man can truly claim those rewards. Does the man who lives in fear and anxiety know how to live for himself? Does he even know how to live at all? The man who has fled from public life, not because he wants peace, but because he cannot bear the sight of others who are happier than himself, who takes to solitude not as a man seeking wisdom, but like some sluggish, frightened animal. Such a man is not living for himself. He is living for his stomach, for sleep, for lust, and that is the most shameful existence of all. Simply because a man lives for no one does not mean he lives for himself. And yet, such is the power of consistency that even idleness, when clung to stubbornly enough, can impress us as wisdom. I cannot describe Vatia's villa in detail, since I only know its front-facing sections, the parts visible to a passer-by. It boasts 2 artificial grottos, large enough to rival the grandest halls, built at great expense. One remains in shade all day, while the other holds the sun's rays until sunset. A stream winds through a grove of plane trees, fed both by the sea and by Lake Acheron, large enough to sustain fish, though its waters are constantly drawn off. The owners leave it untouched when the sea is calm, but dip into its stock when storms keep the fishermen idle. But what makes this villa most convenient is its location, close to Baiae, but spared Baiae's many excesses. It enjoys all of Baiae's pleasures, with none of its inconveniences. I can see why Vatia, in his later years, thought this was the best place to waste away in leisure. But no place on earth can guarantee peace of mind. That comes only from within. I have seen men sunk in depression in the most beautiful surroundings, and others who were busy and restless even in total solitude. So, don't think that your life is poorly placed just because you are not in Campania. And why are you not here? Let your thoughts journey to me if your body cannot. You can speak with your friends, Lucilius, even when they are absent, as often and for as long as you like. In fact, absence often strengthens our friendships. When people are near, we take them for granted. Because we can speak or spend time together at any moment, we often end up not doing so. But once separated, we feel their absence. And we should accept such separations with equanimity, because even when we are near our friends, we are often absent from them in spirit. Think of how much of life we already spend apart from those we love. Every night when we sleep, during the distractions of daily business, when private affairs call us away, or when we take trips to the countryside. In truth, travel does not rob us of as much time together as we imagine. A friend should live in the mind, not merely at one side. Such a friend is never absent. No matter where we are, we can see them at will. So let me be with you, Lucilius. Let me join your studies, your meals, your walks. Let nothing in your life be hidden from me. The mind's reach is too vast for us to feel constrained by mere physical distance. Even now, I see you, hear you, and am with you. I am so near, in fact, that I hesitate. Should I be writing you letters at all, or simply sending notes? Farewell. Letter 56. On Quiet and Study. Curse me if I think anything more necessary for a man who withdraws to study than silence. Imagine the symphony of noises bombarding my ears. I live directly above a public bathhouse. So picture the scene. A cacophony so relentless, it makes me hate the very fact that I can hear. There's the grunting of some over-enthusiastic gym-goer straining under leaden weights. Whether he is truly exerting himself or just putting on a show, I cannot tell. Then, when he lets out his pent-up breath, it comes wheezing and shrill, like a dying flute. Add to this the slaps and thumps of the masseurs, the rhythm varying depending on whether they strike flat or with cupped hands. And then, just as my ears begin to adjust, in comes some poor soul, having his armpits plucked, yelping in agony, his cries alternating with the shrill, sales-pitch squeals of the hair-plucker himself. Then there's the usual rabble, the food vendors with their competing shouts, each announcing his wares in his own distinctive melody, the sausage man, the cake seller, the sweet peddler, all vying to drown one another out. And if that weren't enough, every so often some drunk or thief gets dragged off, screaming his protests. So, you ask, how do you endure such bedlam? How does your mind hold out? Well, I assure you, this racket means no more to me than the sound of waves or a rushing waterfall. You might remind me that there was once a people who moved their entire city because they couldn't stand the roar of a Nile cataract. But I say, words distract me far more than mere noise. Noises merely strike the ear. Words demand attention. Passing carriages, blacksmiths hammering, saws whining. None of these trouble me. But a random snippet of conversation, a voice that lingers too long in my mind, that is the real torment. An intermittent noise is far worse than a constant one. The occasional hammer blow jars me more than the steady clatter of a workshop. But I have toughened myself against all of it. Even a boatswain shouting orders to his rowers no longer unsettles me. Why? Because I have learned to close the gates of my mind to external chaos and to guard against the disturbances that rise within. Those are the real enemies. For what use is a quiet neighborhood if the soul itself is in turmoil? 'Twas night, and all the world was lulled to rest. No, it was not. Night does not bring peace. It merely exposes our restlessness. The worries that hid from the daylight creep out in the darkness. Those who seek silence in order to sleep, who command their slaves to tiptoe and their whole household to hush, still toss and turn in turmoil. They imagine they hear sounds where there are none, because the real noise is inside them. A truly peaceful mind is not one that sits in stillness, but one that knows how to be at peace. Even in the thick of battle, a soldier with a clear conscience sleeps soundly, while a guilty man jolts awake at the faintest whisper. So, what should we do? Actively engage our minds. A stagnant mind breeds restlessness, just as an idle army breeds mutiny. Great generals know this. When their troops grow uneasy, they keep them busy, send them on raids, occupy them with drills. And so, we must drive out idleness with purpose. Many have assumed that I withdrew from public life because I was weary of politics, that I fled to seclusion out of disappointment. And yet, even in solitude, my ambition stirs again, not because I have conquered it, but because it has only grown tired for the moment. The same is true of luxury. We may appear frugal, but the desire for comfort lurks beneath the surface, waiting to reclaim us the moment we let down our guard. The vices that hide are more dangerous than those that show themselves. People believe that when we retreat from the world, we are truly at rest. But most of us never really retire from our troubles, only from the stage where they are performed. If we have truly scorned external distractions, then nothing, no street noise, no music, no shouting, should unsettle us. A mind truly at peace is deaf to all that is not essential. Look at Virgil's Aeneas. Once, no enemy could make me flinch. Not spears, not flashing swords, not the clash of battle, not even a city crumbling beneath me. But now, every sound makes me shake, burdened by the weight I carry and the child I protect. In his first state, Aeneas is wise. He is unshaken by war, indifferent to chaos. In his second, he is afraid, not because the world has changed, but because he now carries something he fears to lose. And so it is with all men weighed down by ambition, by wealth, by possessions. The heavier their load, the more fearful they become. If you want proof that your soul is truly at peace, test it. Do words disturb you? Does flattery move you? Does insult shake you? If so, you have not yet withdrawn into yourself. If so, you are still vulnerable. But wouldn't it be easier just to move somewhere quieter? You ask. Yes, it would, and I shall move soon. But I wanted to test myself first. Why should I let myself be disturbed by noise when even Ulysses found a simple way to escape the sirens? Farewell. Letter 57 on the Trials of Travel. When the time came to return to Naples from Baiae, I easily convinced myself that the sea was too rough for travel. In truth, I simply wanted to avoid another voyage. But the road I took instead was so deep in mud that I might as well have sailed, the only difference being that, instead of braving the waves, I waded through filth. That day, I suffered the full fate of an athlete. I began with an anointing and ended with a sand sprinkle, courtesy of the infamous Naples tunnel. No place could feel longer than that prison of a tunnel, and nothing could be dimmer than the torches carried inside, not so much illuminating the darkness as merely making it visible. And even if there were some light, it would have been smothered by the dust, which is an oppressive nuisance even in the open air. But here, trapped in a confined space, the dust had nowhere to go. It simply rolled back on itself, suffocating everyone who stirred it up. So we suffered two opposing misfortunes at once, mud and dust, on the same road and on the same day. Yet, in that murky gloom, I found something worth contemplating. I felt a peculiar mental thrill, a shift in my spirit that was not fear, but a reaction to something unfamiliar and unpleasant. Not that I'm speaking of myself as some ideal Stoic, mind you. I'm far from perfect, or even mediocre. But even a man over whom fortune has lost her power will still feel a jolt in the presence of the unexpected. For some emotions, my dear Lucilius, are unavoidable, no matter how courageous one may be. Nature reminds even the bravest that they are only human. A man may furrow his brow at a threatening sight, recoil at a sudden noise, or feel dizzy when peering over a high cliff. This is not fear, but a natural response that reason cannot fully override. Some warriors, eager to shed their own blood, faint at the sight of another's. Some collapse at the sight of a fresh wound, others turn pale at the sight of an old festering one. Some will meet the sword more readily than they can watch it strike. So, as I said, I felt something in the tunnel, a change, but not confusion, and the moment I saw daylight again, my good spirits returned without any effort on my part. That made me reflect on how foolish we are to fear certain things more than others, when in the end, all lead to the same result. What does it matter whether a mountain or a watchtower collapses on top of you? The outcome is identical. And yet, some people will fear one more than the other, even though both are equally deadly. Fear does not concern itself with the result, only with the spectacle of the cause. Now, you might assume I'm siding with the Stoics, who claim that when a man is crushed under a great weight, his soul cannot escape, and is therefore annihilated on the spot. But I don't believe that. Fire is not extinguished by weight alone. It slips around whatever tries to smother it. Air cannot be cut or beaten. It simply moves aside and flows back. The soul, which is even finer than fire, cannot be trapped inside the body when crushed. Rather, it seeps through the very force that tries to contain it. Just as lightning, no matter how powerful, finds its way back to the sky through the smallest opening, so too does the soul escape through any part of the body. And that brings us to a greater question, whether the soul is immortal. But one thing is certain. If the soul survives even when the body is destroyed, then it can never be destroyed. For something eternal admits no exceptions. And what cannot be harmed cannot perish. Farewell. Letter 58. On Being. How scant of words our language is, nay, how poverty-stricken, I have not fully understood until today. We happened to be speaking of Plato, and 1,000 subjects came up for discussion, which needed names, and yet possessed none. And there were certain others, which once possessed, but have since lost, their words because we were too nice about their use. But who can endure to be nice in the midst of poverty? There is an insect, called by the Greeks oestrus, which drives cattle wild and scatters them all over their pasturing grounds. It used to be called acelus in our language, as you may believe, on the authority of Virgil. Near Silurus's groves and Alburnus's shaded oaks, a buzzing insect flits, a creature known to Romans as acelus, while the Greeks call it oestrus. With a harsh, shrill sound, it drives the frightened herds into a frenzy, scattering them in terror through the woods, by which I infer that the word has gone out of use. And, not to keep you waiting too long, there were certain uncompounded words current, like cernere ferro inter se, as will be proved again by Virgil. Great warriors from many lands had gathered to end their disputes by crossing swords. What we now call discernere was once a simpler word, now lost to time. The ancients used to say iuso instead of iusero in conditional clauses. You need not take my word, but you may turn again to Virgil. The other soldiers shall conduct the fight, with me, where I shall bid. It is not in my purpose to show, by this array of examples, how much time I have wasted on the study of language. I merely wish you to understand how many words that were current in the works of Ennius and Axius have become mouldy with age. While even in the case of Virgil, whose works are explored daily, some of his words have been filched away from us. You will say, I suppose, what is the purpose and meaning of this preamble? I shall not keep you in the dark. I desire, if possible, to say the word essentia to you and obtain a favorable hearing. If I cannot do this, I shall risk it even though it put you out of humor. I have Cicero as authority for the use of this word, and I regard him as a powerful authority. If you desire testimony of a later date, I shall cite Fabianus, careful of speech, cultivated, and so polished in style that he will suit even our nice tastes. For what can we do, my dear Lucilius? How otherwise can we find a word for that which the Greeks call ousia, something that is indispensable, something that is the natural substratum of everything? I beg you accordingly to allow me to use this word, essentia. I shall nevertheless take pains to exercise the privilege which you have granted me with as sparing a hand as possible. Perhaps I shall be content with the mere right. Yet what good will your indulgence do me, if, lo and behold, I can in no wise express in Latin the meaning of the word which gave me the opportunity to rail at the poverty of our language? And you will condemn our narrow Roman limits even more when you find out that there is a word of one syllable which I cannot translate. What is this? You ask. It is the word on. You think me lacking in facility. You believe that the word is ready to hand, that it might be translated by quod est. I notice, however, a great difference. You are forcing me to render a noun by a verb. But if I must do so, I shall render it by quod est. There are 6 ways in which Plato expresses this idea, according to a friend of ours, a man of great learning, who mentioned the fact today. And I shall explain all of them to you, if I may first point out that there is something called genus and something called species. For the present, however, we are seeking the primary idea of genus, on which the others, the different species, depend, which is the source of all classification, the term under which universal ideas are embraced. And the idea of genus will be reached if we begin to reckon back from particulars. For in this way, we shall be conducted back to the primary notion. Now, man is a species, as Aristotle says. So is horse or dog. We must therefore discover some common bond for all these terms, one which embraces them and holds them subordinate to itself. And what is this? It is animal. And so there begins to be a genus animal, including all these terms, man, horse, and dog. But there are certain things which have life, anima, and yet are not animals. For it is agreed that plants and trees possess life, and that is why we speak of them as living and dying. Therefore, the term living things will occupy a still higher place, because both animals and plants are included in this category. Certain objects, however, lack life, such as rocks. There will therefore be another term to take precedence over living things, and that is substance. I shall classify substance by saying that all substances are either animate or inanimate. But there is still something superior to substance, for we speak of certain things as possessing substance and certain things as lacking substance. What, then, will be the term from which these things are derived? It is that to which we lately gave an inappropriate name, that which exists. For by using this term, they will be divided into species, so that we can say, that which exists either possesses or lacks substance. This, therefore, is what genus is, the primary, original, and, to play upon the word, general. Of course, there are the other genera, but they are special genera, man being, for example, a genus. The Stoics would set ahead of this still another genus, even more primary, concerning which I shall immediately speak, after proving that the genus which has been discussed above has rightly been placed first, being, as it is, capable of including everything. I therefore distribute that which exists into these two species, things with and things without substance. Certain of the Stoics regard the primary genus as the something. They say, in the order of nature, some things exist, and other things do not exist, and even the things that do not exist are really part of the order of nature. But let us return to Plato and his 6 classifications. The first category consists of things that cannot be grasped by the senses, but only by thought, universal concepts like man or animal. The second category includes things that can be perceived, individual instances of those concepts, like a particular man or a specific horse. The third category contains things that exist in motion or in a state of becoming. The fourth category consists of things that exist in relation to other things, such as father or son. The fifth category includes things that exist only in potential, and the sixth consists of things that exist merely in thought. Thus, Plato divides existence into these 6 types. The second class of things which exist, according to Plato, is that which stands out above all else. It exists in the most eminent sense. Just as the Greeks use the word poet for all who write in verse, but reserve the poet for Homer, so too there is one being that exists in this highest degree, God, greater and more powerful than anything else. The third class of things consists of those which exist in the true sense of the word. They are countless, yet invisible to us. And what are these, you ask? They are Plato's furniture, so to speak, what he calls ideas. From these, all visible things are created, and they serve as the perfect models by which all things are shaped. They are immortal, unchanging, inviolable. Plato defines an idea as the eternal pattern according to which nature forms all things. Imagine I wanted to paint your portrait. The idea of your likeness is already present in you. My mind takes in that pattern, and then my hand attempts to reproduce it. That pattern, which serves as my guide, is the idea. And just as I use your image to create a painting, nature has an infinite supply of these perfect blueprints from which all men, fish, and trees are modeled. The fourth category is form. Now, if you want to understand form, you'll need patience. Plato's distinctions are no easy matter, but we cannot aim for precision without encountering some difficulty. Let's return to our painter. When he wishes to paint Virgil, he looks at Virgil himself. The idea is Virgil's outward appearance, the blueprint. But the form is what the painter extracts from that pattern and embodies in the finished work. Do you see the difference? The idea is the original model, while the form is the copy drawn from it. A statue has a visible shape. That is its form, but the sculptor created it by looking at another shape, the idea. If you prefer a sharper distinction, form exists in the finished work, while idea exists outside of it and before it. The fifth category contains the things we commonly call real. These are the first things we encounter: people, animals, objects. The sixth category, however, consists of things with only illusory existence, such as void or time. Plato does not count things perceptible by sight or touch among what truly exists, since they are always in flux. Nothing remains constant. We are not the same men in old age that we were in youth. We are not even the same from one day to the next. Our bodies flow like rivers, always changing. Even as I write this reflection on change, I myself am changing. As Heraclitus said, we step into the same river twice, and yet it is not the same river. The river keeps its name, but the water moves on, And though this is most evident in rivers, we mortals are no different. We, too, are swept away. And yet, in our madness, we cling desperately to this fleeting body, dreading the day we may die, when in fact, every moment of our lives is already a small death. Why fear what happens once when it is happening constantly? And if man is nothing but a transient flow, the same is true of the universe. Though it is immortal, it does not remain the same. It merely changes its arrangement. You may ask, and what exactly do I gain from all this philosophizing? Nothing, if that's the attitude you take. But just as a craftsman rests his eyes after prolonged strain, turning them toward pleasant sights, so too must we sometimes pause and refresh the mind. Yet even our leisure should be purposeful. There is always something useful to be extracted, even from the most abstract topics. That is my habit, Lucilius. I take wisdom from everywhere, even places where no one expects to find it. Now, what could be further from practical morality than Plato's ideas? What lesson is there in them that might help curb my desires? Perhaps this, that everything we crave, everything that excites or agitates us, has no real existence. These things, then, are illusions. They present a fleeting appearance, yet have no true substance. And still, we chase after them as if they were eternal, as if we were eternal. We are fragile creatures, standing in the midst of shadows, grasping at what is unreal. Let us, then, turn our minds toward what is real, toward what is everlasting. Let us lift our gaze to the higher world, to the pure forms that hover beyond our reach, and to God, who moves among them. He strives to shield mortal things from death, not because he can make them immortal, but because he can use reason to fortify them against their frailty. Nothing endures because it is everlasting. It endures because it is sustained by the one who governs all things. If something were truly imperishable, it would need no protector. The divine architect safeguards the world, reinforcing its feeble frame with his own power. Let us, then, despise all that is so trivial, so insubstantial, that we can barely tell whether it even exists. At the same time, let us remember, Providence preserves the world itself, despite the fact that it, too, is mortal. And if even the universe can be prolonged by the care of its guardian, then surely we can extend our fragile existence, at least for a while, if only we learn to master the pleasures that destroy so many. Plato himself reached old age because he took care to do so. True, he was naturally strong. His very name, Platon, was given to him because of his broad chest, but his body endured many hardships, from dangerous voyages to physical trials. Yet by living frugally, by keeping his appetites in check, and by tending carefully to his own well-being, he overcame those hardships and reached an advanced age despite them. You may know that Plato had the rare fortune of dying on his birthday, having lived exactly 81 years. The wise men of the East, who were in Athens at the time, even sacrificed to him after his death, believing his lifespan too perfect to be natural. After all, he had completed the sacred number 9 times 9. I doubt he would have cared much for a few extra days, or for the sacrifice. A simple life can bring one to old age. But to me, old age is neither something to flee, nor something to desperately cling to. If a man has made himself worth enjoying, why should he not want to remain in his own company for as long as possible? But here arises a difficult question. Should a man hasten his own end, or should he wait patiently for it? Some men hold on to life like drunkards, clinging to an empty bottle, draining the last dregs, no matter how bitter. But is the final stage of life truly the dregs? Or is it the purest part of all, provided that the mind remains whole, the senses stay sharp, and the body does not die before its time? There is a great difference between lengthening one's life and lengthening one's death. But if the body becomes utterly useless, if it shackles the mind instead of serving it, then why should a man not set himself free? Perhaps he should even do so before he is forced to, lest he lose the ability when he needs it most. The risk of living in misery is far greater than the risk of dying soon. The fool is the one who would wager a long life against the chance of only suffering. Few men reach extreme old age without decline, but many live on as mere shadows of themselves. And which is the greater cruelty, to lose a portion of one's life, or to lose the right to end it? Do not take this too personally, Lucilius, but weigh it carefully. I will not abandon old age so long as it preserves me for myself, so long as it does not rob me of the better part of who I am. But if I find that it is pulling my mind apart, that it is reducing me to nothing but breath without life, then I will flee a house that is already collapsing. I will not seek death merely to escape pain, so long as that pain is endurable and does not impede my soul. I will not flee suffering like a coward. But if I find that the pain is endless, that it robs me of all reason for living, then I will not endure it merely for the sake of enduring. A man who dies only to escape suffering is weak. But a man who lives only to endure it, he is a fool. But I am dragging this out, and I have given you more than enough to think about. And if I cannot end a letter, how can I end a life? So I will cut it short here. This last word, at least, you will read with pleasure, far more than my long discourse on dying. Farewell. Letter 59. On Pleasure and Joy. I took great pleasure in your letter. Yes, I use that word in its common sense, without forcing it into the rigid mold of Stoic doctrine. According to our school, pleasure is a vice. Perhaps it is. But we Stoics still use the word in everyday speech when we wish to express a state of satisfaction. I know, of course, that if we hold fast to our definitions, even pleasure is suspect, and true joy belongs only to the wise. For joy is not mere delight. It is the exaltation of a soul confident in its own goodness. Yet in common usage we speak of joy at a friend's political success, or his marriage, or the birth of his child. Though such things, far from being joyous, often mark the beginning of future sorrows. No, true joy never fades and never turns into its opposite. That is why Virgil, in speaking of the evil joys of the mind, may be poetic, but he is not precise. Joy cannot be evil. He means pleasures, for men do indeed take delight in their own vices. But I was not wrong to say that your letter brought me pleasure, for even an ignorant man may feel joy when its cause is noble. The problem is that since his joy is fickle and likely to shift at any moment, it should rather be called pleasure, for it is based on an illusion of goodness, it has no restraint, and it rushes beyond all bounds. But let me return to the point and tell you what most delighted me about your letter. Your words are under your control. You are not led astray by your own language. You do not let it carry you beyond your original intent. Many writers are seduced by the charm of certain phrases and are lured into topics unrelated to their purpose. You have not fallen into this trap. Your words are tight and disciplined. They say what you mean, but they also hint at more than they say. This is a sign of substance. It shows that your thoughts, like your style, have nothing superfluous or inflated. I do, however, notice a few metaphors, not the kind that overreach, but those that have gained respect through long use. I find similes as well, which some would say belong only to poets. But such critics have surely not read our earliest prose writers, those who spoke with directness, before men sought applause more than truth. For in the hands of such writers, similes were not embellishments, but tools, ways of guiding the listener and helping him see the point more clearly. Just now, I was reading Sextius, a keen mind and a philosopher who, though he writes in Greek, has a distinctly Roman character. One of his similes struck me in particular. He compares the wise man to an army marching in a hollow square, ready to meet the enemy from any side. This, he says, is exactly how the wise man should live. He must have all his virtues deployed at every front, so that wherever the attack comes, his defenses are ready and his forces stand in order. This is how great generals arrange their troops. They give a single signal, and every division, infantry, cavalry, archers, moves as one. Sextius argues that such readiness is even more vital for the philosopher. For in war, men often fear the wrong dangers, and a march that seems most deadly may prove safe. But folly, it never finds peace. It is always in fear, whether advancing or retreating. It is always unarmed, even when surrounded by allies. But the wise man? He stands firm. He does not retreat from poverty, or sorrow, or disgrace, or pain. He faces them and walks through them, unshaken. We, however, are weighed down by our vices. We have soaked in them for so long that they have dyed us through. And this raises a question that often troubles me. Why does folly hold such a grip on us? First, because we do not fight against it with all our strength. Second, because we do not trust the wisdom of those who came before us. We do not drink in their words with open hearts. Instead, we treat this most urgent matter, our own salvation, as a passing amusement. But how can we ever hope to master our vices if we devote to wisdom only the time left over from them? None of us goes deep. We skim the surface, dabbling in philosophy when it is convenient. Our greatest obstacle: we are too easily satisfied with ourselves. Let someone call us good, or sensible, or honorable, and we believe him. We do not demand moderate praise. We accept the wildest flattery as our due. We know these people lie, yet we choose to believe them. Worse still, we want to be praised for virtues we do not possess. The torturer loves to be called merciful, the looter generous, the drunkard self-controlled. Is it any wonder that men refuse to change when they already believe themselves perfect? Take Alexander, for example. While besieging an Indian city, he was struck by an arrow. He did not stop fighting, but as the wound hardened and the blood flow ceased, the pain grew unbearable. His leg went numb as he sat on his horse, and at last he was forced to withdraw. It was then that he said, "All men swear that I am the son of Jupiter, but this wound cries out that I am mortal." We must do the same. When flatterers tell us we are wise, we must answer, "You call me wise, but I do not even know what is truly good for me. I crave things that are useless, and I desire things that will harm me. I do not even have the knowledge that animals possess, how much food I need, how much drink I can hold. I will tell you how to know whether you are wise. The wise man is joyful, calm, and unshaken. He stands equal to the gods. Now, examine yourself. If you are never downcast, if your mind is never troubled by the future, if you remain steady through day and night, then you have reached the highest good. But if you still chase pleasures, if you still believe joy can be found in riches or honors, then you are wandering away from joy, not toward it. All men seek joy, but most do not know where to find it. One man looks for it in feasting and excess, another in ambition, another in lust, another in empty intellectual pursuits. They are deceived, just as the drunkard pays for 1 hour of revelry with days of sickness. The applause they crave? It is won and lost in a moment, leaving behind nothing but anxiety. True joy is continuous. It belongs to the wise man alone, because it springs not from fortune, but from virtue. Only the brave, the just, and the self-restrained can rejoice. But do not the foolish and the wicked also rejoice, you ask? No more than a lion rejoices after catching its prey. After the night's revels, after the feasting and lust, when their bodies are swollen with indulgence, they groan and mutter, Thou knowest how, amid false glittering joys, we spent that last of nights. For such men, every night is a last night. Their pleasures burn fast and vanish. But the joy of the gods, and of those who imitate the gods, is unbroken and unchanging. Fortune cannot take it away, for fortune did not give it. Farewell. Letter 60. On harmful prayers. I file a complaint, I bring a lawsuit, I rage with anger, and yet, do I still desire the very things my nurse, my guardian, or my mother once prayed for on my behalf? Do I not yet understand what a curse their prayers were? Ah, how harmful to us are the wishes of our own family, and the more completely they come true, the more harmful they become. It no longer surprises me, at my age, that we are surrounded by misfortune from childhood onward. We were raised under the shadow of the blessings our parents invoked. May the gods now listen to a different prayer, one that we make for ourselves, one that asks for nothing at all. How long will we keep making demands of the gods as if we were still helpless children? How long will we go on demanding that food be piled up in the marketplaces of our bloated cities? How long will we require that multitudes labor on our behalf? How long will we insist that countless ships cross countless seas just to provide for a single meal? A bull is satisfied grazing a few acres, and a single forest is enough to feed a herd of elephants. And yet, man, with his small body, devours both land and sea. Did nature truly make us so gluttonous, giving us these frail little frames while cursing us with bottomless stomachs so that we outstrip the hungriest and largest of animals? Not at all. Nature requires only a little. She is easily satisfied. It is not hunger that makes our lives expensive. It is desire. So those who, as Sallust says, listen to their bellies, should not be counted among men at all, but among beasts. No, some of them should not even be counted among beasts, but among the dead. For only he who is of use to others truly lives. Only he who uses himself truly lives. But those who cower in their homes, sinking into idleness, are no better off than if they were buried in their tombs. You may as well carve their names onto the marble lintel of their houses. They have died long before their deaths. Farewell. Letter 61. On meeting death cheerfully. Let us stop desiring what we have always desired. At least, I am doing this. In my old age, I have let go of the desires that gripped me in my youth. My days and nights revolve around a single purpose, freeing myself from my long-standing afflictions. I try to live each day as if it were a complete life in itself. I do not snatch at it as if it were my last, but I do treat it as if it could be. I am writing this letter to you with that in mind, as if death might interrupt me at any moment. I am ready to depart, and I enjoy life all the more because I am not anxiously clinging to the future. Before I was old, I tried to live well. Now that I am old, I try to die well. And to die well means to die willingly. Make sure that you never do anything against your will. What is forced upon you, if you resist, is no longer forced if you desire it. That is my point. Whoever accepts his fate gladly escapes the harshest part of servitude, being made to do what he does not wish. The man who follows orders willingly is not unhappy. It is he who resists them who suffers. Let us, therefore, train our minds to desire whatever fate demands of us, and, above all, to face our end without sorrow. We must prepare for death before we prepare for life. Life already contains everything we need, but we are too greedy for its decorations. There is always something we think we lack. There always will be. Whether we have lived long enough depends not on our years, but on our minds. I have lived long enough, my dear Lucilius. I have had my share. I am ready. Farewell. Letter 62. On Good Company. We are fooled by those who claim that a heavy workload prevents them from pursuing higher learning. They put on a show of being busy, piling up tasks not because they must, but because they want to. They are entangled in their own distractions. As for me, Lucilius, my time is mine, truly mine. No matter where I am in control of myself. I do not surrender to my duties, I lend myself to them. I do not go looking for excuses to waste my time. And wherever I am, I carry my own thoughts with me, always turning over something that nourishes the mind. When I give my time to my friends, I do not abandon my own company, nor do I get wrapped up in acquaintanceships born of temporary obligations or official duties. Instead, I spend my time with the best minds. No matter where they lived or in what age, my thoughts travel to them. Take Demetrius, for example, the finest of men. I keep him close, and instead of mingling with those draped in purple and fine linen, I choose to walk with him, barely clothed as he is, and hold him in the highest esteem. And why should I not? I have found in him a man who lacks nothing. Any man can despise wealth, but no man can possess all things. The shortest road to wealth is to despise wealth. But Demetrius does not just live as though he has learned to let go of everything. He lives as if he has given it all away to others. Farewell. Letter 63. On Grief for Lost Friends. I am saddened to hear of your friend Flaccus's passing, but I urge you not to grieve beyond what is fitting. I will not go so far as to say you should not mourn at all, though that would be the better course. But who among us has risen so high above fortune that he remains untouched? Even the strongest man will feel the sting of such a loss, though only as a sting. The rest of us may shed tears, so long as we do not drown in them. Let your sorrow be human, but not excessive. We may weep, but we must not wail. Does the rule I set sound harsh? Even Homer, the greatest of poets, allowed Niobe only a single day of mourning before she turned to food again. Why do we wail and weep beyond measure? Because we mistake displays of grief for proof of love. We do not give in to sorrow, we perform it. No man mourns for himself. What a pitiful kind of self-interest. But should I forget my friend, you ask? And yet, if his memory lasts only as long as your grief, how little you have granted him. Soon enough, some small thing will make you laugh, and the sorrow you put on display will vanish. It is not mourning that preserves the dead in our hearts, but remembering. Let us make sure that our memories of the departed bring us joy. No man will return to something that only brings him pain. Yes, at first, the names of those we have lost will sting, but even that sting carries a kind of pleasure. My friend Attalus used to say, the memory of lost friends is like certain fruits, sharp, but pleasantly so, or like an old wine, whose bitterness is part of its charm. Over time, sorrow fades, and what remains is sweet. He also said, thinking of living friends is like enjoying honey and cakes. Thinking of the dead is a pleasure touched with pain. But who would deny that even bittersweet things can stir the appetite? For my part, I do not agree with him. The memory of my dead friends is purely sweet. I have had them as if I would one day lose them. I have lost them as if I still have them. So, Lucilius, do not mistake fortune's gifts for punishments. Yes, she has taken, but first she gave. Enjoy your friends greedily, for you do not know how long they will be yours. Think of how often we leave them for a journey, or fail to see them though we live in the same city. Then you will realize how much of their time we have lost while they were still alive. And yet, look at those who neglect their friends in life only to grieve them most bitterly in death. Why? Because they hope to prove, in mourning, the love they never showed. If you have other friends, do them no insult. Let them console you. If you have no others, then fortune has not wronged you as much as you have wronged yourself. She has taken one. You have failed to make many. Besides, a man who could love only one friend did not truly love even that one. If a beggar loses his single tunic to a thief, should he cry about it, or seek another to keep him warm? You have buried a friend. Find another. Better to replace than to weep. A man will outlive his grief, whether he wants to or not. But is it not shameful for a wise man to be cured of sorrow simply by growing tired of it? Better to end grief than to let it end you. Stop mourning as soon as possible, for even if you wanted to, you could not mourn forever. Our ancestors set a 1-year limit on mourning for women, not because they needed that long, but to ensure they mourned no longer. No rule was set for men, because in their eyes, no true man should mourn at all. And yet, can you name one woman who, after throwing herself onto the funeral pyre in an agony of grief, kept weeping for even a month? Grief turns bitter quickly. At first, it draws comforters to us. In time, it only draws laughter. And rightly so, for if prolonged, it is either false or foolish. I write this as one who himself failed to follow his own advice. When my dear friend Annaeus Seneca died, I wept beyond measure. And why? Because I never imagined that he would die before me. I thought only of our ages, as if fate obeyed such numbers. So let us always remind ourselves, not only that all things must die, but that no law governs when. Anything that can happen at any time can happen today. Let us reflect, Lucilius, that soon enough we too shall reach the place where our friend has gone before us. And if the wise men are right, if there is a land beyond this one, then perhaps we have not lost him at all. He has only gone ahead. Farewell. Letter 64, on the Philosopher's Task. Yesterday, you were with us. You might take issue with my saying merely, yesterday, so I have added with us. For as far as I am concerned, you are always with me. A few friends dropped by, and so, in their honor, we built up the fire. Not one of those infernos that spew from the kitchens of the rich and send the watchman into a panic, but a proper, moderate blaze, fit to welcome guests. As is natural at a dinner, our conversation drifted from topic to topic, following no strict order, jumping about as the mood took us. Eventually, we had a book read aloud to us, one by Quintus Sextius the Elder. A great man, if you trust my judgment, a true Stoic, though he denies it. Gods, what power and spirit! Not all philosophers have it. Some, though famous, write with all the vitality of dry wood. They set down rules, pick apart arguments, and quibble endlessly, but they breathe no life into their words, because they have no life in themselves. But when you read Sextius, you think, here is a man who is truly alive. Here is strength. Here is freedom. His words fill you with an indomitable courage that remains long after the book is closed. I will confess what happens to me when I read him. I am fired up. I feel ready to take on anything. I find myself crying out, "Come at me, fortune. What are you waiting for? I am ready for you." I feel like a warrior, seeking an enemy, a challenge, an ordeal to prove myself against. Restless among the feeble herds, he prays. A foam-flecked boar may cross his path, or else a tawny lion stalking down the hills. I want something to test myself against. And here, Sextius has another gift. He paints for you the grandeur of the happy life, but does not make it feel unattainable. He makes you see that it is high, yes, but reachable, if only you are willing to seek it. Virtue herself does the same. She inspires awe, yet offers hope. For my part, I often find myself simply staring at wisdom in wonder, as one stares at the heavens, seeing it afresh, as if for the first time. So I revere the discoveries of wisdom and those who discovered them. What a joy to inherit the labor of those who came before. They did all this for me. They toiled for me. And yet, like any good heir, I must not merely receive this wealth, I must increase it. My duty is to pass it down to the next generation, greater than I received it. There will always be more to do, more to understand. Even 1,000 generations from now, there will still be room for new discoveries. But even if all the great truths have already been found, there remains a fresh task: to refine them, to perfect their application, to ensure they are wielded wisely. Think of medicine. The ancients have already given us remedies for failing eyesight. We do not need to seek new ones, but we do need to learn when and how to apply the old ones. Some cures treat inflamed eyelids, others reduce swelling, others sharpen vision. The art lies not in discovery, but in proper use. So, it is with the soul. The cures for its sickness have been found, but it is up to us to master the timing and method of their application. The philosophers before us made great progress, but they did not finish the work. Still, they are worthy of our veneration. Why should I not keep statues of great men to stir my spirit? Why not celebrate their birthdays? Why not salute them daily with reverence? The honor I give my own teachers, I owe equally to those who were teachers of all mankind, the wellspring from which all this wisdom has flowed. If I meet a consul or a praetor, I show them the proper respect. I dismount, I uncover my head, I give way. And shall I offer less honor to Marcus Cato, both elder and younger, to Laelius the wise, to Socrates and Plato, to Zeno and Cleanthes? I worship these men, Lucilius, and when their names are spoken, I rise. Farewell. Letter 65, on the first cause. I spent yesterday sharing my time with illness. It took all the hours before noon for itself, but in the afternoon it yielded to me. So I first tested my mind by reading. Then, when I found that I could read, I dared to make greater demands on myself, or perhaps I should say I made greater concessions to my condition. I even wrote a little, with more concentration than usual, since I am struggling with a difficult subject and refuse to let it defeat me. In the middle of this, some friends came by, determined to restrain me, as if I were a sick man indulging in excess. So, conversation replaced writing. And from that conversation, I will share with you the debate we had, for we have chosen you as our judge. You will have more work on your hands than you expect, because the argument has 3 sides. The Stoics, as you know, hold that 2 things make up the universe: cause and matter. Matter is sluggish, raw material, waiting to be shaped. But without cause to act upon it, it remains useless. Cause, by which we mean reason, gives matter its shape, directing it as it wishes and producing all things. Every created thing, then, consists of 2 elements: what it is made of and what made it. The first is material, the second is cause. All art is an imitation of nature. So let us apply these principles to human craftsmanship. A statue, for instance, begins with raw material, which is then worked on by the sculptor. In this case, the material is bronze, and the cause is the artist. This pattern applies to all things. They consist of both a maker and a material. The Stoics recognize only one cause, the maker. But Aristotle argues that the word cause has 3 meanings. First, there is material, without which nothing can be made. Second, there is the workman. Third, there is the form, the shape, impressed upon the material, the eidos, as Aristotle calls it. And there is even, he says, a fourth cause, the purpose for which something is made. Let me clarify. Bronze is the first cause of the statue. It could not exist without material to be shaped. The second cause is the sculptor. Without his skilled hands, the statue would remain mere bronze. The third cause is the form, for without it, we would not call the sculpture the spear-bearer or the boy tying his hair. The fourth cause is the purpose, without which the statue would not have been made. And what is this purpose? It is what moved the sculptor to act, his motivation. It might have been money if he sculpted for profit, fame if he worked for recognition, or piety if he created it as a temple offering. Should we exclude purpose from the list of causes when the statue would not have existed without it? Plato, meanwhile, adds a fifth cause, the pattern, or what he calls the idea. This is the image the sculptor had in mind while he worked. It makes no difference whether the model was external, something he looked at, or internal, something conceived within himself. God, Plato argues, contains within himself the patterns of all things, the eternal, unchanging blueprints of reality. That is why, though men die, mankind persists. Individual people toil and perish, but the idea of humanity itself remains unaltered. Thus, according to Plato, 5 causes govern the universe: material, agent, form, model, and purpose. And from these 5, a final product emerges. Returning to our statue, its material is bronze, its agent is the sculptor, its form is the shape impressed upon it, its model is the ideal form in the artist's mind, and its purpose is the reason for its creation. Finally, from these comes the statue itself. Plato applies this model to the universe. The agent is God, the material is matter, the form is the arrangement of the visible world, the model is the divine pattern that guided creation. And what, you ask, is God's purpose? It is goodness. Plato tells us, why did God create the world? Because he is good, and a good being does not withhold goodness. Therefore, he made the best world possible. Now, Lucilius, you are our judge. Decide who speaks best, not who speaks truth, for that is beyond our grasp. Yet Aristotle and Plato may have named too many causes, or too few. If we count as causes all things without which a thing cannot be made, then they have left some out. For example, should we not include time? Nothing can be made without time. What about place? No creation occurs without a where. And motion? Without movement, neither creation nor destruction is possible. But I am seeking something more fundamental, the first cause, the universal cause, which must be as simple as the matter it acts upon. And what is this cause? Surely, it is creative reason. In other words, God. You may argue that form is a cause, but form is merely what the sculptor stamps onto his work. It is part of the cause, not the cause. You might say that the model is a cause, but the model is simply a tool of the cause, no different from a chisel or file, necessary for the sculptor, but not the cause of sculpture itself. And purpose? It may be a cause, but it is not the efficient cause. Plato and Aristotle, for all their brilliance, fall into error when they claim that the completed universe is itself a cause. A work is not the cause of its own making. Now, you may choose to give your ruling, or, as is often easiest in such debates, you may say the matter is unclear and call for another hearing. But perhaps you will instead ask me, why waste time on such questions? They do not cure our fears or our desires. To that I say, I do not consider them a waste of time, for these questions, when not chopped into pointless trivialities, elevate the soul. They free it from the burdens of life. The soul is weighed down by the body, its prison, its punishment. Without philosophy, it is crushed under this weight. But when philosophy lifts it up, turning its gaze from the mortal to the divine, the soul finds its freedom. Just as craftsmen rest their eyes after long hours of detailed work by stepping outside into the sunlight, the soul, confined in this dim and shadowy prison, must seek the open sky and roam the universe in thought. The wise man, the seeker of wisdom, is bound to his body, yes, but only in body, not in mind. He treats life as a soldier treats his service. He neither loves it nor fears it. He bears his mortal fate calmly, knowing that a greater destiny awaits. And you would forbid me to contemplate this universe? Would you have me shrink my mind to earthly limits? Must I not ask, what set the cosmos in motion, who shaped this chaotic mass, who assigned order to its disorder? May I not wonder where the sun's light comes from, whether it is fire or something greater than fire? Shall I remain ignorant of where I came from, of whether I will live once or many times, of what happens after death, of what awaits my soul when it escapes this body? Would you have me never lift my gaze to the heavens? Would you force me to live with my head bowed down? No, I am meant for greater things than mere servitude to this flesh. My body is nothing but a chain, holding my soul captive. I offer it up as a mere shield to fortune. Let her strike it as she will, but she shall not touch me. The body may suffer injury, but my soul shall remain unharmed. I will never cower in fear to protect this wretched flesh. I will never speak a lie for its sake, and when the time comes, I will sever my connection with it without regret. In the meantime, while I still inhabit it, I will make sure that the soul remains master over the body. To despise the body is true freedom, and that freedom will be strengthened by philosophy. All things are composed of matter and God, but God commands, and matter obeys. Just as the soul rules the body, so God rules the universe. Let the lower always serve the higher. So let us be bold in the face of suffering. Let us scorn fear, wounds, imprisonment, and poverty. And death? It is nothing but an ending, or a transformation. I do not fear not existing. I was untroubled before I was born, and I will be untroubled afterward. And if I am to change into another state, I welcome it, for whatever awaits, it will be less confining than this. Farewell.